Chapter 1 I'm Not a Bad Person. Xingzhou City, under a building. Lin Feifei looked at Cheng Xiao's face and said coldly, Cheng Xiao, let's break up. Cheng Xiao was stunned for a moment, and it took him a long time to react. Feifei, please stop making trouble, okay? I'm not making trouble with you. I'm with you just to find a long-term meal ticket. I don't have anything else to ask for. You really think you're a nobody? Bah! I was so blind before. Feifei, last time you said you liked the latest Estee Lauder box set, I have bought it for you. Shut up. Lin Feifei's face was full of disgust, and she slapped the exquisite box out of Cheng Xiao's hand. Don't give me such wishful thinking. There is absolutely no way I will continue to waste my time with a poor loser like you. I warn you, don't come to me again. Looking at Lin Feifei's leaving back, Cheng Xiao stood there quietly. The relationship that had lasted for such a long time ended just like that. To be honest, he was not sad about the result. He is a rational man, and it is not worth it at all for such a vain woman. I just laugh at my foolish efforts over the past few years. Late at night, in a bar full of lights and wine, Cheng Xiao ordered a lot of wine and drank until he was drunk. When I woke up the next morning, the ceiling I saw was not Snow White, but a hotel facility. Cheng Xiao moved and was about to get up, but accidentally touched something soft and warm. Turning his head to look, his eyes suddenly widened. I saw a woman lying next to him, with delicate features, smooth skin, long eyelashes, and a cherry mouth. Just as he was staring at the woman closely, suddenly, she opened her eyes. In an instant, their eyes met. Ah! After a while, a woman's crazy scream was heard. Cheng Xiao was so frightened that he woke up instantly. What are you looking at? Turn away. The woman's face was so red that blood seemed to be dripping out. Cheng Xiao subconsciously turned his head to the other side. From the mirror not far away, Cheng Xiao clearly saw the woman putting clothes on in a hurry, and it took her a long time to get dressed. Seeing that she was dressed, Cheng Xiao turned around, lifted the quilt and prepared to get out of bed to say something, but he found a bright red in the middle of the bedsheet. A flash of disbelief flashed across his eyes. The woman was already too shy to raise her head, and even more so when she saw the bright red. She left in a hurry, as if she was running for her life. After Cheng Xiao reacted, he curled his lips and thought it was not a loss. Just treat last night as an indulgence. Didn't Lin Feifei always flirt with him when she was dating him? Did she really think he didn't know that those luxury goods were bought for her by the rich second generation outside? He just pretended to be ignorant of everything and deceived himself. I'm afraid the idea of breaking up has already come up, and there's no point in trying to keep him. Time flies. 1 year later. In a restaurant. Cheng Xiao was sitting in a seat by the window, with music playing in his headphones. He was listening to the song lazily with his eyes slightly narrowed. He didn't open his eyes until the waiter brought all the dishes. I picked up the chopsticks and prepared to eat. When I looked up, I saw a girl at the next table. Her features were delicate, even absolutely beautiful. She was holding a cell phone in her hand, seemingly waiting for someone. Cheng Xiao is so familiar with this face. How could he not be familiar with it after sleeping with him? My memory goes back to a year ago. What a coincidence today. The girl opposite seemed to notice this burning gaze and raised her head. A moment. Snap. The phone in his hand fell directly onto the table. Song Mianmian was stunned and couldn't react for a long time. How could it be him? The two looked at each other and the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. After all, a year had passed since the incident. They had met by chance and had never expected to meet again in this way. Cheng Xiao stood up and walked over there. Out of politeness, he had to say hello. After sitting down opposite her, he asked, "Long time no see. How have you been this year?" "Fine," Song Mianmian said calmly. "In fact, my mind was already in a mess, and I forced myself to calm down." "That's good." Time stood still at this moment and neither of them spoke. Song Mianmian was originally waiting for someone, but now facing Cheng Xiao, she couldn't wait any longer and just wanted to run away. So embarrassing. "Well, I have something to do at home, so I'll leave first." She stood up. After saying that, he hurried out. Cheng Xiao said, "Shall I take you home?" "No, thanks." As if she had thought of something, Song Mianmian looked a little flustered and left with her bag. Cheng Xiao quickly paid the bill and after leaving the restaurant, he saw her at a bus stop on the side of the road. "You can't get a car for a while, so I'll take you there." Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I won't take you away and sell you. Chang Xiao chuckled. After much persuasion, the woman finally dared to ride on his electric scooter. Soon we arrived at an old neighborhood. Thank you for sending me back. Song Mian Mian said. Can I come to your house and sit for a while? Song Mian Mian was stunned by the sudden question and looked a little hesitant. What's wrong? Is it inconvenient? Okay. She nodded. Using the key to open the door, Song Mian Mian said, Come in. It's a bit messy, don't mind. Chang Xiao walked into the living room and was stunned when he saw the baby crib next to the sofa. Is she married? I looked around and saw that the furnishings were quite simple. It seemed that she had married a very poor man. I never expected that she got married in just 1 year. I sighed, and at this moment, the sound of a baby crying was heard. Song Mian Mian immediately put down her bag and went to the kitchen to make milk powder. Before leaving, she said to Chang Xiao, There is water and a cup on the table. Pour it yourself. Chang Xiao had no mood to drink tea at this time. He followed the sound and looked into the bedroom. When he saw several babies lying on the bed, he was stunned. He counted carefully and found there were 4 in total. 4. Oh my god. Song Mian Mian finished making the milk powder and hurried over to coax the baby. Sanbao, be obedient and don't cry. Mommy will give you milk. Are these quadruplets? Chang Xiao was shocked, this woman was too powerful. 4 babies at a time. Her husband is really amazing too. Hearing the child crying, Chang Xiao was overwhelmed, but he still said, do you want my help? Can you take care of the baby? Song Mian Mian asked. No, but I can learn. Although Song Mian Mian didn't expect him to do anything, she still nodded. Teach him to change the kids' diapers. 20 minutes later, the change was finally completed. Chang Xiao was sweating and panting from exhaustion. This was even more tiring than carrying a stone upstairs. Sitting down beside the bed, he asked, Where's your husband? Why doesn't he help you take care of him? When this question was asked, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. I'm not married. Chang Xiao was shocked. Chapter 2, The Almighty Dad System. Not married? Then this child. As if seeing Chang Xiao's doubts, Song Mian Mian said, I am indeed not married, and I have never thought about finding a father for the child. It's fine for me to raise the child myself. Chang Xiao didn't know what to say. In his heart he had already started cursing the scumbag for not caring about his own child. Not a thing. Just then. Ding. Congratulations to the host for binding the almighty nanny system. A strange voice suddenly sounded in Chang Xiao's mind, startling him. What sound? Chang Xiao looked around but couldn't hear where the sound came from. Strange, could it be that he was too tired and had hallucinations? Host, don't be confused. I exist in your mind and you can't see me. In your mind? Chang Xiao reacted immediately. Could it be the legendary system? Before he could say anything, the system spoke again. Host, I am the Almighty Dad System 001, professionally assisting you to become an all-round dad. As long as you take good care of your baby, you will receive various random rewards. Chang Xiao? My own baby? I'm not even married yet, where would the baby come from? The system didn't say anything, but Chang Xiao felt something was wrong. After a while, he seemed to remember something and his eyes suddenly widened. You mean, these are my children? So she didn't find a partner at all? She raised 4 children by herself. It turns out that the scumbag he just scolded was me. Yes, host, their DNA is detected to be 99.99% similar to yours. Said the system. As long as you take good care of the babies, you will receive various rewards. Come on. After that, there was no sound. Chang Xiao still has some questions to ask. What exactly is the reward the system mentioned? I called out several times but received no response. Chang Xiao cursed inwardly, then looked at the little guys again. Song Mian Mian was playing with the baby. Indeed, this woman had lost a lot of weight compared to last year. It is really not easy for one person to raise 4 children. Listening to the baby's babbling voice, the feeling of blood connection instantly filled Chang Xiao's heart. These are his children. Chang Xiao asked, Do you usually take care of the baby by yourself? Usually my mom helps take care of me, and I have a job. What job? University teacher. Chang Xiao was surprised. University teacher? Is it the university nearby? How do you know? Just then, footsteps were heard in the living room and a middle-aged woman walked into the bedroom. She saw Chang Xiao at a glance and asked in surprise, Nian Nian, who is this? Mom, he's a friend of mine, he's here to see the kids. When it comes to this, Mother Song gets very angry. A friend of mine can do this. I don't know where the bastard father of the child has gone. It's really infuriating. After hearing this, Song Nian Nian was extremely embarrassed and said hurriedly, Mom, what are you talking about? The guests are still here. Mother Song sighed, tell me, are you stupid? Hey! Chang Xiao felt very uncomfortable at the moment. Did this woman want to bear all this alone? Raising 4 children by yourself with your limited ability? He knew the child was his, but he kept silent. Come out for a moment, I have something to tell you. After finding an excuse to come to the living room, Chang Xiao went straight to the point. Are you still trying to hide this from me? Song Nian Nian didn't react. What do you mean? Those children, I know, they are all mine. To be honest, Chang Xiao didn't expect that he would win that time, and 4 of them came at once. Song Nian Nian's eyes widened. How did you know? She didn't seem to have told anyone who the child's biological father was. Of course I have my own way. Hearing this, Song Nian Nian's eyes suddenly turned red. So what if it's yours? You'd better not worry about it. I can do it myself. Don't worry about it. I'm the father of the children. I should be the one to raise them. Chang Xiao said. Song Nian Nian looked at him and smiled bitterly. How are you going to support her? Do you have the money and financial ability to do so? One word makes me choke. Chang Xiao was blocked directly. Indeed, he had no money. Besides, there are 4 children, not just one, and the tuition for their future schooling will be a considerable expense. Seeing him like this, Song Nian Nian felt that he would definitely back off because, after all, what she said was realistic. Many men are like this. Who would want to carry so many burdens for no reason? Unexpectedly, Chang Xiao's words made her stand there in a daze for a moment. Do you think I look like an irresponsible man? I said I would be responsible and I will be responsible to the end. Even if I have to carry cement, I am willing to do so. How can you be so stubborn, woman? These words were quite domineering. Song Nian Nian looked at him and her impression of him gradually changed. She even felt a little moved. If it were any other man, she would have ignored him long ago. I still have some savings on me now, so I should be able to hold on for a while. Seeing her worried look, Chang Xiao said. These were all the wages he saved from his work as a courier's, and he never wanted to spend them. It comes in handy now. These are 4 children. Can you really do this? If you regret it now, it's not too late. I won't force you. Seeing that he was silent, Song Nian Nian's heart skipped a beat. Regret? There is no such word as regret in my dictionary. Are you working now? She asked. Chang Xiao said, I'm a senior. Are you still a student? If the child is a student, he or she will not have the financial ability to raise one. Yes, I won't live on campus anymore. I'll just move here to take care of the babies. You are about to graduate, your studies. Don't worry, I've already learned a lot of things in advance, so it's okay. At worst, I can ask for leave from school. Mother Song heard the conversation between the two clearly and was a little confused. What was going on? Is this young man the father of the child? Still a student. This. Auntie, I am the child's father. Chang Xiao looked at Mother Song and admitted it directly. He thought that Mother Song would definitely scold him severely. Song Nian Nian carried him for 10 months, but he disappeared without a trace. This was unacceptable. But I didn't expect. You are the father of the child? I was very angry at first. My daughter gave birth to your child and you disappeared. However, I also heard what you said just now. You are still a student. It's rare that you have such a heart. It's tiring to take care of these children. Chang Xiao smiled and said, It's okay, Auntie. I can learn anything I don't know. Which parent isn't tired of taking care of their children? As a man, I should take my responsibilities. He himself was an orphan and grew up in an orphanage, and he didn't want his children to follow the same path. Mother Song nodded with satisfaction. The young man was pretty good. Chapter 3 Reward Smart Stroller. Song Nian was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to do. Since you are sincere, I won't say anything to you. Mother Song sighed, I will teach you how to feed and change diapers for your baby later. Chang Xiao turned his gaze and saw the babies lying there babbling. He felt the magic of life for the first time. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first task of changing the baby's diaper. The reward is 50,000 yuan. Chang Xiao was shocked. Is this the reward for just changing the diaper? I checked my phone and saw a message coming in. Yes, it was really a full 50,000 yuan. He thought it was just a joke, but it was real. The money really came in time of emergency. After Song's mother's teaching, Chang Xiao realized that there are so many things to pay attention to when making milk powder. The water temperature must be about 40 degrees. Water that is too hot can easily cause the nutrients in the milk powder to be lost and can also easily scald the baby. While teaching, Mother Song was also introducing. Dabeo is the oldest, she eats the most and is the least worrying. The hardest one to take care of is Erbao, the crybaby, but since she's a girl, that's normal. It's just pitiful for our little Sibao. She has been in an incubator since she was born. She was just brought back from the hospital these 2 days, and she only has breast milk to drink. After explaining for a while, the children soon became hungry again and started to grumble. Chang Xiao hurried to prepare the milk powder. After the milk powder was ready, Chang Xiao was just about to put it on the table when a reminder sound rang in his head again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first milk powder brewing task. You will be rewarded with the God-level milk powder identification skill. For every can of milk powder you identify, you will receive 1 renminbi. This is pretty good. Not only can you identify the authenticity of milk powder, but you can also get cash rewards. After looking at the milk powder that Song Nian had bought before, these data were presented in front of Chang Xiao like a projector. Looking at these formulas, Chang Xiao suddenly felt uncomfortable. These milk powders were basically imported, each can was very expensive, and the quality was poor. As a mother, I would rather suffer myself than let my children suffer. At this time, the children had woken up one after another, and the freshly prepared milk powder came in handy. Babies, wake up and drink milk. Mother Song immediately picked up one of the babies and said to Chang Xiao with a smile, this is the second baby who cries the most, a girl. What about the others? The first and third babies are boys, and the second and fourth babies are girls. Song Nian said. Chang Xiao picked up one of the children, and Song Nian said, he is Dabeo. Seeing his cautious movements, Song Nian smiled and said, it's okay, just hold the back of his head with your arms and put the bottle to his mouth. The baby knows it himself. After successfully feeding the baby, Chang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. It's so hard. However, for the children, all the hard work is worth it. After 3 of them were fed, the remaining 4 were still lying in the crib, their little eyes looking at the ceiling and their little hands in their mouths sucking. It was obvious that Song Nian looked at Sibo with pity in her eyes. Sibo has always been in poor health and just caught a cold once. I have always taken better care of her than other babies. Chang Xiao asked, can I hug her? Song Nian showed a strange look on her face when she heard his request. Mother Song said, Sibo only wants Nian to hold him since he came back from the hospital. He cries when anyone else sees him, even me as his grandmother. Sure enough, as soon as the child cried, Mother Song walked over and cried even harder. As soon as Song Nian picked her up, she started laughing immediately. She was so cute. The softest part of Chang Xiao's heart was touched at once, and he couldn't help but walk over and said, let me hug you. Song Nian hesitated for a moment, but finally did not refuse and took the child in her arms. The mother and daughter looked at Chang Xiao nervously, fearing that the child would be frightened by rejecting strangers. Unexpectedly, when Sibao saw Chang Xiao's face, he not only did not cry, but after being stunned for a while, he actually giggled. This scene surprised Song Nian and the others. Mother Song said sourly, this child really likes you. He doesn't even want a grandma like me. He's giving you face the first time we meet. Sigh. Maybe this is what blood is thicker than water. As he spoke, Chang Xiao felt a complete sense of accomplishment, but also a little sad. What is sad is that he was abandoned by his biological parents since childhood and became an orphan, suffering from bullying and contempt. Song Nian was so moved that her eyes turned red. After all, children still need their father's company. Maybe Chang Xiao is really a good father? Have they named them yet? Song Nian was stunned for a moment and shook her head awkwardly. Not yet. The child is growing up day by day, and he can't be without a name. Why not name him Jun Fei Yan, with the word Jia in the middle? The boys will be named Jia Jun and Jiai, and the girls will be named Jia Fei and Jia Fan. What do you think? If you think it's good, then it's good. After saying this, Song Nian's face had already turned as red as an apple. Ding! Congratulations to the host for naming the baby, and you will be rewarded with 50,000 cash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for feeding the baby for the first time, and you will be rewarded with 50,000 cash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first baby holding mission. You have obtained 4 smart baby strollers. They have been delivered to the express delivery station downstairs. Baby carriages? Can that be a reward? Why not just buy a few? Money is more practical. However, it is better than nothing. Now he has a savings of 100,000 yuan, so he is still confident. Song Nian has already accepted Chang Xiao in her heart. Judging from his actions, this man is really good. Whatever you want, we have it. Seeing that it was getting late, it would be dark if they stayed any longer. Chang Xiao looked at Song Nian and suggested, let's go out and buy some things. Let's consider it as my gift to the children. Song Nian asked suspiciously, do you really have money? Chang Xiao is still just a student, how much money can he have? Don't worry, I won't talk big, let's go. Only then did Song Nian catch up with his pace. Indeed, the milk powder has run out and what is stored is only enough for 2 days. The two of them went downstairs and looked at the surroundings. Chang Xiao remembered that there was not even an elevator here, so he said, I'll rent you a better house in a few days. This place is not safe after all. It's okay, I'm used to it, there's nothing wrong with it, and besides, I've just paid the rent, and I can still live here for a while, so I can't waste it. She now only wants to save as much as possible. Chang Xiao smiled and said, no matter what, I can't let you and the child suffer. Ah, isn't this Nian? I haven't seen you for a few days. You look much more haggard. Chapter 4 Are you the childless father? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw several middle-aged women walking towards this direction. Hello, aunties. Song Nian greeted politely. One of them asked, hey, Nian, is this your boyfriend? Song Nian was a little embarrassed. Before she could answer, a voice continued, they are so close, needless to say, it must be so. After a while, several people gathered together and whispered, you said that today's teachers' private lives are really messy. That's right. If it were my daughter, I would have kicked her out long ago. It's shameful. It seems like someone has been found to take over. As they spoke, several people pulled Chang Xiao aside and whispered, are you Nian's suitor? Young man, since you are young, your aunt is kindly advising you. Her private life is very messy. We don't even know whose child she gave birth to. You have to be careful. Aunties, isn't it not nice for you to talk about people behind their backs? Especially in front of a father like me. Chang Xiao had a sneer on his face. These residential buildings are full of people who like to gossip. Are you the child's father? Several people couldn't believe it. Chang Xiao ignored them, took Song Nian's hand, and stopped a car on the side of the road. After a while, the two stood in front of a large milk powder store. Seeing Song Nian looking unhappy, Chang Xiao comforted her, okay, don't worry about them. I won't let this happen again in the future. Song Nian quickly changed the subject, it's not about what happened just now. The things here are much more expensive than outside. What you give to your baby must be the best. Don't you still have me, your husband? The word husband made Song Nian blush again. After his persuasion, the two of them successfully walked into the milk powder store. Song Nian noticed at a glance that it was the same imported milk powder that the children were eating at home, and frowned when she saw the price. This is a full $100 more expensive than outside. Chang Xiao came over and took her hand directly, which frightened her. She instinctively wanted to pull her hand back, but he held her hand. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of being seen? Just see it. Just tell me you're my wife. This. Chang Xiao took her to the milk powder area. What's this? You're my wife, who dares to say anything? Song Nian's face suddenly turned red like a ripe apple, and she whispered, who is your wife? Afterwards, the two stopped discussing this topic and started looking at milk powder. Chang Xiao noticed at a glance that it was the same type of milk powder that the babies were eating. The price tag on it was 768. According to Song Mian, it was 100 yuan cheaper outside. More than 600 yuan is not cheap. How much does that cost in a day? You know, these are for children. On other shelves, there are various brands of milk powder, both expensive and cheap, and a dazzling array. How long can a can of milk powder last for children? Chang Xiao asked. It should be more than a day. Song Mian thought for a while and said. Chang Xiao was shocked. It costs 668 yuan a day, which is unaffordable for an average family in a month. The reason why Song Mian lives in that kind of residential building is probably because she has spent all her money on her children. Plus, Dabao and Sanbao are both boys and they are really good eaters. Chang Xiao suddenly felt overwhelmed with pressure. Song Mian originally wanted to take a few cans of the same kind, but when she saw Chang Xiao's strange expression, she was about to put them back. Chang Xiao stopped her from moving. Why put it back? Buy it. Since it's for the children to drink, you have to buy good ones. As he spoke, he took a few more cans until the shopping cart was full. After making the purchase, he pushed the cart to check out. At this moment, Chang Xiao remembered that the system had rewarded him with a god-level milk powder identification skill. Now it comes in handy, let's give it a try. He first checked the milk powder he had chosen to see if there were any problems. However, I didn't expect that after inspection, the milk powder was basically adulterated and did not deserve such a high price of 768. Drinking it for a long time is particularly bad for the child's development. Chang Xiao was immediately furious. Such a big milk powder store was actually selling such problematic milk powder. It's really infuriating. By the way, he looked at other shelves and saw that they were basically filled with problematic milk powder. Just then, a couple came over from a distance, followed by a salesperson who was introducing them to a domestic brand of milk powder called Feihibai. The price is over 300. As a father, how could Chang Xiao bear to see this? If he bought it, there would definitely be big problems. Thinking about it, he let go of the shopping cart, walked over, and said to the couple, "You two, don't buy this milk powder. It's all adulterated milk powder." Chang Xiao's inexplicable words soon aroused the salesperson's dissatisfaction. "Sir, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Our milk powders are all regular big brands, how could they be fake?" "That's right, our children have been eating this one, there's nothing wrong with it, right? Besides, do you have evidence to prove that this is fake?" The man of the couple said disdainfully. Song Mian came over at this time, frowned slightly, looked at Chang Xiao and asked, "How can you be sure that these are all fake? This milk powder shop has been doing well, it's quite famous, and it's a chain. I've never heard of any problems. I naturally have my own way. Do you believe me?" Song Mian nodded, "I believe it." As he spoke, Chang Xiao had already taken out his cell phone and said to the salesperson, "Call your store manager over. I want to ask him in person. We cannot neglect the children's affairs." The salesman looked a little unhappy and said, "Sir, I advise you not to make trouble unreasonably. You will be held legally responsible for fabricating facts." Legal responsibility? If it's me who's causing the trouble, I'll naturally take the responsibility. What about your store manager? Just as things were about to get chaotic, a female voice rang out. "Sir, I am the store manager and also the manager here. What can I do for you?" Appearing not far away was a woman in her 30s, dressed in a professional suit, who looked like a strong woman. Chang Xiao said calmly, "There is something wrong with your milk powder. I just want to complain. Is there a problem? Are you sure? If other customers hear you talking nonsense about something without any evidence, it will affect our store's sales. As an adult, you know the consequences." The store manager's face was already cold. Chang Xiao said, "Of course I am sure. As for the evidence, you will know it after checking it. If I am lying, you can either be sued or go to jail. It's up to you to deal with it. Then how do you want to investigate? Are you going to call someone from an identification agency just for a simple sentence from you? There's no need for an appraisal agency. I can do it myself." Everyone around looked at him with disdain. "You really don't know what you can do. How could there be fake milk powder in such a big chain store? I think they are just looking for trouble." "Exactly. Who does he think he is? Sun Wukong? Can you tell who he is at a glance? He's just trying to attract attention. Everyone was waiting to see the joke. I think you have children at home, right? As a consumer, what would you think if your child ate problematic milk powder? Chang Xiao looked around and said, I am also a father. I have to consider my child's future. Chapter 5, See Through but Don't Tell. Some consumers would be lying if they said they were not touched after hearing these words. That's right, no one wants anything to happen to their children. Children are the hope of the future. Even the store manager was touched. She has 2 children at home. She puts herself in their shoes. If you think about it carefully, there is really no need for people to speak nonsense in public. Okay, how do you check? I'll try my best to cooperate. If there's nothing wrong, don't blame me. Okay. Chang Xiao took 2 cans of milk powder from the counter, took a look, and found one was real and the other was fake. Could you please give me 2 cups? Pour some warm water in them. Chang Xiao said to the store manager. The store manager nodded and winked at the staff. The staff member immediately said, Manager, he is just making trouble for no reason, you. Just go when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Do you still want to work? The manager said coldly. The staff had no choice but to bring cups filled with water. Chang Xiao put the cup of water on the table and started the test. Put real milk powder in one cup and fake one in the other. Waiting to melt. One is the slow and natural melting process, where the milk powder floats on the water, slowly sinks, and finally turns milky white. The other is that when the milk powder is poured in, it sinks into the water like granules, and finally melts. Get 2 small disposable plastic cups from the side and pour the 2 different liquids into each plastic cup. Then he handed it to the store manager and said, Try it yourself. The real milk powder only has the aroma of milk. It has no sweetness at all without sugar. The fake ones have a weird sweet taste, but it is covered by the flavor of the essence. You should be able to feel it if you taste it carefully. The manager hesitated for a moment, then poured both cups into his mouth and tasted them slowly. Everyone looked at her nervously, and the air around them became quiet. The store manager's expression changed from calm to incredulous, and then to shocked. Indeed, the taste is a little different. Just like what Chang Xiao said. Looking at the store manager's expression, Chang Xiao knew that she had tasted it. Am I right? If you still don't believe it, you can just call someone from the appraisal agency. Chang Xiao shrugged. Identification agency? Can you just call them over whenever you want? Don't you even know who you are? The person next to him shouted. No one believed that it was fake milk powder. After all, this store has been around for many years and has always been trusted by mothers. I don't believe I've ever bought a fake. These are just a batch of inferior products that are sold as genuine ones. Careful people can easily spot them. I know that everyone trusts the milk powder shop and doesn't believe what I say at all. Then you can ask the store manager to ask someone from the appraisal agency to come forward. If I tell even a single lie, I will be struck by lightning. Chang Xiao smiled slightly. Everyone looked at the store manager, waiting for her to speak. The store manager waved his hand and said, Indeed, I tasted the difference between the 2 cans of milk powder. Sir, you are telling the truth. Having worked in this industry for many years, she cannot tell the authenticity of the milk powder on the outside of the cans, but she can still tell the authenticity of the milk powder inside. The onlookers were shocked, and just this sentence made some mothers panic. I wonder if I bought fake milk powder before. Chang Xiao didn't want to say anything more, and said to the store manager, Since the store manager said so, there is indeed a problem. I hope you can do what you say. The store manager couldn't help but admire him. With the milk powder can, even the people from the appraisal agency might not be able to find it. How did you find it? I naturally have my own way. I was not very polite just now, please forgive me. It is thanks to you that you found it in time, otherwise I am afraid I can't afford the consequences. To thank you, you can get a 50% discount on milk powder and baby products when you come to the store from now on. She felt scared just thinking about it. When the couple saw this, they got angry and said, What's going on? The milk powder is problematic? My child has been eating your milk powder. Sorry, we will make appropriate compensation to everyone. The store manager looked apologetic. The compensation issue was left to other staff members. The store manager asked Chang Xiao to show her the goods in the warehouse, and Chang Xiao agreed, just for the sake of the child. In the end, more than 10,000 cans of fake milk powder were counted. She has made up her mind to make friends with Chang Xiao. So he asked Chang Xiao to leave his contact information, and Chang Xiao did not refuse and directly gave him his cell phone number. When the store manager suggested sending them back, Chang Xiao refused because he had something else to do later and it would be inconvenient. The store manager had no choice but to say, "Okay, then be careful on the road." The matter was resolved perfectly. Song Mianmian looked at Chang Xiao with stars in her eyes. "Chang Xiao, how did you do it? You're amazing." "Well, it's a secret. If you really want to know, you know." Chang Xiao smiled jokingly. Song Mianmian's face suddenly turned red. Soon, the two bought the milk powder and prepared to go home. On the way, Chang Xiao thought of something and asked, "Wife, are you teaching at the nearby Qingzhou University?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" Song Mianmian said. "What year are you in college? Which department are you in?" Song Mianmian couldn't help blushing. "Why are you asking this?" As if he had thought of something, he asked in surprise, "Are you also from Qingzhou University?" "Well, I'm a senior in Qingzhou," Chang Xiao said with a smile. He seemed to have guessed something. A few days ago, his roommate said that there was a substitute teacher in the class who was very beautiful. After Song Mianmian told him her occupation, he guessed that it might be her. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him not to know about such a beautiful female teacher teaching in his school. "However, I see through it but don't say it out loud, and I even want to tease her. This little woman has a pretty good personality. According to my roommate, the female teacher is a particularly cold and aloof ice beauty." "Well, an ice beauty. It's not like that at home." Song Mianmian was embarrassed. She didn't expect that they would go to the same school. What is even more embarrassing is that one is a teacher and the other is a student. They both slept together and had a child. This relationship. It's a bit of a headache. Very good. Song Mianmian could only force a smile. Chang Xiao rubbed her head and said, "Okay, let's go back quickly. The children may be awake by now." He also had a package to pick up, a reward from the system, for smart baby strollers. Under Song Mianmian's surprised gaze, the two took the stroller and went home. It turns out that this guy is really Mianmian's husband. He's so handsome. He looks quite rich. A disdainful voice came from the side. "Humph, being rich is amazing, but who knows if he is a scapegoat." Several people looked at the backs of Song Mianmian and Chang Xiao and started talking at once. Chapter 6. You were so heartless. After they got home, Chang Xiao smiled with relief as he looked at the sleeping babies. Song Mianmian asked at this time, "When did you buy the stroller? How come I didn't know about it?" "I just bought it today, what's wrong?" "Nothing, I just thought this car was pretty expensive." "Did it cost a lot of money?" "Not much, but it's worth it for the children." Chang Xiao smiled and said, "Go and have a rest. I have something to take care of." Song Mianmian was indeed a little sleepy, so she nodded, quickly washed up and went to bed. While the child was asleep, Chang Xiao took a taxi to the school dormitory. "I plan to move all the daily necessities and clothes to the community so that it will be more convenient to take care of the children." Roommate Wang Jing said carelessly, "Brother, it's a pity that you missed it. You didn't see the new teacher Song. She is so beautiful. Many boys in the class want to pursue her. It's a pity you didn't see it." Chang Xiao said as he packed his things. "What are you talking about? Go tell those brats in school that teacher Song already has a child, and tell them to stop worrying about it." Chang Xiao felt particularly unhappy when he thought of the group of people in school staring at his wife covetously. "Ah? You have never met teacher Song, how do you know she has a child?" Wang Jing was stunned. "School forum, how could I not have seen the photos? Is this true? Is she really married and has children? What a joke. Teacher Song is so young, beautiful, and has such a great figure. She doesn't look like she has ever given birth to a child. I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. How is that possible?" Seeing his expression, Chang Xiao smiled and said, "All right, what's there to be unbelievable about? Okay, I'm leaving now." "Are you really going to move away?" Wang Jing said. "What else? Who will play with me after you move away?" "Brother, you are so heartless." "Okay, I'll ask Heideleo to compensate you when the time comes, okay?" Chang Xiao rolled his eyes helplessly, then took his luggage and left the dormitory. "As soon as I got home, I heard the sounds of babies crying one after another. Chang Xiao knew that it was time to feed and change diapers again. Song Mian, who had been resting, started working again. Don't cry, baby. Mommy will change your diaper right now. Dabeo, Mom will feed you milk later. At this time, Song's mother was not at home, and Song Mian was busy alone. Chang Xiao hurried over to help change the diaper, and Song Mian also went to prepare the milk powder. Good boy, Daddy is here. I'll change your diaper right away. I don't know if the second baby understood or not, but he soon stopped crying and looked at him with his little eyes open, as if there were little stars in his eyes. Sure enough, children's eyes are the purest. Chang Xiao took a new diaper and changed it. Soon, the milk powder was ready and each child was given a bottle. Chang Xiao quickly fed the child and coaxed him while feeding. Dabeo is the biggest eater. As soon as his mouth touches the bottle, his eyes narrow with joy. He is so adorable. Chang Xiao's heart melted when he saw this. As expected, it was his own child that made him feel happy. In the past, he hated children crying the most and found it very annoying, but now he has completely changed his mind. Children are truly the cutest creatures in the world. Looking at the little ones eating happily, Chang Xiao and Song Mian looked at each other and saw tenderness in each other's eyes. After they finished eating the milk powder, Chang Xiao laid them flat on the bed, then played with their feet and said softly, "Babies, look at how much thinner your mother has become in order to take care of you. You must respect her well when you grow up." What are you talking about? The children are so young, how can they understand? Song Mian glared at him with a red face. Chang Xiao said proudly, "Who said you don't understand? Look, Dabeo and Erbao are watching you all the time." Several children lay in a row, each of them looked like an exquisite porcelain doll, with fair and tender skin. Chang Xiao couldn't help pinching them here and there. It still felt a little unreal. He was just an ignorant college student 1 second ago, and became a father the next. No one would believe it if I told them. Song Mian stood aside, watching this heartwarming scene, a gentle smile on her lips. After all, children still need their fathers. Knock knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door. After the door opened, it was the staff from the milk powder store who came to deliver milk powder. Looking at the boxes of milk powder that were brought in, Song Mian frowned and said, "Are you mistaken? We didn't buy so much. This is what our manager ordered. He said it was to thank Mr. Chang. The goods have been delivered, so we're leaving now." After saying that, these people slipped away. Chang Xiao counted and found that 12 extra cans, or 1 box, were delivered. "It has already been delivered to my door, there is no reason to refuse." After the two put the milk powder away, Chang Xiao started to use the 4 smart baby carriages given by the system. He wanted to see how smart they were. No installation is required, the stroller is foldable and very light in the hand. It can be opened with a gentle pull. From the outside, it looked quite ordinary, just like the ones in the store, but when Chang Xiao accidentally touched one of the buttons, he heard a ding sound in his mind. Smart stroller activated. What the hell? Chang Xiao thought he was hallucinating, and then a bunch of information appeared in his mind. Smart Baby Stroller, as the name suggests, it is a smart baby stroller with high technology that can be upgraded as DAT upgrades. Primary level, it can play nursery rhymes, be controlled by remote control, and help coax children. As long as people can do it, cars can do it too, and it will come in handy at critical moments. Intermediate, can change forms such as a small yacht, can cross the river, a car can speed on the road, King Kong has combat capabilities, etc., and can also prevent human traffickers. Advanced, in times of crisis, it can save children from danger and even withstand earthquakes, tsunamis, natural disasters, and man-made disasters. Chang Xiao frowned. Is he really that awesome? Host, please do not question my ability. What do you mean by upgrading as I upgrade? System. After waiting for a long time without any response, Chang Xiao pouted. Nothing at all. There is no choice but to go and see it myself. He clicked on his profile page, which had a detailed introduction, and he quickly understood that it showed that his current level was 1. The maximum level is 10. In other words, to upgrade the stroller to advanced level, he has to upgrade it to level 10? The requirements are quite high. Chang Xiao, what's wrong with you? Seeing that he was in a daze, Song Mian asked in confusion. Nothing, I was just thinking about moving in with you. I've already got my luggage. Song Mian was stunned for a moment, then her face turned red. This is not good. She was still a little overwhelmed. It feels a bit inconvenient to move here suddenly. What's wrong with that? I'm the father of the child and you're my wife. Isn't it natural for me to live here? We'll go get the certificate tomorrow. Chapter 7. He is my ex-boyfriend. Song Nian was shocked by Chang Zhao's words, tomorrow? Isn't that a bit too soon? How about we wait a while? Okay. My wife has the final say. At this time, Song's mother poked her head out from another room. She seemed to have just woken up. Seeing the two of them, she asked, it's so late. Why aren't you sleeping yet? You still have to go to work tomorrow. Got it, Mom. I'll go to bed now. Song Nian responded. Xiao Chang, are you staying here tonight? Mother Song looked at Cheng Xiao and asked. Yes, Auntie. I plan to move in with Nian so that I can take care of the babies more conveniently. Chang Xiao laughed. Anyway, they already have a child, so there is nothing wrong with living here. Mother Song sighed, I am very pleased that you are willing to take on this responsibility at such a young age. I am relieved to leave Nian to you. Mom, what are you talking about? Song Nian said somewhat embarrassedly. You already have a child, why are you still ashamed? Come on, go to bed. After saying that, Mother Song had already closed the door. Only Chang Xiao and the other person were left there. Where do you sleep? The baby is in this room, of course I should sleep here. Song Nian said unhappily. What should I do then? Song Nian snorted coldly, sleep wherever you want, it's your own business. Then let's sleep in the same bed. It will be more convenient to take care of the baby at night. No. Song Nian refused 100 times. What's the matter? Are you afraid that I will do something to you at night? Don't worry, I am a gentleman and I won't take advantage of you. Chang Xiao said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Song Nian seemed to remember what happened a year ago, and her face instantly turned red. This guy is so annoying. Knowing that she is thin-skinned, he still keeps making fun of her. Snort. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, I'm going to take a shower. 10 minutes later, when he came out of the bathroom, Song Nian was stunned. Wet hair, handsome face, sharp edges and corners. Especially the way she wiped her hair with a towel made Song Nian's heart beat faster for some reason. Wife, your husband's face is pretty good, isn't it? Chang Xiao walked closer and pinched Song Nian's little face, which had just faded and turned red again. The corners of his mouth are raised, which is very seductive. Song Nian reacted and fled back to the room. At this time, the babies were still awake, babbling in bed. Their childish voices made people happy. She coaxed the babies one by one. The babies were more than 2 months old now. They seemed to understand their mother's hard work. They looked at her with blinking eyes, and the corners of their mouths curled up from time to time, which melted people's hearts. Especially when Song Nian teased them, they all became quiet, kicking their legs, and occasionally putting their little hands in their mouths and sucking them, as if they were covered with honey. Looking at this warm scene in front of me, it looks like a painting under the light. Song Nian is beautiful and has a good temperament, just like a beauty in a painting. Whenever she was about to give up, Song Nian would feel that it was all worth it as long as she saw the little faces of the children. You have classes tomorrow, right? Go to bed early. Song Nian turned around and said at this time. Chang Xiao nodded, then went to the kitchen to heat a cup of milk for Song Nian. When he brought it to her, she and the children had already fallen asleep. Looking at her tired face, it would be a lie to say that I didn't feel guilty. I didn't have the heart to wake her up. She carried the baby for 10 months, but he was nowhere to be seen. She only found out about the existence of the child today. Chang Xiao lay quietly beside her and fell asleep after a while. In the middle of the night, I heard a child crying. Judging from the sound, it should be the second and third treasures. Chang Xiao quickly got up to change their diapers and prepare milk powder. Song Nian hadn't woken up yet, probably because she was too tired, so he didn't have the heart to disturb her. Finally, everything was ready. After a short sleep, daybreak came soon. Early in the morning, the babies have to be fed. After making milk powder several times, Chang Xiao has basically become familiar with it and there are no problems anymore. You have class at 9 o'clock, so hurry up and get ready to go to school, Song Nian reminded. I know, I'll go right away. She agreed with her mouth, but actually did nothing and was still pinching Debao's little feet. Song Nian laughed and scolded, you really are such a fool, hurry up and go. Chang Xiao packed up the things he needed and reluctantly went out with his bag on his back. School dormitory. Brother, you didn't lie to me yesterday, did you? Teacher Song really has a child? Did you see it with your own eyes? Wang Jing still couldn't believe it and asked again. Chang Xiao rolled his eyes at him and said, "Why would I lie to you? Tell him to stop targeting Teacher Song and be careful that her husband will beat them up. No matter how beautiful she is his now, and they have a child. Even if these bastards want to get close to her, it will be impossible in the next life." Oh, okay. It's just going to break a lot of people's hearts. Wang Jing felt a little regretful, and then, as if he remembered something, he took out a letter from his pocket and handed it over. "This is the love letter that Wang Yu from the Foreign Languages Department next door asked me to give you. Boy, you have pretty good luck with women after breaking up." Wang Jing gave him an envious look. Chang Xiao said calmly, "Take it away, I don't need it. You said if you broke up, then you broke up. It means that Lin Feifei is not suitable for you. You should part ways amicably. You still need to find a girlfriend. It's been a year. Why are you still so persistent?" Chang Xiao frowned. "Why are you talking so much? Just stop talking if you want to." After saying that, he turned and left. "How can I accept it? I actually hope this is for me," Wang Jing said sullenly. Chang Xiao was getting ready to go to class. Halfway through his journey, he saw a familiar person, Lin Feifei. The person standing next to her should be her current boyfriend. Chang Xiao didn't expect that he would have such bad luck to meet this woman. Just pretend you didn't see it and walk straight past it. Seeing Chang Xiao just walk past without saying a word, Lin Feifei couldn't let him go, so she shouted, "We met, at least say hello before you leave." "Hey, Feifei, who is this?" asked the man next to her. Lin Feifei looked disdainful. "He is my ex-boyfriend." "He's the cowardly, incompetent, poor ex-boyfriend you were talking about?" "Of course not. If he hadn't begged me, I wouldn't have been with him." Chapter 8. She is very beautiful and excellent. "Excuse me, have you finished talking? Can you please move aside? A good dog doesn't block the road." Chang Xiao smiled slightly, as if he didn't hear anything. Lin Feifei didn't expect that even after saying that, he wasn't angry at all, and instead scolded them. "Who are you calling a dog? I didn't say anything about you. Why are you so excited? I said it was a dog that was blocking the road. Don't take it for granted. You." Chang Xiao was too lazy to waste time talking to them, so he walked towards the classroom as class was about to start. He only has 2 classes today because graduation is approaching and there are not many courses in his senior year. Plus, he has already completed his thesis, so he basically has nothing to do. He plans to quit his courier job temporarily to take care of the babies first. Not only does he have classes today, Song Mianmian also has classes, but hers is in the afternoon. As soon as I arrived in the classroom and hadn't even sat down in my chair, I heard my classmates behind me talking about something. "Hey, have you heard? The new teacher Song is said to be married and has a child. Is it true or not? Why don't we know?" "That's right, she has such a great figure and is like a goddess. She doesn't look like she's married at all. Many people don't believe it." "Really? Someone saw it with their own eyes." "I don't believe it. It's absolutely impossible. That person is definitely spreading rumors. Everyone would rather believe that this is a rumor than believe that Song Niannian is really married and has children." At this time, Wang Jing sat next to him and patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, you asked me to say this, and now it has spread all over the school. Just spread the word, let them know that Teacher Song has a married woman, it's not something they can imagine." "Hey, let me say this, brother, why are you so concerned about Teacher Song's affairs? I don't usually see you like this." Wang Jing looked at Chang Xiao in confusion. "Don't worry about that. Okay, the teacher is here, it's time to start class." After the 2 classes in the morning, there was nothing to do in the school, so Chang Xiao prepared to go back to the community. He couldn't wait to see the babies. Just as he arrived at the school gate, a soft female voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Senior Chang, wait a moment." Chang Xiao turned around and saw a girl with a Lolita face opposite him. He recognized her as Wang Yu from the Foreign Languages Department, who handed him a love letter. "What can I do for you?" Chang Xiao asked. Wang Yu blushed slightly and hesitated for several minutes before she dared to ask, "Senior Chang, I like you. Have you read the letter I wrote to you?" "Excuse me, I have a girlfriend." Chang Xiao said coldly. Ah? Didn't Wang Jing say that you are still single? He doesn't know the situation. Oh, so that's it. Disappointment appeared in Wang Yu's eyes. She has liked Chang Xiao for a long time, and she finally mustered up the courage to ask him today. However, she didn't expect that he already had a girlfriend, and she was still a step too late. But, Senior Chang, your girlfriend should be very beautiful, right? Are you from our school? Sure, can you introduce me to him? Wang Yu was still a little unwilling in her heart. She wanted to see what Chang Xiao's girlfriend was like and where she was inferior to him. Chang Xiao was already a little impatient. Anyone would feel disgusted by such inquiries. Doesn't this woman need to be more relaxed after being rejected? Isn't her attitude changing too quickly? It's not that simple. Yes, she is very beautiful and excellent. But, she's not from our school. She has her own job. I don't think it's convenient for you to get to know her. After being rejected, Wang Yu was at a loss for words. She didn't know what to say and could only smile awkwardly. I see. It's a pity. If she was from our school, maybe we could become good friends. Chang Xiao frowned. Why do you have to know my girlfriend? I'm just asking. Senior Chang, I was a little abrupt today, please don't take it as an offense. Wang Yu's eyes were slightly red, and she looked innocent, as if Chang Xiao had wronged her greatly. Chang Xiao was speechless. This is truly the ultimate green tea. It seems like he didn't do anything? The conversation between the two was overheard by Song Mianmian, who had just arrived at the school and was not far away. Looking at Chang Xiao's back, I felt inexplicably happy and a warm feeling surged in my heart. I didn't say anything. You're only a sophomore now. You should focus on your studies instead of wasting your time on dating. It's not conducive to your progress. Don't you agree, Mr. Song? Chang Xiao had already seen Song Mianmian, but he never exposed her. Song Mianmian was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that he had already noticed her. She walked over awkwardly and nodded in agreement. Yes, classmate Wang Yu, you are still young. You should focus on studying instead of dating. The teacher is still optimistic about you. The teacher's words were still very majestic. Wang Yu curled her lips and said sullenly, I understand, Teacher Song. You guys chat first, I have something urgent to do, so I'm leaving now. Before leaving, Chang Xiao glanced at Song Mianmian and blinked with a smile on his face, which made her blush again. After returning home, as soon as Chang Xiao opened the door, he heard the children babbling. It was very lively. He went over and saw Mother Song wiping the children's bodies. Be good, Bao, don't move. Grandma will change your clothes soon. Because it is autumn and the weather is a bit cold, it is not convenient to wash the child at home and he will easily catch a cold. I can only wipe him slowly with a wet towel. I usually take him to a maternity and baby store for a bath, and the neighbors help hold him. Auntie, let me do it. Chang Xiao hurried over to help. Mother Song didn't expect Chang Xiao to come back so soon, so she asked casually, have you changed the child's clothes? Not yet. Just watch from the side first, I'll teach you. Mother Song said, children's bones are relatively fragile, especially their little arms. Take your time. You can put the clothes under them first, put the right hand into the sleeve first, and then slowly put the left hand in. Watching Mother Song carefully changing clothes for the two babies, Chang Xiao felt that it shouldn't be difficult to put on clothes, so he said, let me try. As a result, I realized how difficult it was after I tried it. It took me 10 minutes to put it on. I was so tired that sweat was coming out on my forehead. Chapter 9, really, more real than pearls. Just after I changed it, the system sound rang in my ears. Congratulations to the host for dressing the baby for the first time. The reward is 50,000 yuan. Chang Xiao looked at his account, which was more than 150,000 yuan. Now you really don't have to worry about funding issues anymore. He can afford it. It will be fine for babies to eat as much as they want in the future. At this time, Song's mother couldn't help but laugh, and she felt a little sad. Taking care of children is a technical job. Even if it's just a simple change of clothes, you know how hard it is for us, Mian. Especially during pregnancy, with a big belly, I couldn't even get out of bed in the late stages. Luckily the babies are obedient, which saves their mother a lot of worry. You must treat our family Mian well in the future. Chang Xiao felt uncomfortable after hearing what his mother-in-law said. Chang Xiao, oh Chang Xiao, how much suffering have you made this woman suffer? the child has just been fed. I'll go wash the bottle first. After saying that, Mother Song went to the kitchen. Chang Xiao looked at the little guys, and his eyes softened unconsciously. When they saw their dad coming, the little ones seemed to understand. They looked at him with blinking eyes and shaking their little feet, as if to show their happiness. Chang Xiao carefully picked up his fourth child, Chang Jiafan, and held her little head in his hands. The child's body was so soft that if Song Mianmian hadn't taught him the method before, he would not have dared to do it for fear of hurting the child. I am much more skilled this time, but I am still a little unsure, so I have to be extra careful. Soon, Sibao fell asleep in his arms. Looking at her quiet little face, she resembled her mother vaguely, with her little mouth and nose being the most similar. Mother Song was watching from outside and sighed, "What a good man. He probably didn't do it on purpose before. This is good. Nian Nian can feel much more relaxed now." After she fell asleep, Chang Xiao gently patted the child on the back and only put her in the crib slowly after seeing that she was soundly asleep. He never thought he was so patient. Dabao and Erbo were very obedient and fell asleep while sucking their fingers. I don't know if Sanbao was thinking about life, he just swung his legs there, chewed his fingers, smacked his lips from time to time, but didn't he cry? Mother Song walked in at this moment and said with emotion, "Dabao and Sanbao, maybe because they are boys, they are the least worrying. Sometimes when they are hungry and there is no time to feed them, they don't cry that loudly. They just suck their fingers while crying. They are very obedient. The second and fourth babies are girls, who cry more easily, so we feed them first. After they have finished drinking, we feed the first and third babies." Chang Xiao listened carefully and learned about each child's personality from his mother-in-law. Soon, Song Mianmian came back from school. When seeing his mother imparting parenting knowledge to Chang Xiao, a gentle smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. Especially Chang Xiao, who looked like he was listening attentively, looked inexplicably handsome. Looking at the children sleeping peacefully, they are so adorable, and instantly I feel all the fatigue of the day is swept away. No matter how tired I am, everything is worth it for the children. "Nian Nian, you're back? I'm going to cook." Chang Xiao stood up and said, "Auntie, I'll be at home from now on. I'll cook the meals. You guys can take a rest." This was something Song Mianmian had not expected, and her expression was a little strange. "You can also cook? After all, how many college students nowadays can cook? Of course you should. Your husband is a pretty good cook." Song Mianmian's face instantly turned red. She tugged at his sleeve and reminded him, "My mother is here, what are you talking about? What's the matter? You are my wife." Looking at the two of them, Mother Song chuckled, quietly left the room, leaving the space to the young couple and no longer acting as a light bulb. It was getting late, so Chang Xiao went to the kitchen. Half an hour later, the meal was ready. Smelling the delicious aroma, Song Mianmian swallowed unconsciously and her stomach growled. "You must be hungry. Wash your hands and eat. We will take the baby to the park for a walk later." Song Mianmian looked strange and said, "How can we disperse? It's not easy to take care of 4 babies." "Don't worry, I have a solution." Song Mianmian ate 2 bowls of food. In fact, she wanted to eat more. After all, as a breastfeeding mother, she would get hungry easily and needed to eat more. But in front of Chang Xiao, he felt a little embarrassed and put down his chopsticks in disappointment. Chang Xiao couldn't help but smile when he saw her slightly bulging belly. After the meal, Chang Xiao prepared to take the babies out for a walk. The air was just right and it was quite lively outside. Children also need to see the world and build up their courage. It's impossible not to bring them out just because there are so many of them, right? No matter how bad this neighborhood is, the property management is still considerate enough to install a large elevator, otherwise it would be difficult to move all those strollers downstairs. It was the first time for the children to go out for a walk. They were a little confused about the unknown world and looked outside through the mesh of the stroller. When going downstairs, Song Mianmian looked at the 4 cars in front of her. How could she push them? It was impossible to push one with each hand, right? Chang Xiao smiled mysteriously and took out a small remote control from his pocket. With a light push, the wheels of the baby stroller actually started rolling automatically, and the speed was just controlled at the speed of walking, so they could free their hands and just watch it. This magical scene made Song Mianmian's face full of disbelief. She had never seen this kind of remote control before. Maybe she was too poor and had limited experience. I feel more and more that this car must have cost Chang Xiao a lot of money. As she thought about it, she started thinking about taking out a loan. Nowadays, many young people and students can't help but borrow online loans for temporary consumption. Could Chang Xiao be? Wait a moment. Song Mian shouted. Chang Xiao stopped, pressed the remote control button, and asked, "What's wrong? Tell me honestly, how much did this car cost? Did you borrow it? Even if it's for the sake of the child, I don't want you to borrow and ruin yourself." As she spoke, her eyes turned red with anxiety. Chang Xiao knew what this woman meant at a glance. Do you suspect he borrowed money at high interest rates? He sighed and said, "Wife, didn't I tell you that the money was my savings from working, not usury?" Really? Song Mian still had some doubts. It's true, more real than pearls. Wife, do you believe me? Chang Xiao gazed into her beautiful eyes. His handsome face seemed to have magic. Song Mian felt a little embarrassed when he looked at her. She turned away silently and whispered, "Believe. Just believe it, let's go, it will be dark soon." Chang Xiao pressed the remote control, and the stroller started moving again. The family of 6 headed towards the park. Chapter 10 by Your Husband Has Money. In this relatively dilapidated neighborhood, this kind of remote-controlled baby carriage is still rare. It can be said that there are basically none. Along the way, it attracted many people to look back frequently. Look at those baby carriages. Are they remote-controlled? They look so cool. I'm seeing them for the first time. TSK, I can tell you haven't seen the world. It's actually very common outside. What's so strange about it? Someone snorted disdainfully. Another person, common? Can you show me one? I've seen remote-controlled airplanes and cars, but I don't really have a baby carriage. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean others haven't seen it. If you don't have experience, you don't have experience. Several gossipy women started arguing with each other. In the park. There were quite a lot of people at this time. Most of them were elderly people and mothers who brought their children out for a walk and play after dinner. The 4 cars attracted a lot of attention. Almost everyone here knew Song Mian. After all, she gave birth to 4 children at once and was quite famous in the community. To put it bluntly, it's just a bunch of gossips going siping behind people's backs. It's just that her private life is a mess and no one knows whose father her child is. There are even uglier ones. Some of them even told Song Mian directly in front of her to find someone to take over, saying that she was pretty and there would be no problem finding one. What's worse is that some people gave her all kinds of introductions, but all of them were rubbish. When Chang Xiao heard what she said, he was still very angry. These people really couldn't stand seeing others doing well. "Hey, Mian, are you taking the kids out for a walk?" At this time, a voice rang out. Song Mian looked up at the middle-aged woman who was walking over and smiled. "Yeah, Aunt Lu, you too? I came downstairs to buy some things, and it's just right for me to sit in the park." Aunt Lu sighed, then looked over at the stroller. When she saw Chang Xiao looking at the child there, she was stunned for a moment and asked, "Who is this boy?" Song Mian was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to answer this question, especially in public. "Hello, Auntie. I'm her husband. Just call me Xiao Chang." When Aunt Lu heard this, she showed a surprised expression. You know, many people had introduced men to Song Mian before, and she had basically rejected them all. Now, she found one herself so quickly? She didn't believe it when she heard those people say it yesterday, but now that she saw it with her own eyes, it seems to be true. Yes, the young man looks very energetic. But, can you afford to raise 4 children at such a young age? Milk powder and diapers every month are a huge expense. If the child was not his own and he was not a rich second generation, she would not recommend Chang Xiao to take over this project, as it would be tiring in the future. "Xiao Chang, are you the boyfriend that Mian is looking for?" Mian has a hard life, raising several children by herself. It would be good to find someone to share the burden so that she won't be too tired. After hearing this, Chang Xiao frowned immediately. What does it mean to share? "Auntie, this is Mian and I's child. I was away during her pregnancy and I just came back now." Aunt Lu realized that she had said the wrong thing and said hurriedly, "Look at me, I'm old now and I can't control my mouth." "Mian, don't mind it. Aunt Lu didn't mean that." "It's okay, Aunt Lu, I don't blame you." In the stroller, the babies opened their little eyes, looking at the sky innocently, very seriously. Their cute little looks were simply adorable. Aunt Lu took one look at the little ones and her heart melted instantly. She had only heard of them before but had never visited them in person. Now she saw that each of them was delicate and fair, like porcelain dolls. Especially those pairs of eyes, they seemed to be full of spirit. Two of them looked just like their mother, and the other two got their noses from their father. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women, this is good genes. The children born are so beautiful. Not only her, but other people also came over to take a look. They were attracted by the cute looks of the babies and couldn't help but like them. "Mom, this little brother is so cute," said a young little girl, pointing at the eldest son Chang Jejun. "By the way, I gently touched his little face. This one is not a younger brother, but a younger sister. That one is the younger brother," the mother next to her corrected. "My little brother is so cute too." Song Mian smiled. Ever since she gave birth to her child, she rarely appeared in public with her child, fearing that the child would get hurt. "I don't know why, but I feel safe when I'm with Chang Xiao." "Nian, where did you buy this stroller? Do you have a link? It looks pretty useful to me," asked a young woman holding a child. She had noticed it a long time ago and found it curious, so she took this opportunity to ask about it. He bought it, I don't know either." Song Mian shook her head. The young woman was too embarrassed to ask any more questions, so she just secretly took a picture of it and planned to go home and look for it on the shopping app to buy one for her own child. After a while, the sky gradually darkened, and Chang Xiao, Song Mian, and the children were already heading home. Halfway through, the system's voice sounded again. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first time taking the baby to the park. Reward, Best Actor Level Acting Skills." Best Actor Level Acting Skills? Is there such a reward? Does that mean his acting skills are now at the level of a Best Actor? Can he directly win an Oscar for his acting career? He couldn't help but think about it. To be honest, this is also a good way to make money, and it also explains the origin of the money. "Chang Xiao, what are you daydreaming about? We have to get home quickly, it's almost time for the baby to drink milk." Song Mian had already calculated the time and her face was full of anxiety. Chang Xiao came back to his senses and turned up the speed of the remote control, and the two of them quickened their pace. Sure enough, as soon as I got home, I heard the babies crying one after another. Sibao started crying first, and then the other three children followed suit. Chang Xiao hurried to make the milk. He was getting faster and faster and soon finished 4 bottles. He fed the babies in a hurry, making it seem like a war. "Don't cry, Erbao. Come here, Grandma is here." Picking up Erbao, Chang Xiao put the pacifier to her mouth and watched her gurgle as she drank, revealing a satisfied expression from time to time. Chang Xiao's eyes were as kind as those of an old father. My mother-in-law also came over to help. Song Mian is still feeding her 4th child with breast milk. After feeding the 4th baby, I quickly fed the eldest baby. Chang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief after finally taking care of these ancestors. At this time, he remembered something. When changing the children's clothes today, he observed the wardrobe. The clothes of several babies were almost white from washing, and they were all very old. There were only a few of them to change into. If he guessed correctly, these clothes were probably given by his neighbors and he didn't buy many himself. Almost all the money was spent on the baby's milk powder. Before going to bed at night, he asked, "Let's go to the maternity and baby store tomorrow, give the baby a bath, and buy some clothes." "Ah? Don't the children have clothes? Besides, they are still growing. It would be a waste if we buy them but can't wear them." Song Mian just wanted to save some money. Chang Xiao frowned, "What's the waste? How can I let my child, Chang Xiao, suffer? Buy it. Your husband has money. How about not doing it?" She saw with her own eyes that he spent nearly 10,000 yuan on milk powder. Even if he had tens of thousands of yuan in savings, it would all be spent sooner or later. Baby clothes are quite expensive nowadays. If I say buy it, buy it. You don't have to worry about the money. Even if your husband has to carry cement, he won't let you and the children suffer at all. Chapter 11. Let me show you something good. After these words were spoken, Song Mian felt warm in her heart as she looked at Chang Zhao's serious expression. Although he is just a student, at least he is a responsible man. If it were anyone else, they would have given up long ago. She hadn't held out much hope before. After all, it was only that one night and there were so many people around. Where could she find someone? Unexpectedly, Chang Xiao actually came to me on his own initiative. It was a coincidence indeed. The next morning, after I packed up my things for the kids, I went out to the nearby shopping mall. The 4 children look very cool when they go out. What's more, their parents are handsome and beautiful with great temperament, which attracts passers-by to look back frequently. After arriving at the mall, Chang Xiao deliberately chose a more upscale mother and baby store. When she walked to the door, Song Mianmian saw the name of the store and hesitated, a little afraid to go in. I'm afraid the consumption here is not low. What's wrong with you? Chang Xiao asked when he saw her stop. It's very expensive here. Why don't we go to another store? There are several maternity and baby stores in the mall. The child just needs to take a bath, there is no need to go to such an expensive place. Why change? This is the one. Chang Xiao held her fair and tender hand and walked in. The waiter at the maternity and baby store was also very perceptive. When she saw Chang Xiao and Song Mianmian coming over, especially the 4 children, she knew that business was coming, and she immediately smiled and greeted them. Please come in, do you two need any help? She could tell at a glance that the two had different temperaments, and if she seized this opportunity, she might have hope of getting a commission at the end of this month. The waiter immediately thought that Chang Xiao must be a big customer, as he could afford 4 children, so his family must be well off. However, with 4 children, they are really fertile. Not only that, the mother has maintained her figure very well, especially her skin, which is so tender that you can pinch water out of it. The child's father is the same, like a student. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women is amazing. Hello, we brought our children here to take a bath and swim. Is it convenient now? Chang Xiao asked calmly. The waiter nodded quickly and said, It's convenient, please follow me. As she walked, she introduced them. You two look unfamiliar. Is this your first time bringing your children here? Yes, I do. After a while, the waiter took them to the baby swimming room. Wow, are these quadruplets? So cute. One of the staff members was immediately fascinated when they saw them. That's right, the mother has maintained a good figure. She doesn't look like she has given birth at all. I wish I had such a cute baby. Don't even think about it, just think of a way to get out of being single first. Song Mianmian felt a little embarrassed by what she said. After making arrangements for the child, Chang Xiao and his friend were free to go. There were professionals looking after the swimming room, so there was no need to worry about any accidents. So, being expensive has its advantages. Chang Xiao took this opportunity to take Song Mianmian to buy clothes for the child. When seeing a pink jumpsuit, Chang Xiao said, Why don't we buy this one? It's pink and very suitable for the 2nd and 4th babies. No, pink is so tacky these days. I still think blue looks better. Song Mianmian put on a serious look. Blue is for boys. Who says boys can only wear blue? Then how about taking both blue and pink? Chang Xiao smiled. No, that's a waste of money. Song Mianmian quickly checked the price and her heart instantly sank. This one costs more than 500. It's not a waste. How can it be wasted? To be honest, before, Chang Xiao really thought it was a bit expensive, but now that he has money, buying things for his baby is worth it no matter how expensive they are. Which parent doesn't want the best for their children? The waiter came over and said with a smile, Ladies and gentlemen, this dress is a new hot item in our store. It sells very well. If you don't like it, you can look at other ones. Okay, thanks. Hey, wife, look at this, a blue little skirt, it's quite thick, the baby can wear it in winter. Chang Xiao said while touching a little skirt. Seeing the blue color, Song Mianmian blushed, nodded and said Waiter, do you have a smaller size? Yes, sir, please wait a moment. The waiter quickly took out the 2 smallest items from the warehouse and took them apart to show the 2 of them. Chang Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Okay, take these 2. Gentlemen, would you like to consider getting a membership card or something like that? It would give you 15% off on purchases and 30 free baths. It's a great deal. In the future, you can just bring the card over and take your child to a bath. The waiter introduced. Chang Xiao didn't think much about it and agreed immediately. The waiter was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect the other party to agree without blinking an eye. Waiter, pack this and those for me. Song Mianmian was really shocked when she saw how many things he bought. These clothes were not cheap. It's not cabbage. Chang Xiao, do you have enough money to buy so many? If not, don't try to be so stubborn. She is so anxious. Don't worry, honey, Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a discordant voice. If you can't afford it, then you can't afford it. Why show off? A man and a woman came in pushing a baby carriage. Song Mian seemed to know them and frowned subconsciously. What's wrong? Do you know them? She nodded and said, we live in the same neighborhood. Don't pay attention to them, let's look at the baby's clothes first. Chang Xiao held Song Mian's hand. Yeah. He seemed to be born with a sense of security. Now as long as Chang Xiao was there, she was not afraid of anything. I'll show you something interesting. Chang Xiao suddenly said mysteriously. Seeing him so mysterious, Song Mian also became interested, but she didn't show it. What is it? You'll find out when you come over. Seeing that Chang Xiao and the others had already gone to the other side, the woman over there stamped her feet and cursed, it's just finding a buyer. You can tell at a glance that he doesn't have much money. What's so great about that? Here, the two quickly arrived at their destination, where exquisite gift boxes were placed on the counter. Most of the clothes inside are baby clothes, specially designed for babies, and they look cute. Chang Xiao could almost imagine the scene of the children wearing them. It must be so cute. Chang Xiao hurried over and picked up a gift box. Inside, there are not only clothes, but also small hats, gloves, small scarves, etc. Everything you need. Song Mian smiled and said, that's what you are talking about. She saw it just now, but didn't pay much attention to it because the gift box was very expensive. You know this? This was the first time Chang Xiao had seen it. He had never thought there could be such a cute thing. Yes, because I like it too. Chapter 12, Teacher Song has a child? You like it too? Isn't it cute? Seeing that Song Mian had the same idea as him and liked this, Chang Zhao's mood inexplicably improved. Seeing Chang Zhao's expression, Song Mian knew what was going on. When I visited the maternity and baby store, I particularly liked this kind of gift box. I even imagined what my child would look like wearing it. It must be so cute. But the price was there and she couldn't afford it. I can only watch. At the same time, she also felt guilty because other children were wearing new clothes, but her babies were wearing other people's old clothes. If you want to blame someone, blame her for not being able to create such good conditions for her children. Looking at the price of the gift box, she frowned and tugged at Chang Zhao's sleeve. It's nice looking, but isn't it a bit expensive? It's almost as expensive as a can of milk powder. A can of milk powder? Chang Xiao looked at the price, 1,000 yuan. Well enough. For sets only cost 4,000 yuan. He could still afford it. Baby products are all expensive, this is normal. As long as he thought of how cute the children would look wearing them, he was reluctant to put the gift box down. Buy it. If not now, when? You won't be able to wear it later. Song Mian looked at Chang Xiao calmly, sighed and said, although you still have some money now, and your family is not short of milk powder and diapers, if you continue to spend like this, sooner or later you will not be able to make ends meet. We should still use money frugally. If we run out of money someday, no one will be willing to lend us money. Because everyone knows their family situation. Song Mian looked serious. Chang Xiao thought about it and really started to feel conflicted. But if you don't buy it, you will definitely regret it. You can earn money again, what are you afraid of? He gently placed Song Mian's hand in his palm and immediately used his trump card. As for money, your husband has hands and feet, he can go out and earn it, and I'm about to graduate anyway. Besides, don't you want to see how cute our children will look in these clothes? I can't wait. Song Mian was stunned for a moment by what he said. His words seemed to be contagious, especially that look in his eyes. Song Mian felt a little bit unable to resist. In fact, doesn't she want to see it? What else can we do? But our funds are really limited. Hearing her words, Chang Xiao smiled and said, just think about it, it's okay, I'm here. As he said that, he waved to the waiter over there, hello, please come over here. Give me 4 of these gift boxes and wrap them up. You. Song Mian still wanted to stop it, but it was too expensive to buy a few gift boxes with several $1,000s. The waiter was a little stunned. 4? This set costs 1,000 yuan. After he came to his senses, he was immediately surprised and went to the counter to get it with an enthusiastic look on his face. There was a gleam in his eyes when he looked at the couple. This month's commission is really a huge profit. A big customer indeed. After taking out 4 gift boxes, the waiter quickly praised them sweetly. Your babies are so good looking, they will definitely look even better in them. What she said was true. She had just seen those 4 babies and it was the first time she had seen such good-looking babies. So cute. Cheng Xiao smiled and said, well, I like people praising my children. After buying the set, the two went to look at socks and small shoes. I bought a bunch of things. Song Nian looked helpless, but didn't know how to persuade Cheng Xiao. I was relieved when I saw that he didn't buy it. While they were shopping, the child had finished swimming and taking a bath. Finally, it was time to pay the bill. Cheng Xiao applied for a membership card. Including the things I bought, it cost almost 10,000 yuan. Song Nian really couldn't afford the 10,000 yuan consumption for this outing. But since I had already bought it, and seeing Cheng Xiao looking so excited, I didn't want to spoil his mood. The couple just happened to see the two people's backs as they walked out, with a lot of things in their hands. Did they pay for all this? The woman's voice was a little sharp, as if she couldn't believe it. In her impression, Song Nian has always been very poor and could not afford these things. But now, looking at all these big and small bags, they are all branded, and it's obvious that they cost nearly 10,000 yuan. She couldn't bear to buy it. When did Song Nian become so rich? The waiter nodded, yes. How is this possible? This man doesn't look like a rich man. The woman was very depressed. Maybe they are pretending? Maybe the money is borrowed. If they have money, they definitely won't live in a place like that. The man showed a disdainful expression. Listening to the two people singing in unison, the waiter frowned. How could they speak ill of others like that? However, since he was a guest, she couldn't say anything and just smiled. On the way. Seeing Song Nian looking unhappy, Cheng Xiao said with a smile, what's wrong? The child has new clothes to wear, but you still have such an expression. Nothing else, it's just that this money was saved by you bit by bit, and you. She was still thinking about what happened just now. If I lose money, I can earn it again. What are you afraid of? With your husband here, you and your child won't suffer. Cheng Xiao touched Song Nian's head, which made her blush again on the street. At this time, in a cafe not far from the two of them, several girls were sitting together. Xiaoying, look, is that teacher Song? The back looks like him. Let me see, it's her. I saw her wearing this outfit to school last time. Does she have a child? Not really. Maybe he's a relative's child? Out for a walk. You can tell by the things in her hands. They must be baby supplies. Another girl asked, why does the guy next to her look so familiar to me? You really mean it. Several people were talking at once, and soon, Cheng Xiao and the others had walked away. 10 minutes later, they arrived home. When the mother-in-law heard the noise, she hurried out of the bedroom. You guys are back? Why did you buy so many things? Looking at the bags and gift boxes, her face was full of surprise. Cheng Xiao smiled and said, these are all clothes I bought for the baby. With Song's mother around, Song Nian dared to grumble, they bought too much. I can't stop them. What's the big deal? Xiao Cheng is just thinking about the baby. There's nothing wrong with buying some clothes. I don't know when, but Mother Song is now completely on Cheng Xiao's side. And I feel more and more that this child is really a good and responsible man who is worthy of entrusting my life to. She was also relieved. She was worried before, what would Nian do with her life now that she had 4 children? It was not easy to raise several children. In the future, going to a good school will cost money everywhere. It is always better for a child to have a father. Chapter 13. This is the power of blood. Mom, this. What's this? Xiao Cheng is thinking about the children. I believe he knows his limits. Don't worry. Mom's judgment of people is still good. Mother Song said with a smile. Song Nian secretly glanced at Cheng Xiao, and the temperature on her face rose again. Seeing that he was also looking at her, she felt even more embarrassed and quickly found an excuse. I'll take these clothes to wash. After a pause, he reminded her, it's almost time for the baby to drink milk, you. Clear. Cheng Xiao looked at her slightly red face with a smile. This little woman was too shy and couldn't stand being teased. She was getting cuter and cuter. He put the children on the sofa one by one. After taking a bath, they looked a lot fresher, with the unique milk scent of babies on their bodies. They babbled and seemed quite satisfied. Taking advantage of this time, Chang Xiao hurried to make the milk powder. Sure enough, what Song Nian said was right. After playing for a while, the children started crying and kicked their little feet in the air. He came to Debao and was about to pick him up slowly, but unexpectedly, Debao accidentally kicked him in the face, and he felt an immediate pain. Chang Xiao covered his face. This little guy is quite strong. You little guy, you've already learned to kick your dad. You must have made a lot of noise in your mom's belly. Chang Xiao's eyes were full of smiles as he pinched Debao's little feet. The soft and delicate touch of the skin made him love it. When you grow up, you must listen to your mother, understand? Of course not. When Mian was pregnant, the kids were having so much fun in her belly that their mother was almost in premature labor several times. Mother Song at the side said with a smile, feeling a little sad at the same time. Auntie, don't worry. I will never let Mian get hurt in the future. The babies had already protested strongly, so Chang Xiao didn't hesitate any longer and quickly put the prepared milk to his mouth. Mother Song didn't just sit there, she picked up the second baby and started feeding him. After feeding all three babies, only the fourth one was left. Sibo was relatively obedient. When her brothers and sisters stopped crying, she stopped crying too. She opened her little eyes and looked at the ceiling with curiosity, as if there was something interesting on the ceiling, and she stared at it without blinking. Hey! What's in this gift box? Mother Song was originally teasing her child, but suddenly she saw those exquisite boxes. I didn't have time to ask. Chang Xiao smiled and replied, inside, there are children's clothes, socks, and so on. Mother Song took a look and immediately smiled. It's pretty cute. As she spoke, she began to imagine how cute the babies would look in those clothes. It must be so cute that it will make everyone fall in love with it. It just so happens that the babies will be 100 days old in a few days, so we can put them on when we take their 100-day photos. When Mother Song said this, Chang Xiao's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't he think of it? For every baby, 100 days is of great significance, and parents will take 100-day photos of their children on that day. By then, their family of 6 can take photos together. What a family portrait! It's really beautiful. He is an orphan and has never experienced what it is like to take a family photo. He must be very happy. Thinking of this, his mood improved. At this time, Sibao let out a yes sound. Chang Xiao looked over and found that the person was blinking and looking at him. As expected of a girl, her voice is so soft and delicate. When she grows up, she will definitely be able to charm little brothers completely. She has mastered it perfectly. Chang Xiao felt like his heart was melting. Sibao, are you talking to Dad? The baby is only 2 months old, but he seems to understand everything. His little feet and hands are moving happily. He seems especially happy to hear Chang Xiao talking to him. Chang Xiao was filled with joy and held her in his arms. The scent of milk filled his face and he gently touched her little face with his hand. So cute! Chang Xiao held the soft little body in his arms very carefully, afraid of hurting her. The soft and delicate touch almost melted his heart. Although Sibao's development is not as good as the other babies, his eyes are bigger than theirs and there seem to be little stars twinkling in them. Children's eyes are the purest in the world. Chang Xiao's eyes were filled with gentle smiles. Mother Song standing by was so envious. Her little granddaughter didn't want her since she was born, she only wanted her mother, and she would cry as soon as she was hugged. My dad had just arrived and I became dependent on him. This is the power of blood ties. As she thought about it, her eyes began to turn red. She secretly wiped her face with a handful of red and continued to amuse the child as if nothing had happened. Song Nian had already hung up the clothes and came to the sofa. Seeing the interaction between Chang Xiao and Sibao, the father and daughter, a gentle smile slowly appeared on the corner of her mouth. What are you laughing at? Chang Xiao saw this scene, and Song Nian immediately put away her smile and quickly pretended to be I'm not laughing. It was discovered. No, I absolutely cannot let him laugh at me now. I don't. You're still saying no, but I just saw it with my own eyes. Chang Xiao curled his lips, but you look very beautiful when you smile. As soon as these words came out, Song Nian's face heated up again. Chang Xiao's smile deepened. This little woman is too easily shy. It seems like he did nothing. How interesting. Ah. At this time, another baby voice came from the other side of the sofa. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the 3 treasures. I don't know if it's because no one pays attention to him or because he got a little emotional after seeing Chang Xiao coaxing Sibao. He kept crying non-stop. I guess if no one pays attention to him anymore, he'll cry at any minute. Song Mianmian finally found something to do and hurried to hug Sanbao. Finally, someone hugged him. I don't know if Sanbao was happy or not. His little face was red like a ripe apple, and his little hands kept moving. For some reason, Song Mianmian was scratched on the face by Sanbao's nails without noticing. A shallow blood mark appeared instantly and she hissed in pain. Because she was holding the baby in her arms, it was not convenient for her to check in the mirror. Feeling that something was wrong with her, Chang Xiao carried Sibao forward to check on her. When he saw the bloodstains on her face and frowned, he knew that it must be Sanbao's work. How is it? Does it hurt? Song Mianmian shook her head. I'm fine, I was just caught for a while, I'll be fine after a while. Ah. I don't know if Sanbao knew that his mother was tickled by him, but he blinked his little eyes and looked at Song Mianmian, quiet and very well behaved. Then she pouted her little lips, which was so adorable. Song Mianmian looked at him and her heart softened immediately. She touched his soft and warm little hand. Then he picked up a small toy he had bought today, shook it in front of his eyes, pressed it lightly, and a nice nursery rhyme sounded. Chapter 14 What a Good Man. Hearing this sound, Sanbao quickly quieted down, squinting his eyes and listening, seemingly enjoying it. This little guy actually knows how to enjoy himself. Song Mianmian burst out laughing at her son's little appearance. Cheng Xiao said with some pride, Of course not, don't you see who the father of the child is? Now that her mother-in-law was still present, Song Mianmian coughed awkwardly, feeling a little ashamed. This guy doesn't even consider the situation when speaking. The elders are still here. Mother Song knew about the little quarrels between the two, and she smiled. This is how a family should be happy. You guys take care of the children, I'll go cook. She stood up and went to the kitchen. Chang Xiao immediately said, Auntie, let me do it. From now on, as long as I'm at home, I'll take care of all the housework. Mother Song's impression of Chang Xiao became better and better. His eyes revealed satisfaction. What a good man! Whether it is towards the children or towards Mianmian, you can see that he is sincere. Besides, her son-in-law is a good cook. Chang Xiao went into the kitchen and prepared to make some pork ribs to nourish Song Mianmian. In the past, our financial situation was tight, so we probably couldn't bear to eat the meat we bought, so we kept it frozen in the refrigerator. Song Mianmian walked into the kitchen and asked, Do you want me to help? Wash the vegetables or something. Can you wash? I'm not some spoiled young lady, I'm sure I will. Song Mianmian still didn't have the courage to look Cheng Xiao in the eye. She felt embarrassed and gently twisted her hands together. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you today. Chang Xiao said. Just 2 side dishes will do. No, you still have to feed Sibao. How can you keep feeding him this kind of food that has no nutrition? Chang Xiao frowned. Doesn't he even care about his own body? If you don't take good care of your body, you will suffer from a lot of diseases when you get old. You have to take supplements every day from now on. You are not allowed to refuse. Do you hear me? Chang Xiao looked at Song Mianmian seriously, his tone was very serious, and there was a hint of unwillingness to refuse. If he hadn't had children, he could think of this as maintaining a figure. The problem is that if he doesn't eat well and breastfeeds, how can his body functions keep up? Song Mianmian blushed as she watched Chang Xiao approaching her. Plop, plop. Her heartbeat began to speed up and she could even hear her own heartbeat. She lowered her head and bit her lip, extremely nervous. He rubbed his hands together nervously. Chang Xiao stopped in front of her, reached out his hand, and tucked her scattered hair behind her ears. Seeing her already red cheeks, the smile in her eyes deepened. Too easy to tease. Song Mianmian didn't know what to do at this moment. This guy was really too good at teasing. What should she do? How can she get out of this? Who can help her? You are so rude. Why do you have to offer to help? This is really embarrassing. What's wrong with you? Chang Xiao's voice seemed to have magic. A warm breath hit her face, and Song Mianmian felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Nothing, I'll go out first. After saying that, she ran out of the kitchen as if escaping. Chang Xiao's mouth curled up. Half an hour later. The meal was ready, and the soup was still simmering in the pot, wafting with fragrance. The smell whets one's appetite. After the ribs were cooked, the family sat at the table, and Chang Xiao first picked up a big piece for Song Mianmian. Song Mianmian's face finally returned to normal, and now she didn't dare to look at Chang Xiao. Eat in silence. Xiao Chang, your cooking skills are really good. Auntie's skills after many years are not as good as yours. Chang Xiao smiled and said, Auntie, you are too kind. After a quiet meal, the children fell asleep. Song Mianmian had classes in the afternoon, so she went to school after dinner. The task of taking care of the child fell on Chang Xiao. Looking at the children lying in a row, quadruplets, they should have looked exactly the same, but what Chang Xiao found magical was that each one looked different. For example, Erbao and Sibao, one has eyes like his mother, and the other has a mouth like his mother. Dabao and Sanbao look like him, especially their nose and eyes. You can see it at a glance. The female child is relatively quiet, while the fourth child is gentle, much like Song Mianmian. The second child has a bit of a tomboy feel, and her crying voice is quite loud. Although not as loud as the first child, she is also a tomboy. Sanbao opened his little eyes and stared at Chang Xiao, as if he had something to say. Chang Xiao smiled and picked him up. The little guy grabbed his collar and refused to let go. Like Sibao, it's quite powerful. No wonder he just scratched a mark on his mother's face. He picked up a small toy beside him and played some music. The child immediately stopped making noise, listened attentively, and looked towards the source of the sound from time to time. Chang Xiao couldn't help but smile. How old is this? That's all I understand. I calm down when I hear the song. He tried to turn off the music, but when it stopped, Sanbao blinked, pouted, and looked like he was about to cry. It was as if to say, why did you stop and don't let me listen? Okay, I'll play it for you. Be good, Sanbao, and don't cry. Chang Xiao pressed it immediately, and the familiar music sounded again. Sure enough, as soon as he heard it, Sanbao became quiet. He looked over and saw that the babies all responded in the same way, as if they really understood. After a while, it seemed to be tired of playing and returned to its original state, continuing to babbling. He took out another small rattle, and the twanging sound attracted their attention again. Before he knew it, 2 hours had passed. Chang Xiao looked at the time and it was time to feed them. He went to the kitchen in advance to prepare the milk powder, and then fed them one by one. Seeing Sibao lying there sucking his fingers, Chang Xiao felt very distressed. Song Mianmian said that Sibao was born weak and could only drink breast milk and was unwilling to touch milk powder. He tried to feed her, ready to fail. I didn't expect that the child actually drank it up. He hummed something with a satisfied expression. Chang Xiao was still immersed in this warm atmosphere when a phone call came in and the atmosphere was instantly broken. He frowned. Who would call at this time? Putting the child down, he hurried to the balcony to pick him up. It's my roommate Wang Jing. What's the matter? Brother, does Teacher Song really have a child? I heard from several girls in our school that they saw it with their own eyes, and they also saw her husband. Chang Xiao was a little impatient and asked, You called just for this? Of course not. Why didn't you come to school today? I wanted to play games with you. No time. You've been so mysterious these past 2 days. What are you busy with? Are you dating a girl? Chapter 15 I'm determined to be you. Talk about your sister. I'm hanging up now. Looking at the hung up phone, Wang Jing was a little confused. What happened to this guy? Why are these 2 days so strange? I seemed to care a lot about Teacher Song's affairs before, but now I don't seem to care anymore. Chang Xiao hung up the phone and went back to coax the child. Boom! At this moment, thunder suddenly began to sound in the sky, and the originally clear sky soon became covered with dark clouds and became gloomy. Is it going to rain? Song Mianmian didn't bring an umbrella with her, so how will she get back? 10 minutes later, the rain began to pour down, and it was showing signs of getting heavier. Seeing his mother-in-law coming over, Chang Xiao said, Auntie, please look after the child. I'll go get Mianmian. Okay, go ahead and be safe on the road. It's almost time to go home from school, and Song Mianmian should have finished her work. He picked up a coat, quickened his pace, and took a taxi directly to school. Guard room at the school gate. Song Mianmian looked at the heavy rain outside with a frown. She really didn't want to waste money on a taxi, but she didn't have an umbrella. After thinking about it, she was about to borrow it from the security guard, but unexpectedly, she saw a familiar handsome figure in the rain. It's just that he's wearing a mask on his face, so you can't recognize him unless you look carefully. Suddenly, a warm feeling flowed through my heart. I don't know why, but now I always have an inexplicable sense of security. I feel safe as long as he is around. Chang Xiao walked over, put on her coat, took her umbrella, and took a taxi home. Seeing Song Mian glancing out of the car window with a red face and not daring to look at him at all, Chang Xiao smiled in his heart, but felt shy again. What's wrong? You don't dare to look at me. Look, I'm here to bring you an umbrella. Are you touched? Chang Xiao said with a smile. Song Mian felt that this guy did it on purpose, knowing full well that she was thin-skinned. I am always teased by him. I am so angry. After a while, they both arrived home. I'll make you some brown sugar ginger tea. No, I know how to do this. Song Mian said this and ran to the kitchen before Chang Xiao could move. Mother Song was coaxing the child. Chang Xiao thought about it, sat on the sofa, and took this opportunity to check the system. As soon as it was opened, a series of sounds suddenly rang out. Congratulations to the host for completing the first time bathing a child. You will be rewarded with the baking master skill. Congratulations to the host for taking the child swimming for the first time. The reward is 100,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for completing the first purchase of clothes for the child. Reward, God of Fighting Skill. Looking at these three rewards, Chang Xiao was stunned. God of Fighting? Is there such a reward? However, what interested him most was the baking master. Does this mean that he can open a dessert shop? He can make some money with a clear source, and Song Mian won't be suspicious. The total capital now is 240,000 yuan, which is probably not enough to open a store. Renting a shop and decorating it is a huge expense. This money has to be used to buy milk powder for the child. Besides, the child is still young and cannot be taken out often except for injections. I don't want to do this for now. If Song Mian wants to eat it, she can just make it at home. The brown sugar ginger tea was ready. Song Mian brought it out and asked, "Would you like a bowl?" "Drink it. My wife made it herself. You have to appreciate it." Song Mian's hands trembled, and the bowl in her hand almost fell to the ground. Then she pretended to be calm and put the bowl on the table. "Put it here, drink it yourself." In order not to sit at the same table with Chang Xiao, she had just drunk in the kitchen. "You don't want to drink?" "I've drunk." Song Mian turned her face away and went to the bedroom. The babies have all been coaxed to sleep by Mother Song. "Mom, let me do it." "You go and rest." The busy day was finally over, but when night came, sleeping became a problem for the two of them. Chang Xiao didn't think it was a big deal. Why should he be embarrassed when he already had a child? But the little woman didn't think so. Her whole body was tense and her cheeks were red. Chang Xiao sat on the bed, lost in his thoughts from the day again. How is he supposed to make money? Anyway, opening a store is a bit impractical. Going to film? But there are no resources. I do know some friends who are in the entertainment industry, but their status is not high, at most around 180 tier stars. Should I go find the crew myself and play a minor role first? Chang Xiao muttered to himself. Feeling that Chang Xiao suddenly stopped moving, Song Mian turned around and saw him frowning and relaxing his brows. Thinking something had happened, she asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, go to sleep." Chang Xiao smiled. Song Mian stared into his eyes seriously. "You can't hide anything from me." Look at her serious expression, like a little old lady. I reached out and touched her soft, white face. It felt pretty good. Got it, my dear wife, don't worry, I will report to you as soon as anything happens. Song Mian blushed again when he called her wife and nodded, then it settled. You can't shoulder everything by yourself and hide it from me. Good. A liar is a puppy. Chang Xiao burst out laughing. Why is our teacher Song acting like a child? Song Mian blushed and snorted. A liar is a puppy. Okay, liars are puppies. Chang Xiao chuckled. In terms of age, he was obviously a few years younger, but looking at the situation, Song Mian looked much more childish. But he likes it. What's wrong with being childish occasionally? As long as he likes it. Gently placing Song Mian's hand in his own, feeling her warmth, Chang Xiao narrowed his eyes and said, Mian, I think we should get married sooner rather than later. You can't keep having no status. Song Mian was a little slow to react to these words. Why did he suddenly say that again? Suddenly, a warm feeling filled her heart. She didn't expect that he was still thinking about her. In fact, she also wanted a good status, but for some reason, she felt her eyes were a little sore. Chang Xiao is still young and there are still many meaningful things he can do in the future. And that's how her life will be. She just looks okay, but she can't compare to those young and beautiful female college students. For example, Wang Yu, who confessed her love to Chang Xiao today, is only 20 years old. What a good age, and she is quite a match for him. Although Chang Xiao had already refused, he still felt uneasy. It's not that she is worried, it's that she has low self-esteem. What if Chang Xiao regrets marrying her? Chang Xiao noticed her mood change immediately, and gently touched her head and said, "In fact, you don't have to worry about many things. I am determined because of you, not because of the child. I just want to marry you now. It's impossible for me to disappear forever, right? They will eventually know what they should know. Only when we are married and truly together can I better protect you and the child." Chapter 16. I feel sorry for others even though they don't. When do you think it's appropriate? Let's find a time. Chang Xiao looked at Song Mianmian. He still respected her opinion. He was just speaking his mind. I don't want her to be nameless and without status. Song Mianmian looked at him with some entanglement, then bit her lip and said, Are you serious? Are you really willing to marry me? Really, why would I lie to you? Chang Xiao asked back. Since he has already said it, it means he has thought it through, and if he has thought it through, there is no way he will regret it. Chang Xiao was helpless. What was this woman thinking about all day long? Does he seem like the type of person who says one thing and means another? That's not what I meant, Song Mianmian didn't know what to say for a moment and just felt a little embarrassed. The previous second she was still worried that Chang Xiao would regret marrying her, but the next second he gave her a direct guarantee. In an instant, she felt that her worries were completely unnecessary. But, this time, is it too early to get married now? The children are still young, so it's not appropriate to make a big fuss. Got to decide on a good time. Song Mianmian sat up, blushing and looking at Chang Xiao, her voice like a kitten. I think it's better for us to wait another year. After all, you haven't graduated yet, and your child is still young. Chang Xiao didn't expect that she was still thinking about him, so he smiled and said, Okay, you decide. 1 year later is 1 year later. By then the little ones will be over 1 year old. Perfect timing. It's settled then. I'll be graduating soon, and then we can make our relationship public. Chang Xiao has been waiting for this day. After graduation, they become members of society and those gossips will no longer affect them. After this is made public, if anyone dares to gossip about it again, we will fill his mouth with dog food. The originally serious topic suddenly became relaxed after Chang Xiao said that. Song Mianmian couldn't help but burst out laughing, but even so, she still felt a little uneasy in her heart. There will definitely be a graduation party on the day of graduation from senior year. Was it a bit to reveal it in front of everyone at that time? Thinking of that scene, Song Mianmian's face turned red. Isn't it a bit too fast? And it was done publicly in front of everyone. Thinking of that scene, she lost her courage and felt like backing off. Not so fast, I haven't graduated yet. Let's talk about it later. Song Mianmian nodded. After this conversation, she felt a lot more relieved. The children had all fallen asleep, lying quietly beside their mother, while the eldest and third were lying in their cribs. The room was filled with the sound of shallow breathing. It's getting late, it's already 9:30 at night. Song Mianmian seemed to have agreed and pointed to the seat next to her. You sleep here. Good. How many times a night do you have to get up to feed your baby? Chang Xiao asked. He woke up 3 times last night. Feed the baby and change diapers. He couldn't stand that and didn't know how she had managed to get through the past 2 months. Even so, I still have to go to work and make money during the day. Song Mianmian thought for a moment and said, sometimes twice, sometimes 3 times. I'll do it when I'm around from now on. You can rest well. Song Mianmian blushed again when she heard him say that, then shook her head and said, Let me do it. You are still studying, and your studies are more important. It's okay for men to stay up late, but women can't. It won't look good when they get old. I don't care. Song Mianmian lowered her head and muttered softly. If you don't care, that's your business. I just care about you. Chang Xiao smiled. Besides, you've been taking care of the babies all the time. How tiring it must be for you all alone. I do even if others don't feel sorry for me. Song Mian didn't say anything. After a while, she said, "It's okay. My mother has been taking care of me. It's not that tiring. And a good friend of mine comes to help me take care of the kids from time to time, which makes things much better," she said with a smile on her face. Chang Xiao felt even worse after hearing this. Not that tiring, actually? How is that possible? Chang Xiao didn't believe it. How could taking care of children not be tiring? One would be fine, but these are 4 little ones. Being disturbed in the middle of the night while sleeping and trying to comfort a child despite being sleepy is something that even a grown man cannot stand, let alone a woman. It is said that maternal love is great, and this is absolutely true. By the way, let me tell you something. He just remembered. What? Sibao drank milk powder today. At first I thought he didn't drink, but he drank even more than his older brothers and sisters. Song Mian didn't expect this either, and asked with some surprise, "Really?" Before, Sibo was weak, so she kept feeding her breast milk to supplement her nutrition. Later, she gave her milk powder, but she kept crying and refused to drink. So I just stopped. I didn't expect that she drank it after her father fed her. For some reason, she felt a little sad. Really? I drank half a bottle of milk. Do you think your husband is amazing? It's okay. Song Mian pretended to be cool and glanced away. Okay, go to bed quickly. You have classes tomorrow. Chang Xiao rubbed her head with a smile. Song Mian asked uncertainly, "Are you sure you can take them to spend the night?" "No problem. Leave it to me." With him around, Song Mian felt much more at ease and fell asleep soon. She was really tired too. Chang Xiao looked at her beautiful face, his lips curled up in an indulgent smile. "Turn off the lights and go to bed." The babies grew up day by day, and Chang Xiao only woke up once at night, and they slept until dawn. I started crying early in the morning. Chang Xiao looked over and saw that the diaper had swelled up. Get a new one and replace it quickly. Song Mian had classes in the morning, so she got up and went to school, and the burden fell on Chang Xiao again. He is now gradually becoming more calm. Make milk powder, feed milk. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning when I finished. At this point, the children began to become active. Some of them lay on the bed and babbled, as if they could really speak. Ding dong. As soon as I opened my phone to check WeChat messages, a pop-up window suddenly appeared on the page. After taking a look, he found that it was a message from his friend who was a 180-star celebrity in the entertainment industry. After clicking it, he raised his eyebrow and found out that it was recruiting actors. The other party probably meant that he was filming a movie near the school. We are short of people now and need to recruit a few actors. Ask him if he's interested in making some extra money. Chang Xiao looked at the news and it was as he thought. He had previously thought about whether he should start as a supporting actor, in case he was discovered by a director one day. After all, his acting skills are now at the level of an award-winning actor. I'll be joining the crew to film, and then I'll be able to explain to Song Mian the source of the money. Chapter 17: Cutting your baby's nails. Otherwise, I always have to find other excuses to get by. Besides, he had told Song Mian before that he only had a few tens of thousands of savings, and he had already spent 20,000. If the output continues, Song Mian is not a fool and will definitely become suspicious. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Where is near the school?" "Longji Shopping Mall, just come directly over and call me when you arrive." Okay. Chang Xiao was quite familiar with him. They lived in the same dormitory when they were in high school. Later, this guy failed to get into university and went to Beijing, where he worked his way up from an extra to a special guest to a small supporting role. He played the 5th male lead in a hit web drama this year and became famous for a while, but soon lost popularity again. But there was also a wave of fans. After handing the children over to his mother-in-law, Chang Xiao hurried to Longji Plaza. He saw his high school classmate at the door. He is 1.7 meters tall and has a delicate face, and this style is generally loved by female fans. As for personality, it's that kind of northern manly personality. "Brother, I've looked for you many times before, but you were unwilling to come. Why do you want to come now?" Li Jin teased. Chang Xiao told the truth, "Don't you want to raise a child?" "I have no choice but to come out to earn money for milk powder." Li Jin's eyes widened in shock. "What's going on? What did you say? You're married? You have a child?" Chang Xiao nodded. Yeah, is this surprising? Of course not. Aren't you still a senior in college? How come I didn't know when you got married? Li Jin complained. You didn't even invite me when you got married. How disloyal. I'll call you next time. I'll call you next time. Li Jin? Next time? Didn't you say you were going to an audition? Let's go. Chang Xiao went to the mall. Li Jin had no choice but to follow. He is quite famous and the director knows him. I must take a look at the people he recommends. After saying hello, I prepared to go for the audition. Chang Xiao's image was very good, so the director directly asked him to try the role of the fourth male lead. This was something Li Jin had not expected. Because he is the third male lead, and he had to work hard for many years to get this role, while Chang Xiao was the fourth male lead as soon as he arrived. Comparing yourself with others will really make you angry. Being handsome does have its advantages. The role that Chang Xiao auditioned for is one of the villains in the play. When the audition started, he entered the role in seconds. It basically doesn't take time to brew. He portrayed the dark, ruthless and sinister character to perfection. The director didn't have high hopes at first because he thought Chang Xiao was just good looking. Plus, I've never acted before, so it would be good if I could portray the character one-third like the character. But I didn't expect that Chang Xiao's performance and his own explosive power were so strong. It was as if he had been acting for more than 10 or 20 years, with that mature and effortless look. For a moment, he felt that Chang Xiao was the character itself. How can this be a newcomer? He is clearly a veteran actor who has been acting for many years. Card. The director shouted and Chang Xiao stopped. Not bad, little brother, what's your name? Chang Xiao. Congratulations, you passed the audition for male number 4. This was within Chang Xiao's expectations. If it failed, he would probably suspect the system instead of the director. Outside the audition venue, Li Jin was so nervous that he was dying. After seeing Chang Xiao walk out calmly, he quickly went up to him and asked, "What's wrong? Judging from your expression, did you fail? It's okay, don't be discouraged. I'll call you next time if there's a play." Chang Xiao looked at the time. It was almost time for lunch, and he still had to pick up Song Mianmian. He said hello and headed towards the school. At this time, a hand was placed on Li Jin's shoulder. He is the assistant director. The other party smiled and said, "Li Jin, where did you find this person?" The director was very satisfied with this performance. What? Didn't you fail? Who said that? If the male lead and the second male lead had not already been taken, he would have been the male lead. You found such a treasure, I have to thank you very much, I will treat you to dinner tonight. At the school gate. Chang Xiao was about to enter the school gate when he ran into Wang Jing, who was about to go out, and next to him were 2 other roommates. Brother, you finally showed up. Do you want to go to the internet cafe to play games with me? We have an appointment with Fatty Jean and the others. We must have a good game today. No time, go ahead. Why don't you have time again? Then what are you doing in school? I have something to ask the teacher. This sentence successfully shut Wang Jing up. Okay. Then we'll go first. Chang Xiao sat with the security guard and waited, and soon Song Nian arrived. The other party didn't seem to expect Chang Xiao to come in person. He was stunned for a moment, and then the temperature in his cheeks continued to rise, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Teacher Song, let's go. The two returned home safely. The babies were still sleeping, and Song Mianmian asked awkwardly, "Why do you suddenly want to go to school?" "I happened to be nearby, so I went to pick you up." "Is your husband particularly considerate?" Chang Xiao smiled. Song Mianmian didn't say anything, she just felt that heat was coming out of her face. I'm going to collect clothes for the baby." She couldn't stay here any longer. Chang Xiao was simply poisonous. She wanted to go to the balcony to get some fresh air. Chang Xiao played with the baby for a while and then went to cook. Today's meal is still 3 dishes and 1 soup, which is very rich. The whole family is used to the meals cooked by Chang Xiao, and my mother-in-law keeps praising him. Becoming more and more satisfied with Chang Xiao. After the meal, Song Nian quickly cleaned up the dishes and went to wash them. Mother Song looked puzzled as to why he was so active today. While the adults were eating, the babies lay in the room babbling, as if they were talking and chatting together, it was so lively. Chang Xiao walked in and picked up Sibao. The child still stared at him with his bright big eyes without blinking. Ah! Looking at his reflection in her eyes, Chang Xiao smiled gently. It hurts when the little hands scratch people's face. He took a look and saw that the nails were quite long and could easily scratch himself. Just like Sanbao, he scratched his mother's face without paying attention. After Song Nian finished washing the dishes, she came into the room and saw Chang Xiao staring at the child's hands. She asked casually, "What's wrong? Do you have baby nail clippers? The baby's nails are quite long, it's time to cut them." Song Nian took out a blue nail clipper from the drawer and handed it over. Babies' nails grow very fast, and their hands are small and tender, so it's easy to cut the flesh if you're not careful. Should I do this? Song Nian was not very reassured. Chang Xiao said, "Just watch from the side and trust your husband." This made Song Nian blush again. There was no other choice but to let him do it. Never let your child lie down when cutting his nails, as he may move around easily. It is best to hold him in your hands and keep his limbs as still as possible to prevent the flesh from being cut. Chapter 18, It's Unjust If It Doesn't Go Viral. Song Nian was responsible for holding it, while Chang Xiao cut it slowly. It took an hour before all 4 children had their haircuts done. Phew! I'm so tired. These little guys are hard to take care of. At this moment, Song Nian suddenly burst into laughter. What's wrong? Look at the shape of your nails. They still feel prickly to the touch. You don't even know how to cut them. Song Nian rarely complains about Chang Xiao. Chang Xiao looked over and said, "Isn't it pretty? It looks good, but it's better to cut the baby's nails smooth and round. Yours are a bit pointy and the baby may hurt his face easily." Seeing Song Nian's serious expression, Chang Xiao listened attentively. Indeed, he was thinking about how good it would look just now, but he didn't think about this issue. "Okay, I'll pay attention next time. Thanks for the reminder, wife." Song Nian's eyes were somewhat evasive. Looking at her shy appearance, Chang Xiao smiled and said, "Are you still shy?" "I'm not shy." Song Nian turned to the side, anxious to defend herself. But by doing this, it seemed like she was confessing herself. Seeing Chang Xiao so close to her, Song Nian felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest and she was completely out of control. Plop, plop. His face was as red as if it had been scalded by boiling water, and even his ears turned red. "Are you okay?" But Chang Xiao put his face close to her ear. Who can withstand this? Song Nian was just about to find an excuse to get some fresh air when the eldest and second babies, who were lying in the cribs, suddenly started crying, and then several babies started crying. She knew it was time to feed. I felt instantly relieved and was finally able to find an excuse to slip away. Chang Xiao looked at her fleeing in panic, with a smile on his face. This little woman really can't stand being teased. After a while, when the milk powder was ready, Chang Xiao said with a smile, "You don't really believe that Sibo is willing to drink milk, right? You feed him this time and try." Song Nian did as she was told, but she didn't expect that Sibo would not give her face this time. He kept pulling at Song Nian's clothes and refused to touch the bottle. "She looks like she's about to drink breast milk." Song Nian gave a bitter smile. It seemed that Sibo didn't give her face. If she doesn't drink, there's nothing I can do but continue breastfeeding. After feeding Debeo and the other 2, they were exhausted. Feeding every day is like a battle. But at least it's better than before. You don't have classes this afternoon, so take a good rest at home. Chang Xiao felt sorry for her when he saw how haggard she looked. It's hard to imagine how she managed to get through the days when he was away. Only when I saw her fall into a deep sleep did I feel relieved. At this time, a message was sent to his mobile phone. "Brother, you will be in the show soon, get ready and come over here." Chang Xiao didn't expect it to be so fast, and time was quite tight. Before leaving, he said hello to his mother-in-law, fearing that Song Nian wouldn't be able to find him when she woke up, so he told her that he was going to work so that she would feel more at ease. After taking another look at the sleeping children, Chang Xiao smiled and went out with peace of mind. As soon as he arrived at the crew, he was taken to change into costumes and put on makeup. After finishing the makeup, change into the clothes of male number 4, perfect. The female makeup artist who was doing Chang Xiao's makeup had a crazy look on her face the whole time, with stars in her eyes. So handsome. Much more handsome than the male lead. Where did the director find these actors? They are so good looking, it would be a crime if they didn't become popular. Li Jin was also sitting nearby putting on makeup, and when she saw the scene, she was filled with envy and jealousy. This is the charm of appearance. All the limelight from the male actors in the dressing room was stolen by Chang Xiao. So handsome. Although Li Jin's makeup artist was putting makeup on him, her eyes were always glancing at Chang Xiao. Li Jin frowned. Is he handsome? The makeup artist nodded. Handsome. Don't even think about it. She's already married and has kids. Li Jin ruthlessly shattered her fantasy. Is this true or false? Why don't you just ask him yourself? The makeup is done, and we are ready to start shooting. If it were someone else, they would definitely be a little nervous facing the camera for the first time, but Chang Xiao was very experienced and didn't feel anything at all. I also communicated openly with the director. A scene was basically shot in one take, except for some parts that he had to reshoot because he was not satisfied with the performance. He directly overshadowed the male lead. Watching the playback of the content, the director was full of praise and his eyes were full of satisfaction. It's rare to find such talented young actors. After filming his scenes, the director came over and asked, Xiao Chang, do you have any ideas about developing in this circle for a long time? He really couldn't believe that this was a new actor, one who had never acted before. With such explosive power and talent, he would definitely become a big hit with a little support. Chang Xiao knew what he meant. Before he could say anything, the director handed him a business card. This is my business card. If you have any ideas in this regard, you can call me. It's okay if there's no new play. I'll let you know if there's any. After saying that, the director left. There were a few more scenes to shoot, and after we finished filming, it was already dark. I looked at the time. It was 8:30 in the evening. Chang Xiao took a taxi and went to the community. In the car, he heard a ding-dong sound. At first glance, it was a transfer message. $20,000. This is his pay for the scenes he filmed this afternoon. Chang Xiao raised the corners of his mouth. Now he had something to explain to Song Mianmian. When I got home, Mother Song had already prepared dinner and was waiting for me. Seeing Chang Xiao coming back, he immediately said, Xiao Chang is back, come over for dinner, we've been waiting for you. Xiao Chang, what job did you find? After Chang Xiao sat down, Mother Song asked curiously. She knew that he had quit his job and was now working part-time, but she didn't know what he was doing. It's still the same. Delivery guys get paid more than couriers. Oh, that's good too. After the meal, in the room. Are you really going to deliver the takeaway? Tell me the truth. Song Mianmian always felt something was wrong. Chang Xiao felt there was no need to hide this kind of thing, so he told the truth. Really? Song Mianmian still didn't believe it. How could such a good thing happen in the world? She made 20,000 yuan in just one afternoon. It was not until Chang Xiao explained the whole story that she reluctantly believed it. I'm afraid he'll do something illegal. Okay, I know you care about me, and your husband is not that kind of person. Song Mianmian blushed and whispered, I know. Know what? Chang Xiao asked deliberately teasingly. Song Mianmian looked embarrassed as she was teased again. She turned around, her eyes dodging. I'm going to take a shower first, you take care of the babies. Seeing this, Chang Xiao couldn't help but smile. Bath? This woman is really stupid. Doesn't she know what saying this means to a man? Chapter 19 I have a child. It's really not easy for me. Chang Xiao sighed. Taking advantage of this time, he checked the system, and then a voice sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first time cutting the baby's nails. You will be rewarded with a house within the 3rd ring road. The keys and property certificate are on the way. What? New house? This was a surprise within a surprise. He was just worrying about moving to another place, but he didn't expect the system to give him a reward right away. However, there is no need to rush. It is not too late to choose a suitable time to arrange everything and then go. Song Mianmian took a bath for half an hour. When she finished and went into the room, Chang Xiao had already fallen asleep while waiting. Squeak! Hearing the door opening, Chang Xiao opened his eyes. Feeling footsteps coming towards him, he did not get up in a hurry, but closed his eyes again. Then, he felt a strand of still damp hair falling on his face, feeling cool. Chang Xiao raised the corners of his lips slightly, and at this moment, he opened his eyes. Song Mianmian was covering him with a quilt and was startled when she saw him open his eyes. Are you pretending to sleep? Song Mianmian asked angrily. She seemed angry, but it was more like she was shy. I was just woken up by you. I wasn't pretending to be asleep. Chang Xiao sat up with an innocent smile on his handsome face. After saying that, he looked at her who was standing not far away. She had just finished taking a shower and her hair was still wet. She hadn't had time to blow dry it, so it hung on her white collarbone. Her cheeks were so red that they looked like blood was about to drip out. However, the more this happens, the more it makes people think about it. Chang Xiao felt that it was really not easy for him. Thinking about it, he continued to observe. Pink lace pajamas with a gray kitten's head printed on the front. The clothes slid down from the shoulders, revealing the pink suspenders underneath. That's so cute. However, these pajamas are still quite conservative. Apart from revealing some shoulders, slender arms and calves, nothing else can be seen. The cover is very tight. Alas, I am sorry for the loss. For a moment, Chang Xiao didn't know whether to be relieved or disappointed. Noticing Chang Xiao's fiery gaze, Song Nian knew what this guy was thinking and snorted. Why don't you go take a shower? Seeing that he was staring at her, Song Nian urged with a blushing face. Okay. Chang Xiao found a nightgown, looked at Song Nian twice, and then walked out of the bedroom. Really? What's so good about it? After walking out, Chang Xiao could still faintly hear Song Nian complaining. I couldn't help but reveal a doting smile. He takes a quick shower, and it only takes him 10 minutes. When I entered the bedroom, Song Nian had already fallen asleep with the children. Her shallow breathing could be heard in the room, and it was very quiet. This little woman goes to sleep without blowing her hair. She's not afraid of catching a cold. Chang Xiao said helplessly, and quickly took the hairdryer, set it to a gentle wind and slowly dried her hair. Song Nian was sleeping soundly and did not wake up. Chang Xiao slowly fell asleep beside him. The next morning, when Chang Xiao woke up, Song Nian was not around. She must have gone to school. On the small table next to it, there were several washed milk bottles, which seemed to indicate that the baby had already been fed. The babies were soundly sleeping, but the eldest one was awake, looking at the ceiling, holding a pacifier in his little hand, and making a sound from time to time. Chang Xiao walked over and picked him up with a smile on his face. The soft little body kept moving, and it blinked its little eyes at Chang Xiao. Debeo, why aren't you asleep? Ah. Debeo seemed to be talking, but Chang Xiao couldn't understand what he was saying. I always feel that this child has a weird expression. After a while, suddenly, a faint strange smell came. Chang Xiao smelled it carefully, and then went to look at Debeo's diaper. Well, this is poop. However, baby's poop is not that smelly, it just smells weird. So you pooped? Chang Xiao smiled helplessly. I quickly put him on the bed, brought a basin of warm water, washed his butt, and then changed his diaper, all in one go. Is this going to be comfortable? Chang Xiao pinched Debeo's chubby little face. The little guy knew how to feel comfortable. After the change, his eyes narrowed with joy. Ah! Chang Xiao held Debeo carefully in his arms. The baby's body was really soft, and his skin was delicate. It felt very comfortable to touch, especially his chubby calves, which had 3 layers of flesh. If you eat well and eat a lot, it would be strange if you don't gain weight. During the more than 2 months that he was away, Song Nian took good care of them. A can of milk powder a day is something that an ordinary family cannot afford. I don't know how she managed to survive. First of all, money is a big problem. Whenever he thought of this, he felt particularly sad. School. The news that teacher Song had a child was widely known in the school. I used to think it was fake and impossible, until someone posted a photo of someone's back on the school forum, and then those who were shouting that they didn't believe it completely shut up. Of course, some people say that a photo of the back doesn't mean anything. It has to be acknowledged by the parties involved. People in the class were chatting animatedly about the new teacher having a child. A bunch of male students who were attracted by Song Nian's beauty seemed to hear the sound of their own heart breaking. I just can't believe she has a child. Yes, I wanted to give her a love letter. Could that back figure just be a resemblance? Impossible. Wang Jing has even used his life to guarantee it. He said Chang Xiao saw with his own eyes that teacher Song had a child. What Chang Xiao said might be true. I heard from other teachers before that teacher Song is not married at all. Where did the child come from? Could it be a relative's? Is she pregnant before marriage? Don't say anything, this is someone else's private matter. Come on, Teacher Song is here. Song Mian walked in with a few books and stood on the podium with a calm expression. Students, let the class begin. After the class ended, Song Mian was about to leave. At this time, a male student suddenly stood up. Teacher Song, I heard you have a child? Song Mian frowned. Who told you? Her expression was cold and indifferent, and her eyes were extremely sharp. The students in the front were startled. Yes, Chang Xiao told his roommate Wang Jing, and Wang Jing told us. The student who asked the question swallowed and spoke with gritted teeth. Chang Xiao? Why is he saying this? No wonder her colleagues looked at her strangely these past 2 days, as if they were hiding something from her. Things have come to this point. If she still doesn't admit it, these people will definitely continue to investigate, and she will be extremely embarrassed by then. She looked at the students and said indifferently, he is right, I do have a child. Chapter 20, I'll teach you. After saying that, she turned and left the classroom. Those students who still thought it was a rumor have now completely given up. I have already admitted it, what else is there to say? Oh, their goddess. Just like that, I became a mother. Oh. My goddess, I really envy her husband. After class, Song Mian did not return to the office, but went straight home. She only has 2 classes today. When Chang Xiao was feeding the crying Sibao, Song Mian happened to open the door and walked in. Seeing Sibao drinking milk powder, he showed a surprised expression. Do you believe it now? I said Sibao drinks milk powder. Song Mian snorted, TSK, Sibao is just hungry. Okay, whatever you say is what's going on. Chang Xiao smiled. Song Mian felt a little uncomfortable. She wanted to ask about what happened today, but she was too embarrassed to open her mouth. What's wrong? You look like you have something to say. If you have anything to say, just tell your husband. Seeing her blushing face and hesitant look, Chang Xiao knew that she must have something to ask him. Song Mian rubbed her hands awkwardly, then whispered, Did you spread that story? What's the matter? Chang Xiao asked deliberately, staring at her straightly, making her blush. It's about the baby, you told your roommate? Song Mian was a little anxious. This guy knew that she was thin-skinned but still asked questions knowingly and making fun of her. Chang Xiao admitted generously, Yes, I told my roommate, what's the matter? Why? So that those guys won't always think about my wife. Song Mian's face instantly turned red. Who is your wife? Chang Xiao smiled, You. I don't want to talk to you. I'm going to cook. Can you? Song Mian didn't answer and hurried to the kitchen. Half an hour later, the meal was ready and the two sat down. Chang Xiao looked at his mother-in-law's seat and asked, Where's Auntie? My mother went out for something and won't be back for dinner. Let me try your cooking and see how it tastes. Song Mian said softly, The dishes I cook are just so-so, please don't despise them. How could that be? Chang Xiao smiled, picked up the chopsticks, and tasted the stir-fried mushrooms and vegetables. The moment he put the vegetables into his mouth, the smile on his face froze. Well, how should I describe this dish? It's a bit salty and a bit sweet, probably because of the sugar added. All in all, it tastes weird. Seeing Chang Xiao's strange expression, Song Mian sighed and said, Is it particularly unpalatable? She is very clear about her cooking skills. Forcing himself to swallow the dish, Chang Xiao wanted to praise Song Mian, but he couldn't think of any words to express it. After a while, he smiled and said, Teacher Song, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Having said that, it definitely doesn't taste good. Song Mian suddenly felt a little aggrieved. She lowered her head and ate a mouthful of rice, and whispered, I have learned from my mother many times, but I just can't learn it. I have no choice. Chang Xiao patted her head and smiled, It's okay, I'm here, I'll teach you. Really? Song Mian's eyes lit up and her tone became a little excited, but then she felt that she had overreacted and continued eating awkwardly. Real. Chang Xiao suddenly remembered something and asked. Do you always walk to work? Yeah, what's wrong? Song Mian looked at him strangely. Chang Xiao frowned. This community is quite a distance away from the school, and it is quite tiring to walk there every day. I'll take you to buy an electric bike this afternoon, and you can ride it from now on. In fact, he wanted to buy her a car directly, but considering the little woman's personality, she might not agree. The electric car costs several $1,000s, which is acceptable to her. No need? That will cost several $1,000s. I don't think there's anything wrong with walking. Song Mian refused. Chang Xiao frowned, how can that be? Go buy it this afternoon, and you are not allowed to refuse. We can't give in to her this time. After dinner, Song's mother came back and greeted her. Chang Xiao then took Song Mian out. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Chang Xiao, Song Mian gave up. However, I felt warm in my heart, which meant that he was thinking about me. When he arrived at the electric car store, Chang Xiao directly bought the most expensive one. At first, Song Mian disagreed, thinking it was too expensive. It was almost 10,000 yuan, which was equivalent to many cans of milk powder, while ordinary ones cost 2,000 or 3,000 would only be enough. I can earn more money if I don't have it. So what if I buy something expensive? It's worth it for my wife. Chang Xiao smiled. It was broad daylight, and Song Mian's face quickly turned red after hearing such a straightforward statement. She whispered, keep your voice down, there are so many people here. And it's south very close to the school. If someone with ulterior motives hears it, it will probably spread like wildfire. If you heard it, then you heard it. At worst, it will be made public. Chang Xiao looked indifferent. After paying the bill, Chang Xiao sat on the electric bike and looked at Song Mian. Come on up. Helmet on, we're leaving. With a small electric scooter, it is more convenient to go out. After arriving home, Song Mian asked, do you have classes in the afternoon? Chang Xiao had been taking care of the children these past 2 days and had almost forgotten about this matter. He nodded and said, yes, there is one class. No rush. There is still an hour. I will play with the babies for a while first. He loves the babies so much now that he can't bear to leave them for even a second. He feels like the days are long if he can't see them. Ouch. At this moment, some little fellow in the room made a humming sound. Chang Xiao went over to take a look and found out it was Sibao. I wonder if this child felt them coming back. Sibao, do you miss your daddy? Chang Xiao looked at her with a smile. The little guy clenched his fists tightly and twisted his body slightly. Song Mian, who was standing by, had a strange look on her face and whispered, I think she peed. Chang Xiao picked her up from the crib. She was quite heavy. When he looked at her diaper, it was bulging. I really peed. He smiled bitterly, this kid. I quickly put Sibao on the bed, gently tore open the Velcro on both sides of the diaper, and started changing it. How much milk did he drink? He peed a lot, so he's wet. He urinates more than the other babies. Although the urine has been absorbed by the diaper, it is still uncomfortable to have it stick to the buttocks. During the changing process, maybe because his butt was too wet, the wind from the window blew in and it felt a bit chilly, so Sibao kept kicking his legs in the air. The force is quite strong. The calves look chubby. Although he is thinner than his brothers and sisters, he looks like a normal child. The skin is white and tender. After wiping her little butt and changing her into a new diaper, Sibao's little mouth was raised with comfort. Ah. Chapter 21. Could the child be Brother Chang's? How come this kid is like a little elf, knowing everything? Chang Xiao couldn't help laughing. After changing the diaper, he picked up the baby. This time he didn't hold him horizontally, but held him vertically, letting the little guy lie on his shoulders. The soft little body and the milky aroma that filled Chang Xiao's nose were so soothing to the touch. The fourth baby was very well behaved. After lying on Chang Xiao's shoulder, he didn't cry or make a fuss. He then put his little hands into his mouth and started eating with a smacking sound. If you don't know, you might think it's covered with honey. Those bright little eyes were always looking around. This child. Chang Xiao smiled helplessly, his eyes full of doting. Song Mian also smiled like an auntie. As she thought about it, she looked at her watch, frowned slightly, and came over to urge, okay, you should go to class. If you delay any longer, you will be late. So fast, okay. Reluctantly, he put Sibao in the crib and said to her, Sibao, Daddy has to go to class. I will come to play with you later. Sibao seemed to understand something, raised the corner of his mouth, and clenched his little hands. Yeah. Look, she's so happy when I talk about playing with her. She likes me as her father after only a few days of getting to know her. Aren't you envious? Chang Xiao began to show off to Song Mian. Song Mian couldn't help feeling a little jealous, but it was normal for a child to be close to his father. After all, they were related by blood, which was a good thing. It would be really troublesome if we didn't kiss. I watched Cheng Xiao leave and took this opportunity to coax Sibao to sleep. School. Wang Jing hadn't seen Cheng Xiao for a day or two, and he didn't know what this guy was up to. Thinking of what Teacher Song said in the morning, his face was still full of disbelief. Hey! I didn't expect Teacher Song to really admit it. Goddess, you've become a wife just like that. Forget about being a wife, she already has a child. At first, the real person didn't say anything. To be honest, he didn't really believe it. But since the other person admitted it himself, what else could he say? It's impossible to go to someone's house and peek, right? Cheng Xiao had an indifferent look on his face. How could these bastards care about his wife? By the way, brother, you live in the same neighborhood as Teacher Song. Have you ever run into her? Have you seen what her husband looks like? Wang Jing asked curiously. Cheng Xiao glanced at him and said, Do you want to know? I'm just curious and asking. Wang Jing was a little embarrassed. He is very handsome. Cheng Xiao raised the corner of his mouth. He is still confident in his appearance. Wang Jing nodded in understanding and said, For you to praise him like that, he must be very handsome. It seems that Teacher Song likes good-looking people. Seeing Cheng Xiao didn't say anything, he continued, Speaking of which, Wang Yu has confessed to you, why do you want to reject her? Are you done yet? Seeing that he was still talking endlessly, Cheng Xiao tidied up his desk and asked with a frown. Speak, I'm done. Wang Jing swallowed his saliva. It was rare to see Cheng Xiao so serious. I'm not used to it. Let's go, class is about to start. I have to go back later. Wang Jing quickly asked, Are you not going to play online anymore? Screw you. Watching Cheng Xiao leave, Wang Jing scratched his head. Did this guy take the wrong medicine? What happened? After the class, before Wang Jing had time to talk to Cheng Xiao, the guy hurried to the school gate. Hey! Is that senior brother Cheng? The senior in our department. At this time, a girl pointed at Cheng Xiao's back as he walked towards the school gate. It should be. Why do I feel so familiar? You know what, it really is like that person. He looks just like the one we saw walking with Teacher Song the other day. Could that figure be Brother Cheng? Several girls were guessing. Could the child be Brother Cheng's? Another girl asked in surprise. The girl next to her said quickly, What are you talking about? How is it possible? Brother Cheng is only a senior, how could he have a child? And it's with Teacher Song, that back view must just be a resemblance. Yeah, even if it was, I guess he was just helping Teacher Song carry some things. Cheng Xiao rode his electric scooter back home. At a glance, I saw the children lying in a row on the sofa, and Song Nian had already changed them into new clothes. Bao and Sibao were wearing blue skirts. Because the weather was a bit cold, they also wore white leggings on their calves. They looked cute, and their chubby little faces were so adorable. Dabao and Sanbao wore long-sleeved sweatshirts and casual pants. That's what quadruplets look like. Cheng Xiao felt like his heart was melting. They put down what they were holding and ran over. Seeing their dad coming back, the little ones kicked their legs even harder and made some grunting sounds from their mouths. Seems particularly happy. At this time, the mother-in-law came out of the bedroom, saw Cheng Xiao coming back, and said with a smile, Xiao Cheng, you are back? Auntie, where is Nian Nian? Cheng Xiao asked. There's clothes hanging on the balcony. He came to the balcony and saw that she was still hanging up the faded old clothes given by others. He frowned and said, You don't need to wash these clothes, right? Didn't you buy a lot of new ones? Song Mian thought that saving a little was a good thing, and sighed, The clothes are all in good condition and can still be worn. It would be a pity to throw them away. What's the pity? It's okay. If it's not enough, we can just buy more. Cheng Xiao said seriously, I still say the same thing, I can't let you and the child suffer even if I suffer myself. Song Nian felt warm in her heart. She hung up the last piece of clothing and then said, This was given to us with kindness. It would be a bit awkward to just throw it away. It's good for the child to wear it. Okay, you have the final say, so keep it for now. I really can't get rid of her on this matter. After hanging up the clothes, they came to the living room. Cheng Xiao glanced at Sibao who was lying on the edge. The little guy was spitting out bubbles from his mouth. Having a lot of fun. Her little mouth was covered with saliva. Cheng Xiao walked over and couldn't help but scratch her little nose. playing with your own saliva again. Chang Xiao smiled and said, your mother said that if you play with saliva again, you will be stuffed with a pacifier, just like your eldest brother and third brother. He smiled and took out a tissue to wipe Sibao's mouth. Song Mianmian had told him before that talking and communicating with babies more often would help develop their brains and help them learn to speak as quickly as possible. He kept it in mind. After all, children's affairs cannot be taken lightly. Sibao probably thought it was really fun to spit saliva. Chang Xiao had just wiped her mouth, but now it was all over her mouth again, and this time all over her face. Sibao, you are naughty again. Chang Xiao chuckled and continued to wipe it, then held her in his arms and pinched her chubby face, his face full of pity. Song Mianmian came over and complained in a low voice, you hold Sibao every day, which is unfair to Debao and the others. Chapter 22 I just want to treat you well for the rest of my life. Who said that? I hugged them all. It's just that you happened to see it every time I hugged Sibao. Chang Xiao grinned. Song Mianmian snorted and glanced away, you're just being stubborn. Yeah, our teacher Song now dares to talk back to me, that's progress. Chang Xiao put down the 4 treasures and walked towards Song Mianmian with a playful smile on his face. Watching him approaching step by step, she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He cursed himself for being so rude. If he wanted to, he could just hug Sibao. Just as her heartbeat quickened, Mother Song's voice suddenly rang out. Mianmian, your Aunt Li just gave us a fish, go to her house and get it. After hearing this, Song Mianmian instantly breathed a sigh of relief and ran out as if escaping. Chang Xiao smiled helplessly. I originally wanted to tease this little woman. Song Mianmian's face turned red and her heart was pounding. She felt better only after she left home. He waited until the redness on his face completely faded before heading towards Aunt Li's house. Aunt Li lives on the 3rd floor. After finding the other person's residence, she knocked on the door. The door was quickly opened, revealing a wrinkled face. Hello, Aunt Li. Mianmian, I was just about to deliver it to you when you arrived. Come in quickly. There was the sound of a baby crying in the room, and a young woman was trying to comfort the baby. Aunt Li took out a big carp from the basin, put it in the bag and handed it to Song Mianmian. I'll give you a big one. Make some fish soup to drink. It will make your breast milk more nutritious. Thank you, Auntie. Song Mianmian said gratefully. At this time, Aunt Li suddenly smiled and asked, I heard from everyone that the child's father is back. Is that true? Song Mianmian was stunned for a moment, then nodded shyly, yeah. It's good to be back. I can help you with the burden. It's not easy to take care of several children by yourself. Song Mianmian just smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. Suddenly, the young woman behind me started to complain, I don't know what this man is thinking. He only came back after the baby was born. I don't know where he went when I was pregnant. Now, before you get along with someone, it's better to make sure whether the person you are with is a human or a ghost, otherwise you will suffer in the future. Aunt Li frowned and glared at her, Joju, what are you talking about? If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. After saying that, he looked at Song Mianmian awkwardly, Mianmian, don't worry about it. She just talks fast, she doesn't mean any harm. It's okay, Auntie. I'll go first. Song Mianmian smiled. Good. After arriving home, seeing Song Mianmian looking depressed, Chang Xiao sat next to her, touched her hair, and asked, what's wrong? Nothing. Song Mianmian didn't intend to tell him what happened just now. Chang Xiao could tell at a glance that she was worried, so he placed her hand in his and asked in a low voice, what happened? Did their family bully you? No. Really? You have to tell the truth. Really not. Seeing him so close, Song Mianmian's face began to heat up again unconsciously. Unable to withstand the overwhelming hormonal scent from him, Song Mianmian had no choice but to tell him what had just happened. After saying this, he curled his lips, full of grievance. So that's how it is. I thought it was something else. Chang Xiao chuckled, it's okay. They can talk whatever they want. I don't care. As he spoke, he tucked her messy hair behind her ears and pinched her collagen-filled face. Well, it feels pretty good. After giving birth to a child and working so hard every day, it is a blessing from God that I can have such good skin. Plop, plop. Song Mianmian felt her heartbeat quicken again, and 2 red clouds quickly appeared on her face. I see. Our teacher Song can't stand others saying bad things about your husband, right? Chang Xiao raised his eyes and smiled. Song Mian trembled and said stubbornly, I am not. Okay, don't be depressed, I'll make you some grapefruit candy. Chang Xiao said with a smile. Yuzu candy? Song Mian was puzzled. You haven't eaten it before? I'll make it for you later. Chang Xiao said, we have to go to the supermarket now to buy some ingredients and grapefruit. I'll make you a nice meal tonight. Song Mian said, no need to buy it, didn't Aunt Li give us a carp? Let's go. Chang Xiao dragged her away directly and left the child to his mother-in-law for a while. In the basement, Chang Xiao considerately put a helmet on Song Mian, and his actions were very intimate. Song Mian felt a little repulsive. It's just that this kind of rejection is just a lack of habit, not disgust. You have to get used to living with me, understand? He moved closer and spoke in a gentle and considerate tone, which made Song Mian blush and her heart beat faster again. Let's go. As the bike rode out of the basement, Song Mian leaned her head gently on Chang Xiao's broad back, feeling that unique sense of security. Yes, every time she was with him, she had an inexplicable sense of security, as if as long as he was there, she was not afraid of anything. Although I am a few years older than him, I feel like a little girl protected by him. The electric scooter drove all the way and finally stopped in front of a large shopping mall. There is a relatively large supermarket in the shopping mall. After parking the car, the two walked in. On the first floor of the shopping mall, Chang Xiao looked around and saw only shops selling gold jewelry and diamond rings. He clearly observed that Song Mian's gaze stayed on the counter selling diamond rings for a few seconds, and then she looked away. They are already together, so at least they should buy a ring to show their love, right? Do you like it? Let's go and take a look. Chang Xiao pulled her and was about to go there. Song Mian shook her head, no, it's too expensive. She knew Chang Xiao's character. Once he saw the ring, he would definitely buy it regardless of any dissuasion. They didn't have much money now, and the cheapest diamond ring cost more than 10,000 yuan. You can save this money and buy a few more cans of milk powder for your child. Since we've been together, I haven't bought you anything. How can we get married without a ring? Chang Xiao said gently, just listen to me this time, okay? Looking at his sincere eyes, Song Mian felt conflicted and warm at the same time. This is his intention. Wouldn't it be bad to refuse? I just want to be good to you forever. Chang Xiao took her hand with a gentle look. Song Mian looked at him and saw her own reflection in his eyes. I actually felt a little bit of pity. As if possessed by some mysterious force, she nodded, okay. Seeing that she agreed, Chang Xiao smiled instantly, let's go. At the Lao Feng Xiang counter. Good afternoon, sir, ma'am, how can I help you? The female clerk smiled professionally. Chang Xiao observed for a while and saw a crown-shaped diamond ring in the corner. Hello, can you take out the diamond ring inside and show it to us? Chapter 23 I just want to give you the best. This ring is inconspicuous when placed in the corner, and you can't see it unless you look carefully. The female clerk was stunned for a moment. Generally, ordinary customers would first look at the items in the center of the counter and buy whatever they like, rather than looking for them at the back of the counter. However, since the customer wanted to see it, she couldn't refuse. Smiling, she said, Sir, you have good taste. This is a limited edition that has just arrived in our store. It is called True Love and was designed by the famous Asian designer Li Wen. It is a very good choice for a wedding ring. When Song Mian heard this, especially the famous designer, she knew that the ring must be expensive. Although it looks good, I can't afford it. Your wife is young and beautiful, and this ring will definitely suit her very well. The female clerk was quite good at dealing with people. She kept praising Song Mian's beauty in a very exaggerated way. Looking at the enthusiastic female clerk, Song Mian pulled Chang Xiao and whispered in his ear, this looks very expensive, so why not forget it? As long as you like it, it's worth it. Song Mian's face flushed, just buy a cheaper one, this one is really. Chang Xiao smiled and said, you try it. The female salesperson has already taken out the ring. The overall shape of the ring is a crown with a sparkling diamond in the middle and small diamonds dotted around it. It is extremely beautiful. Any woman who sees it will like it. Song Mian is no exception. But this price. Ma'am, let me try it for you. The female clerk said with a smile. Song Mian then stretched out her hand embarrassedly. After putting it on, she found that the size was just right, neither too big nor too small, as if it was tailor-made for her. The female salesperson was also a little surprised. At first she thought it would be a little bigger and thought she would adjust it if they bought it, but she didn't expect it to be such a perfect fit. Sir, your wife looks really elegant in it. You know what, it's true. Song Mianmian's hands are slender and white, and she is also pretty. After putting it on, her temperament is a little different. Chang Xiao nodded and said, well, I'll take this one. How much? Chang Xiao, this should be very expensive. Let's go. It won't be too late to come back later when we have money. Song Mianmian's face turned red with anxiety. If they bought it, what would they do in the future? The baby's milk powder and diapers would be a problem. No, she couldn't let Chang Xiao be so willful. Chang Xiao touched her head. Have you forgotten what I just told you? I only want to give you the best. It's just a ring. Your husband can still afford it. Watching the two showing their affection, the female clerk was inexplicably filled with dog food. My brain short-circuited for a moment and I didn't know what to say. This couple is so romantic. Show off your love in public. Chang Xiao said such romantic words in front of so many people. Song Mianmian was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Chang Xiao, if you buy this, what will you do if you have no money in the future? Don't worry about this. I have a way. Trust me. Chang Xiao held her hand, his eyes full of seriousness. They are all adults, and he still knows how to do things in moderation. His eyes seemed to have magic, and Song Mianmian stopped talking. Do you have a men's version of this ring that can be paired with this one? Chang Xiao looked at the female clerk and suddenly asked. Since the designer Li Wen named this ring True Love, there must be a corresponding men's version for this ring. The female clerk nodded, yes. As she said that, she quickly took out another men's model. Sir, this is it. Chang Xiao looked over and found that the men's style was relatively simpler and less complicated, but it was a surprising match with the women's style. He looked at it and thought that this size should be just right. That's all I have. How much? The female clerk took out a calculator and did some calculations. Sir, the women's version is 50,000, and the men's version is 30,000, a total of 80,000. After saying the price, Song Mianmian's face changed immediately. 80,000? This is much more expensive than she expected. Chang Xiao, forget it. 80,000, where do we get so much money? She pulled Chang Xiao and was about to leave. That's it. Swipe the card. Chang Xiao gave the card directly to the female clerk. After they finished scanning, the female clerk showed a happy expression. After helping them pack the rings, she smiled and said, Sir and Madam, I wish you a happy wedding and a long and happy marriage. Thanks. Chang Xiao smiled politely. As soon as they left, the employees at the counter began to discuss enthusiastically. Wow, this couple is so sweet. The look in their eyes is so doting. It fills my mouth with dog food. Yes, to buy such an expensive ring without hesitation shows that it is true love. It's so rare for a man to be so handsome and rich. It's a pity that he already has a partner. Alas. I just heard him say, I only want the best for you, no matter how expensive it is. Oh my God, don't be so dog-tortured. I admit that I'm envious, but I can't compare. These are other people's husbands. After buying the ring, the two were walking on the way to the supermarket, and Song Mianmian was still a little unresponsive. I spent 80,000 yuan on a pair of rings. Oh my God. Is she crazy or is Chang Xiao crazy? I don't know if it's too late to go back now. Finally, she couldn't help herself and asked, Chang Xiao, where did you get so much money? He spent 80,000 yuan at once. Didn't he say before that he only had a few tens of thousands of yuan in savings? If I say that this money came from clean sources, would you believe me? Chang Xiao asked back, looking at her seriously. Song Mianmian was in a dilemma for the first time. After several minutes, she gritted her teeth and nodded, I believe it. Just believe me. You should know that I will never do anything to disappoint you. It was the first time that Song Mianmian saw him so serious. Yes, she believed it. Maybe he has his own difficulties and secrets? Who doesn't have some little secrets? This ring has its meaning. As long as we like it, why doesn't it matter how expensive it is? When your husband has money in the future, he will buy you something better. I owe you and the child so much. What's a ring? I will have to compensate you more in the future. After these words were spoken, Song Mianmian was stunned for a few seconds, then burst into tears, with joy shining in her eyes. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go. Your husband will take you to buy something delicious. Good. In the supermarket. Wife, I'm going to make you some big bone soup today. It's very nutritious and good for your body's recovery. Chang Xiao pulled Song Mian to the fresh meat area and selected a few big bones and put them into the bag. Big bones have no meat on them, so what's so delicious about them? They're not as good as spare ribs. Song Mian curled her lips. Chang Xiao said with some pride, "You don't understand this, the bone marrow inside the bones is the most nutritious. I heard that it is especially good for postpartum breastfeeding mothers. Usually she only cares about her children and never cares whether the food she eats is nutritious. You know all this." Song Mian blushed. "No, I stayed up late to read the information when I was taking care of the baby." Chapter 24. Do you two have any secrets? The nutritional value of large bones is higher when cooked with corn and carrots. After buying these, the two went to the fruit and vegetable area. This is a pomelo. Buy one and I'll make you some pomelo candy later. Song Mian had never heard of grapefruit candy and asked curiously, "How do you make this?" Use grapefruit peel. That thing is so bitter. I only heard that it can be used to make pickles. How are you going to make it? Song Mian rarely cooks, and her face was full of curiosity. You'll know when you get home. After buying the things, the two went back home, parked their electric scooter in the basement, and came out, carrying the vegetables and walking back to the community. On the right is a small shop, and at this moment, a student is standing next to the shop. Chang Xiao? The student narrowed his eyes, then confirmed it. Hearing the voice, the two turned around. Song Mian looked over and found that she recognized the student. He was a boy in her class, whose name seemed to be Meng Yi. There was no expression on her face, but she was actually very nervous. Chang Xiao, why are you with Teacher Song? And, why are you buying groceries together? Meng Yi felt that he had seen something extraordinary and his face was filled with shock. Chang Xiao's face was full of calmness. He was not panicked at all, either in his heart or on the surface. He was very steady. I live in this neighborhood too, why are you here? Oh, my aunt lives here. I happen to have no classes, so I came to visit her. Upon hearing this, Song Mian became even more uneasy. Will you find out? What if it is discovered? Chang Xiao handed the dish to Song Mian and said, "Teacher Song, you go back. I'll talk to him for a while." "Okay, you guys go ahead and chat, I'll go back and cook." Song Mian smiled. Meng Yi looked at Song Mian's leaving back side, and his face was full of regret. Yesterday's result was unacceptable to him. I heard that Teacher Song is married and has a child. Is her husband particularly outstanding? Otherwise, how could Teacher Song like him? That's a must. Chang Xiao was a little proud. How could he not be excellent? It is his great fortune to marry a woman like her in this life. Meng Yi smiled and glanced at the ring bag in Chang Xiao's hand. The three words Lao Feng Xiang are particularly eye-catching. Are you dating a girlfriend? You even bought a ring. Chang Xiao smiled slightly, I guess so. Meng Yi smirked, is it Wan Yu from the Foreign Languages Department? I heard that she likes you very much and confessed to you a few days ago. You guys? I heard it from other people, too. Chang Xiao frowned, what nonsense. What does this have to do with Wang Yu? Didn't he reject that woman that day? Did she spread the news on purpose? Don't make that expression. I heard that many girls in our class are attracted to you just because of your looks. Chang Xiao rolled his eyes, not wanting to discuss this, and turned around to leave. I just remembered that I have something else to do. I'll go do it now. See you later. Wait a minute, don't leave so quickly, I still have some questions to ask you. Why are you with Teacher Song? Do you two have any secrets? Didn't I tell you that I live here and I just happened to help someone carry some food? Isn't that normal? What do you think is wrong? Meng Yi thought about it and it did make sense. Since you live here, and I'm visiting my aunt, I'll come sit with you. Chang Xiao was speechless. Why wouldn't this guy give up? Let's not do it. It's inconvenient. I just moved in and I'm sharing the apartment. My roommates will definitely not be happy about it. Meng Yi really couldn't force this reason anymore. Alright then. Soon, Meng Yi told everyone else that Chang Xiao had a girlfriend, and all of a sudden, the whole class knew about it. Let me tell you, I saw the ring in his hand with my own eyes. It was obvious that he bought it for his girlfriend. Everyone looked at each other, all with a look of surprise. Chang Xiao really has a girlfriend? Why don't I have any news at all? I don't know. This guy has been acting mysterious these past 2 days. I don't know what he's up to. Do you think it could be Wan Yu, the beauty from the foreign languages department? I heard she confessed her love to Chang Xiao a few days ago. I think it's very likely. Meng Yi said, he lives in the same community as Teacher Song. When I saw them, they were still talking and laughing. Why did Chang Xiao suddenly move there? Could it be intentional? I think that's what he did. He saw that she lived there, so he moved in too. He didn't expect that she already had a husband. At this time, another person said, I have a bold idea. You say, Teacher Song's husband, could it be Chang Xiao? The whole class fell silent. After several minutes, one of them said, how is this possible? You are thinking too much. That's right. How can two people who have nothing in common be together? Be careful that someone will sue you for spreading rumors. Besides, Teacher Song already has a child and a husband. Saying that is too much. Everyone thought it was unlikely. They knew exactly what kind of person Chang Xiao was, and no matter who he was with, it couldn't be Teacher Song. At home, as soon as Chang Xiao got home, he saw Song Mian was already busy. When it was time for the children to drink milk, they all cried very hard, especially the eldest and the third. Their voices were so loud, much louder than those of the two girls, the second and fourth. Chang Xiao put the ring on the table, disinfected his hands, and hurried to coax the child. I looked at Debao and saw that his back was wet with urine. His diaper was already full and could not absorb any more urine, so it all went onto his body and the crib. There was also golden yellow stool. Fortunately, the stool did not rub on the bed. Song Mian was busy feeding Sibo and couldn't take care of everything. I was relieved to see Chang Xiao coming back. Daddy is late, I will wash your butt right now. I brought a basin of warm water, took off Debao's pants and clothes, and washed them briefly. After drying him, he was put back on the bed. No longer feeling wet, Debao giggled comfortably. A child of this age knows everything, which will definitely save them a lot of worries in the future. After everything was done, Song Mian asked, how's it going? It's okay. That guy is a well-known loudmouth in the class. I guess he told everyone else in the class what I talked to him about. Chang Xiao shrugged. If it was Wang Jing, there would be no harm in telling him. He knew the former inside out and the person was trustworthy and would definitely not tell anyone, but he was not sure about other people. Especially this Meng Yi. He has great potential as a paparazzi. Song Mian breathed a sigh of relief. Since he said so, there wouldn't be any problem. Just now downstairs she was really afraid of being discovered, which would have a great impact not only on her but also on Chang Xiao's future. Chapter 25. After we get the marriage certificate, I will take you on a honeymoon. This was not what she wanted to see. Chang Xiao saw her worry, walked over and touched her head, and said softly, it's okay, even if they know, so what? At worst, I don't want this diploma. For you and the child, why should I be afraid of them? When it comes to not wanting a diploma, Song Mian was shocked. What are you talking about? How can you not want a diploma? Then your 4 years would have been wasted. She was a little angry. Don't say such things in the future, okay? I'm just saying, honey, don't be angry. Song Mian snorted. Okay, I'll go make you some bone soup and cook at the same time. Chang Xiao went to the kitchen. Many people believe that pork ribs stewed in soup is nutritious, but in fact, the bone marrow inside the large bones is the most nutritious. This is the most suitable drink for Song Mian. Add onion and ginger for seasoning and it will taste the most delicious. It took almost an hour to stew, and the delicious aroma soon drifted into the living room. Chang Xiao took advantage of this time to quickly stir-fry a few side dishes. These are all Song Mian's favorites. When I came out of the kitchen, I saw her playing the face-covering game with the babies, making them giggle. Chang Xiao walked over and looked at them with a smile. Dad, can you come and play with me? When they saw another person coming, the babies became even happier. Chang Xiao imitated the action that Song Mian had just done. Oh, Dad is missing. After a while, he took his hand away again. Hey, Dad shows up again. The babies have so much fun playing that they don't feel bored at all and want to play again. A few minutes later, Chang Xiao smiled and said to the babies, okay, it's time for Mom and Dad to eat. I'll come play with you later. On the table. After serving Song Mian a bowl of bone soup, Chang Xiao asked, "Where's Auntie?" "My mother went to her friend's house and won't be back for dinner." "Oh. Try this corn, it's delicious." Chang Xiao picked up 2 for her. Song Mian put it in her mouth and tasted it. The corn was very fresh and a little sweet. It also had the aroma of bone soup in her mouth, filling the tip of the nose. After stewing for an hour, the flavor is fully absorbed. Add some seasoning and it is very delicious. Is it tasty? Chang Xiao asked with a smile. He was still very confident in his cooking skills. Doing this is a piece of cake. Song Mian nodded. It's delicious. It's delicious. Eat some more of this meat. Chang Xiao put a whole piece of bone in her bowl, with a lot of meat on it. Song Mian's face flushed. Eat quickly, too, stop just picking food for me. Good. The 2 of them spent more than half an hour on dinner, and Song Mian basically finished all the food. Because it was so delicious, I couldn't help it and ate 2 more bowls of rice. It seems our teacher Song has a good appetite. Chang Xiao praised. Song Mian touched her bulging belly and her face quickly turned red. It was the first time she ate so much. Chang Xiao felt that she was really too thin, estimating that she was only about 90 kilograms, and she should eat more to gain weight. It looks better to be a little fatter and more feminine. Men like fatter girls. I'm going to put the child to sleep. You wash the dishes. Song Mian said and hurried to the bedroom. Chang Xiao smiled helplessly. This little woman was still so shy. Everyone has children. He cleaned up the dishes, washed them, and went to the bedroom. The children were already asleep. They were all snoring. What a sound sleep. Seeing the carefree children, Chang Xiao sometimes feels envious. He was abandoned at the door of an orphanage by his biological parents when he was young, and had never felt what fatherly or motherly love was. So, when it comes to my own children, I don't want them to be missing any of them. Okay, the children are asleep, now it's time for us to have some time together. Chang Xiao looked at Song Mian and said with a smile. Song Mian's cheeks heated up again. What do you want to do? It was originally a questioning tone, but when it came out of her mouth, it sounded like the meow of a kitten, so soft. Chang Xiao took the ring, opened the box, and took out the women's diamond ring inside. Put on this ring, and you will be mine forever. After we get the marriage certificate, I will take you on a honeymoon. Then, he held Song Mian's hand, feeling the warmth of her palm, and slowly put the ring on her ring finger. Song Mian's mind was blank the whole time, and all that echoed in her ears was Chang Xiao's words, "You are mine from now on." Her face turned red as if blood, and her heart was beating so wildly that it felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. Chang Xiao chuckled, as if he didn't see her blushing face, and took out another ring and said to her, "Please put it on me too." Ah? Song Mian's brain short-circuited. What? I put the ring on you, you have to put it on me too, for the sense of ceremony. Oh. Only then did she take out the ring and put it on Chang Xiao. After putting it on, I lowered my head and didn't dare to look at him at all. What's wrong with you? This guy had to ask even though he knew what was wrong with her. It was intentional. It's like this every time. So angry. I'm fine. It's a little hot in the room. I'm going to take a shower first. Chang Xiao knew that this little woman was thin-skinned, so he nodded and said, "Then go quickly." Looking at her fleeing back, he smiled. It's really fun to have such a wife. This wash took longer than the last time, an hour. He suspected that she had washed all the clothes before entering the bedroom. How is it? Are you still hot? Chang Xiao smiled. Seeing him coming again, Song Mian was scared and shook her head. You should go and take a shower too, it's getting late. Good. When he came back from washing, Song Mian was already asleep. He lay down beside her and looked at her peaceful sleeping face. Well, the side profile is very beautiful, no wonder the babies are all so good looking. Of course, Chang Xiao's contribution is also due to this. Another morning. Song Mian woke up from her sleep and glanced at the time and a days. He climbed up with a whoosh. It's over, we're going to be late. Chang Xiao was still making breakfast in the kitchen. Hearing her coming out of the room noisily, he asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm going to be late. I have to go to school quickly." After brushing her teeth, washing her face, changing her clothes, she prepared to go out. Chang Xiao handed over a boiled egg and a pancake and said, "Remember to eat this, don't starve yourself." Song Mianmian took it, felt warm in her heart, nodded, and went out. Watching her go out, Chang Xiao smiled helplessly. Although taking care of children every day is tiring, it is also a very happy time. Especially when I see the children sleeping peacefully, I suddenly feel that all the hard work is worth it. Chapter 26. You are so happy. School, teacher's office. Have you heard that Teacher Song is married and has a child? It was circulating around the school a few days ago. I thought it was just the students spreading rumors, but I didn't expect Teacher Song to admit it directly. I really didn't expect this. Teacher Song is so pretty and has such a great figure. She doesn't look like she's ever had a child. Several teachers were discussing it and the scene was very lively. At this time, a young teacher next to him said with a cold face, "When did Teacher Song admit it? Why have I never heard her say that she is married and has children?" Don't always believe everything you hear. Teacher Zhou, we all know your feelings for Teacher Song, but she's already married. There's no point in being unwilling. Yeah, you can only blame yourself for being a step late. Teacher Zhou snorted coldly, "Impossible, I won't believe it unless she says it herself." At this time, Song Mianmian walked in from outside the office. Speak of the devil and he will appear. Ahem, Teacher Song is here. Song Mianmian walked into the office and felt that everyone was looking at her strangely. Worse than yesterday and the day before yesterday. Morning, Teacher Song. A female teacher took the lead in greeting. Good morning. Song Mianmian smiled faintly. Sitting at her desk, while she was sorting out the documents on the desk, a female teacher next to her asked with a smile, "Teacher Song, are you really married and have children? You are such a fool. You didn't even tell us that you were married. We thought you were single." To be honest, our Teacher Song doesn't look like she has given birth at all. She has recovered her figure really well. Yeah, she's nothing like me. After giving birth, not only did I gain weight, but my skin also became much worse. Teacher Zhou still refuses to give up. He said he won't believe it unless Teacher Song admits it himself. Several female teachers were talking at once. Song Mianmian smiled politely and nodded, "Well, I am married and have a child. I'm sorry for not telling you the truth before." Now that the other person admitted it himself, Teacher Zhou's expression changed in an instant and became very ugly. When Song Mianmian came to work at the school, he fell in love with her at first sight and wanted to pursue her, but he didn't expect that she was already married. Then his previous behavior would become a joke. However, everyone soon ignored him and clamored to see the children. "Teacher Song, can you show us your baby?" "Yeah, the baby should have taken a picture, right? You are so beautiful, the baby must be very cute." Seeing everyone's expectant eyes, Song Mianmian couldn't just refuse, so she took out a few photos of the babies that she had taken a few days ago from the album. Wow! So cute! Look at those big eyes and long eyelashes. They look just like Teacher Song. The kid's father must be very handsome too. Not necessarily. Our Teacher Song is very good looking, so her genes must be good. These photos were taken of each baby one by one, and there are no group photos yet. Hey! Is this a boy? Oh my god, Teacher Song, you have twins? After hearing this shout, everyone craned their necks to look at their phones. When Song Mianmian turned to the last photo, the whole place fell silent. These are quadruplets. Am I seeing things? 4 of them are lying together? Teacher Song, you are so amazing. You gave birth to 4 little ones at once. It's so cute, I love it so much, it makes me want to get married right there. Are these 4 really all your children, Teacher Song? The other 2 female teachers were so shocked that they were speechless. Song Mianmian felt embarrassed being stared at by them. But he nodded anyway. The 2 looked at her with admiration and said at the same time, "That's awesome." Song Mianmian felt even more embarrassed. They didn't expect that the ice goddess in their eyes could actually be so fertile. Her husband is also awesome, he has a strong ability to sow seeds. Your husband is taking care of the children at home now? Song Mianmian nodded, "Yeah. You are so lucky to have such a good husband." The news spread quickly, and the news that Song Mianmian had given birth to quadruplets spread throughout the campus in no time. Moreover, each of these quadruplets is extremely good looking, and they are so adorable. The boys in the school have completely given up. Their goddess. Most people think that Song Mianmian is really amazing, giving birth to 4 children at once. They have never seen so many children in real life. At most, there are triplets. Quadruplets and quintuplets can only be seen on the news, but it is basically impossible to happen around us. So, it's still pretty magical. After Song Mian finished a day's classes, it was already evening when she returned home. It was already autumn and it was dark around 5 or 6 o'clock. Chang Xiao was worried and came to the school to pick her up. When they arrived home, they heard laughter coming from the living room at the door. The mother-in-law is playing with the child. The babies are all so happy. They are almost 3 months old and are growing more and more fun day by day. Dabao and Sanbao can already roll over, so they need to be watched at all times to prevent any accidents. The second and fourth babies were fine because they were girls and were not that noisy. Song Mian looked at the babies, and all the fatigue of the day was swept away. She quickly took off her shoes and ran over, smiling. "Babies, did you miss your mother today?" When the babies saw their mother coming back, the eldest baby actually grinned and started laughing, moving his little hands and humming. He was so adorable. Song Mian's heart melted. "I'll go cook, you rest first." Chang Xiao touched Song Mian's head and said in a gentle voice. Turned and went into the kitchen. Song Mian also went over to help. "You've been tired all day, go and have a rest." "You are the same, taking care of children is more tiring than working." Soon the meal was ready. Smelling the delicious food, Song Mian felt that she was very happy now. She also thanked God for blessing her with such a good man. "You've worked so hard, not only do you have to take care of the children, but you also have to take care of me." Chang Xiao smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm a grown man, and I should do these things." Song Mian blushed, and suddenly remembered something. She said, "You don't have to get up so early to make breakfast tomorrow. I can go out and buy it myself. If you don't eat, Auntie has to eat." Song Mian said, "My mother will go out to work early in the morning, she has food there." "Oh, that's fine too. If you can get up, I'll do it for you earlier. If you can't, forget it. I don't have classes every morning. You can do it later at home. If it's too early, I can buy it myself." Song Mian said helplessly. While eating, Song Mian talked about the quadruplets she had talked to several teachers about today. Almost everyone in the school knows about it. They also said they wanted to come and see the babies when they have a holiday in a few days. Chapter 27 Teacher Song, "I would like to ask for a few days off." Chang Xiao didn't mind at all, nodded and said, "Then come and see, our child is so cute, it's not like he can't show it to others." Song Mian thought about a lot of things. She frowned and said, "What if they recognize you? After all, if our relationship gets out, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble." These teachers all taught Chang Xiao's class, so they would definitely recognize him at a glance. "It's okay, you eat first, and I'll figure it out when the time comes." Song Mian nodded with a worried look on her face. Mother Song, who was sitting opposite them, was confused when she saw the two of them whispering. She asked, "Nian, Xiaocheng, what are you two whispering about? What's the big deal?" Nothing, just some things at school." Song Mian had a headache and decided that it would be better not to tell her mother about this for the time being. After dinner, Chang Xiao washed the dishes while Song Mian and her mother took care of the baby and fed him. A busy day ends and it's time to go to bed. In the middle of the night, Chang Xiao had just finished feeding his child and fell asleep when the sound of the system suddenly rang in his ears. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of keeping vigil for the child for 3 full days. You will be rewarded with the stealing sleep function. Sneaking a nap, 1 hour of sleep is equivalent to 5 hours. You can set the bedtime yourself, it takes a few minutes or even 1 second to fall asleep. You can sleep with your baby and all your fatigue will be gone when you wake up. Chang Xiao was a little surprised. Is it so magical? I'll try it later. It's the middle of the night, which is perfect for use. I silently recited this sentence to myself and fell asleep. Soon he fell into a deep sleep. The time my child needs to feed at night has gradually decreased. Now he only feeds once a night and sleeps until dawn. The next morning, the cries of babies could be heard from the cribs. Song Mian asked in a daze, "Does the baby want to drink milk?" No, go to sleep." So she fell asleep again. Chang Xiao quickly got up to prepare the milk powder and, while the temperature was still dropping, prepared to change the baby's diapers. The second baby was the one making the most noise. Chang Xiao looked over and saw that he had peed so much during the night that his diaper was so bulging that it looked like it was about to burst. Bring a basin of water, open the Velcro on the diaper, and start changing it. At the same time, he was also entertaining Bao. When Chang Xiao saw the feces in the diaper, he smiled and pretended to be disgusted and said, "Aya, so you pooped? Bao, you don't smell good anymore." He was washing the second baby while teasing him. What patience! He used to be very impatient with children, but now it's his own child's turn, and he never gets tired of it no matter how many times it happens. The second baby was amused and laughed continuously, his little face was rosy, he looked very cute. It stinks so bad that it's going to make Dad faint. Chang Xiao scratched Bao's little nose and smiled. At the same time, I also changed it for Bao and the others. Only after feeding her did he wake up Song Mian. She has no classes this morning, and all her classes are in the afternoon, and it just so happens that he also has classes in the afternoon. In fact, he wanted to ask for leave. He had basically finished all the courses for his senior year and was guaranteed to pass any course. What's more, didn't he have a ready-made teacher to give him extra lessons? While the two were having breakfast, Chang Xiao suggested, "Teacher Song, I would like to take a few days off." Why? Song Mian was stunned for a moment. Isn't life pretty good now? Look, I don't have that many courses right now. Unless it's a necessary professional course or a required course, I won't take any other unimportant courses. I promise I won't fail, don't worry. Besides, don't we have you, Teacher Song, who can give me extra lessons anytime? Chang Xiao blinked. Song Mian really couldn't stand the look in his eyes. Indeed, Chang Xiao had very good grades in school and was a top student. He basically didn't have to take some unnecessary courses. Nodded, "Okay, I'll help you talk about it." "Thank you, wife." Chang Xiao reached out and pinched her collagen-filled face. It felt really good. Song Mian's face turned red all of a sudden and she continued to drink the porridge in the bowl. Both of them had nothing to do in the morning, so they stayed at home to take care of the baby. Chang Xiao was having fun with the child when his cell phone suddenly rang. He frowned and hung up without even looking at the call. After a while, the call came again and I was about to hang up again. "Maybe it's your friend calling about something, please pick up the phone and see," Song Mian said. Only then did Chang Xiao look at the name above, Li Jin. This guy is probably here to inform him to join the crew. Answer the call. Before he could say anything, Li Jin asked, "Brother, why didn't you answer the phone just now?" "Busy, what?" "Well, there's no show for the two of us today, and I thought, since you live in this area, I wanted to come and have a drink with you and catch up. I still have to take care of the baby. I don't have time." Chang Xiao refused directly. "Oh my god, brother, you can't be like this. You forget about your brothers when you have a wife and children." Li Jin said sadly, "You have changed. We used to go to the internet cafe together to play games and drink together. Now you have abandoned me for the sake of the family. Are you done?" "I'll hang up if you're done," Chang Xiao said indifferently. No, don't hang up. I was just joking. Where is your home? I want to go see your kids and buy some small gifts." After telling the address, the guy drove over. The eldest and second baby were already asleep, so Chang Xiao carried them to the crib in the bedroom. Song Mian thought that his friends would come over soon, so he also went to the bedroom to take a rest. "I have classes in the afternoon." Sanbao and Sibo were very energetic, waving their little fists and grunting all the time. It's so cute that it makes people's hearts melt. Ding dong. The doorbell rang at this time. Chang Xiao came to the door and looked through the peephole. It was Li Jin. He gently opened the door. Li Jin stood at the door, holding a bunch of things in his hands, big and small bags. They looked like gifts for babies. Just by taking a look at Chang Xiao, he almost thought he had recognized the wrong person. The man in front of me was disheveled, wearing pajamas, and looked sloppy. Really, is it really Chang Xiao? Fuck. Are you really Chang Xiao? I haven't seen him for 2 days. How did this guy end up like this? He didn't recognize it at first sight. It's like he became a different person during filming. What else? Chang Xiao said speechlessly. Li Jin stepped into the living room, and when he saw the scene there, his expression became even more shocked. Something's wrong, the Chang Xiao I know would never be like this. It completely overturned my worldview. Chang Xiao rolled his eyes. Okay, is it that exaggerated? Are these twins? Are you taking care of two children at the same time? Li Jin was completely in awe of Chang Xiao. I remember you used to hate children. Now this situation. Li Jin really felt that he was hallucinating, and it was a strong hallucination. What on earth did he see? I thought I had one child, but it turned out to be two. Chapter 28. I want to book one. It's okay to take care of two kids, but what else with this gentle expression? However, the dad did a pretty good job. At this moment, he didn't know how to describe his current mood. Happy? Shocked? Or something else? I can't put it into words, I just think they are both so amazing. Seeing that he was living a happy life, he wished him well from the bottom of his heart. Unlike him, he is still a single guy, unable to find a partner and no one wants him. Chang Xiao urged, okay, come in quickly. Oh. Li Jin quickly took off his shoes and went into the house. Seeing Sanbao and Sibao lying on the sofa, he ran over excitedly to hug them. But Chang Xiao grabbed him. Keep your voice down and don't disturb the two little ones sleeping in the bedroom. Two little guys in the bedroom? What does that mean? Then Li Jin reacted. You gave birth to 4? Yeah, are you surprised? Li Jin was shocked and said, brother, there are 4 of them. Are you surprised? No wonder you got yourself into this state. You dared to have 4 children. You are really awesome. This gene is really amazing. Li Jin didn't know what to say. At the same time, he also felt complicated. He put his things aside and walked over to ask, raising 4 children at once, and paying for their tuition and tutoring fees in the future, can you really do this? This is really not something that an ordinary family can afford. I think there's no problem, it's fine. Chang Xiao nodded. Li Jin said, if you don't have enough money, just tell me. Chang Xiao, don't worry, I have a way to deal with the money. After all, he has the system as his cash cow. Although there 1 TB cash rewards every time, it does give him some skills. These skills can be used to make money. As long as there are various rewards from the system, everything will be easy. However, it is not easy to tell Li Jin about such a mysterious thing, so I just give a perfunctory answer. Li Jin didn't think much about it. Since the other party was not willing to talk about it, there was no need to dig into the details. Just stop there. It's not good to talk too much. Can I hold the baby? Li Jin showed his big white teeth. Looking at the cute looks of the 2 little guys, he also likes them very much. So cute, especially the chubby little face, which is so red and adorable. He couldn't wait to hug her. Facing his request, Chang Xiao frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then pointed in the direction of the sink. Go wash your hands. There is hand sanitizer up there. What? Li Jin was speechless. Is it necessary to have such high demands? Why don't you soak me in alcohol and then take me out? Chang Xiao sat next to Sibao and said calmly, sure, as long as you are willing. Li Jin immediately drooped his face. Chang Guzi, you have changed, you were not like this before. Have you forgotten that we were inseparable every day? We often played games together, and... Come on, stop playing the emotional card. Don't even think about hugging my baby if you don't wash your hands. Chang Xiao wasn't going to fall for it. Seeing that he was so ruthless, Li Jin curled his lips and had to go wash his hands. Before she left, there was still a look of resentment on her face, which only women in the Deep Palace could have. Chang Xiao was speechless and got goosebumps all over his body. A few minutes later. After washing his hands, Li Jin wiped them on a special hand towel. You'll let me hold you this time, right? I want to see how cute your baby is, why are you hiding him like this? Li Jin walked over and looked at the 4 treasures in Chang Xiao's arms. The child, blinking his big eyes, stared at Li Jin without blinking. It's as if I'm curious about who this uncle is. Unlike other babies, he doesn't cry when he sees a stranger coming. Sibao stared at Li Jin for a while and slowly frowned. Looks a little nervous. After all, I've never seen it before. Li Jin stared at Sibao blankly, and after a while, his heart was melted by Sibao's adorable little appearance. It's just... Li Jin muttered to himself, then turned to look at Chang Xiao. Brother, I finally know why you suddenly like children so much. If I had such a lovely child, I would be willing to go through fire and water. It's so cute. Chang Xiao curled his lips. You have to have my beauty genes, and your significant other has to be as pretty as my wife. Why don't I just find a beautiful wife? If I wanted to find you, I would have found you a long time ago. You're still single. How dare you say that? Chang Xiao rolled his eyes. I don't care, I want to reserve one. Chang Xiao's face turned black. Are you still human? Li Jin smiled and changed the subject. Hee, what I mean is that when I have a child in the future, our two families can arrange a baby marriage. No. I can't let my daughter suffer. When the child grows up, it won't be up to you anymore. What if one of them falls in love with my child? Chang Xiao snorted disdainfully and said, wait until you, a single dog, find a partner. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. By the way, where's your wife? Why haven't I seen her? She's resting in the room. I warn you, don't disturb her. Li Jin said speechlessly, I know. I won't argue anymore. After a pause, he continued, I'm quite curious. How did you and your wife meet? That's how we met. Chang Xiao directly let Sibao lie on his shoulder and straighten his little body. The child kept sucking his fingers, making his face full of saliva. How did you get to know each other just like that? Li Jin asked. Chang Xiao glanced at him and asked, what good will it do you to know such details? I'm just asking. She is a teacher in our school. He felt that there was nothing to hide, and since he had a good relationship with Li Jin, it would be okay to tell him. After hearing this, Li Jin's eyes widened in shock. What? Your school teacher? Bro, you. Chang Xiao said calmly, is there any problem? No problem, you're awesome. He felt that it was a good thing that his heart was in good condition, otherwise he would have been lying here sooner or later due to the constant shock. So when did you get married? Why didn't you call me? This is what makes Li Jin feel most guilty. It's so disloyal. Chang Xiao said, we haven't gotten married yet. Ah. So, what's going on with you? Getting pregnant before marriage? I guess so. Li Jin's jaw dropped. Did he hear it right? Pregnant before marriage, giving birth to 4 babies? Oh my god. Brother, I admire you, I really admire you. He was completely impressed by Chang Xiao. I'll get married after I graduate. This situation isn't good for anyone right now. I'll let you know then. I can be the best man. Li Jin reserved a spot. Chapter 29 I envy her. Okay, let's talk about it when the time comes. Chang Xiao agreed immediately. Okay, now that I've finished talking, can you let me hold your baby? I want to hold the one in your arms. Li Jin was still not giving up. He liked Sibao's little face very much. Look at this girl's big eyes, pink little mouth, and chubby little face. She's so adorable. There is no one who doesn't like it. Anyway, he fell in love with it at first sight. Seeing that this strange uncle was staring at him, Sibao tried hard to shrink into Chang Xiao's arms, and was obviously not happy to be hugged by Li Jin. Chang Xiao smiled and said, didn't you see? Our Sibao won't let you hold him. Sibao, uncle, and your father have a very good relationship. He is not a bad person. Just give me a hug, okay? Li Jin tried his best to act cute towards Sibao, but despite this, Sibao still turned his face away in a cool manner, unmoved. Hey! There is a way. Li Jin suddenly remembered that he had bought some toys. This should work, right? He took out a small doll, pressed a switch, and a children's song played. Looking for a friend, I found a good friend. Li Jin showed it in front of Sibao. Children are children. When they saw this new thing, their eyes were attracted to it. After a while, he was very amused. The same thing happened to Sanbao standing by, he just stared at the little doll with great joy. When Li Jin went to hug Sibao again, the child was still not happy and stayed in Chang Xiao's arms and refused to let go. After teasing for a while, Li Jin completely gave up. Sibao was not happy, so he turned around and went to hug Sanbao. As a boy, Sanbao was not very resistant. He was a little resistant at first, but he felt much better when Li Jin held him in his arms. Li Jin bought a lot of small toys, such as dolls, Ultraman, dolls, remote control cars, etc. Chang Xiao's mouth twitched. Can you use your toes to think before you buy things? Can such a young child play with a remote control car? TSK, what do you know? Babies will know how to play with these things after they turn 1 year old. It's not too late to buy them now. In addition to a pile of toys, there were also some small clothes and socks. In short, this guy bought a lot of things here and there. After playing with the three treasures for a while, Li Jin looked at his watch, stood up and said, "Something happened at the company, I have to leave first, I will come to see the babies another day. Goodbye. By the way, don't forget to save the best man position for me." After saying that, he patted Cheng Xiao on the shoulder and went out. After everyone left, Cheng Xiao looked at Sibao, smiled and scratched her nose. "Sibao, why don't you let your uncle hold you? That's Dad's good friend. Isn't he nice? Look, I bought you so many toys." Sibao blinked and looked at Cheng Xiao, his doting face reflected in his dark pupils. The little expression was so adorable that Cheng Xiao couldn't help but rub her little head. Seeing his father rubbing his head, Sibao grinned happily. At this time, Song Nian opened the door from the bedroom and walked out. She looked around the living room and asked in confusion, "Is your friend gone? Let's go. What's wrong? Why didn't you come out just now? Are you shy?" Cheng Xiao smiled and glanced at her, teasing. He knew that the woman was thin-skinned and embarrassed to see people, so he did not expose her. Song Nian blushed all of a sudden and gave him a displeased look. "You are the one who is shy. I remember who insisted on following the eldest and second babies into the bedroom when we took them to sleep." Seeing her stubborn look, Cheng Xiao chuckled. After being exposed, Song Nian blushed and changed the subject. I'll go wash my socks. You watch the baby." Cheng Xiao put the four treasures down and took a look in the bedroom. The eldest and second treasure were sleeping soundly. The eldest treasure was grinning, and I wonder what sweet dream he was having. He had heard from older staff members at the orphanage that boys laughed in their sleep because they had married a wife in their dream and were happy. It seems that from now on, my daughter-in-law won't have to worry about me anymore. Half an hour later, Song Nian finished washing her socks, and Cheng Xiao had also prepared the meal. My mother-in-law happened to come back from her part-time job at this time. After dinner, she looked after the children for a while, as Cheng Xiao and Song Nian had classes in the afternoon. He had only one important professional course and was planning to take a few days off after finishing it. Song Nian should have already greeted them for him. At the entrance of the community. "Teacher Song, you go first. I'll take a taxi." Song Nian nodded. "Then I'll go first, you be careful on the road." Good. He hasn't attended classes properly for many days, and now he has to take a few days off. Wang Jing will probably ask him all kinds of questions again. After taking a taxi to school, I walked across a playground and was about to go to the classroom when I saw Wang Yu from the Foreign Languages Department. Standing next to her was the most beautiful girl in his class. Wang Yu noticed the ring on Cheng Zhao's ring finger at first glance. At first she thought Cheng Zhao saying he had a girlfriend was just an excuse to fool her, but the appearance of this ring explained everything. He really has a girlfriend. "Senior Chang, this ring is very beautiful. Was it given to you by your girlfriend?" Wang Yu asked tentatively. Cheng Xiao nodded. "Yeah, what's wrong?" "Nothing, I just envy her," Wang Yu said with a smile. Cheng Xiao said calmly, "There's nothing to envy, just be yourself." "Okay, I won't say any more. I'm going to class now." After saying that, he went to the classroom. As soon as he sat down, Wang Jing came over. He hadn't seen him much in the past few days and felt a little uncomfortable. "Brother, they said you found a girlfriend, is that true? Do you think I'm a jokester? Is she from our school? Do I know her?" Wang Jing asked excitedly. Not to mention, he was really curious about what kind of girl could catch Cheng Zhao's eye. "I don't know him." "Then could you introduce me to him? I'm quite curious." "You'll know them then." In this class, Cheng Xiao didn't hear much. He just listened to Wang Jing, the idiot, chattering. He didn't know where he got so much to say. "Brother, when you get married, you must call me. I will be your best man." After class, Wang Jing patted Cheng Xiao on the shoulder. He rubbed his head and felt a headache. "Do you have time tonight? Let's." Cheng Xiao knew what he wanted to do and refused directly. "I don't have time." "Brother, you can't be like this. When I was packing your luggage, who said you would treat me to Hey de Leo in a few days?" Wang Jing felt that Cheng Xiao had changed so much. He would never refuse before unless there was something extremely urgent, but these past few days he has been disappearing every other day, and it's hard to even invite him for a drink. "You are so mean." Cheng Xiao had no choice but to say, "Let's do it some other time. I'll take the initiative to invite you some other time. I also have something to tell you." What's the matter? Wang Jing became interested. You'll know when the time comes. Chapter 30. Dabeo has grown teeth. After saying this mysteriously, Chang Xiao didn't say anything else and went home after class. Song Mianmian had 2 classes in the afternoon and it might take a while before he could get off work, so he went back early to take care of the baby. As soon as I entered the house, the children were still sleeping. In the living room, there were 2 unfamiliar women who looked about the same age as Mother Song. The 3 of them were chatting about some topics related to the children, while also not forgetting to discuss Chang Xiao and Song Mianmian. I saw your son-in-law before. He's really nice and polite. He's tall and handsome. Look at these children. Each one is prettier than the last. I like them all. My son is so disappointing. He's already 25 or 26 years old and still doesn't have a grandchild for me to hold. There's no rush for this matter. It depends on the young people's own wishes. Mother Song smiled. Another woman said, no matter what, you still have to choose your daughter-in-law carefully. Who knows what kind of person you will bring home? Young girls nowadays are all kinds of people. I heard that some of them have had abortions. She smiled and glanced at Mother Song, making the latter feel very embarrassed. This is such an obvious indirect criticism, how can anyone respond? Chang Xiao walked over, smiled, and agreed with the woman, that's right, you really have to choose your daughter-in-law carefully, otherwise who knows if she will be a spendthrift? If you can't control her, you might even lose everything. His sarcasm was so obvious that the woman's face suddenly changed. She had deliberately intended to embarrass Mother Song, but she didn't expect her son-in-law to suddenly come back. Xiao Chang, you're back? Come and sit down. Mother Song greeted him. She was becoming more and more satisfied with Chang Xiao as her son-in-law. Since Chang Xiao was here, the woman couldn't say anything. With a forced smile, he said, so you are Mian Mian's husband. Not bad, a handsome man. Thank you for the compliment. Chang Xiao smiled faintly. At this time, the 2 women stood up and said, well, Sister Qin, we have something else to do, so we'll leave first. We'll come back to see the babies another day. Okay, I'll take you there. Mother Song saw them out. Auntie, next time you see someone say this, don't be polite to them. Chang Xiao reminded them as soon as the person left. These people are always asking for more. If you don't argue with them, they will think you are afraid of them. Some old women just love to gossip. It's okay to say that, but it's not okay to scold his wife in a roundabout way. He couldn't even bear to scold his own wife, so how could he have the heart to scold these women? Nothing. Song Qin sighed, it's okay, you'll get used to it. During the period from Song Mianmian's pregnancy to the time she gave birth, she had no idea how many times she received such contempt from others. I won't let this happen again. It seems that we have to move quickly. Ah. At this moment, a voice came from the room, and Chang Xiao knew who it was as soon as he heard it. It's definitely the naughty little Dabeo. These days, he remembers every baby's voice very clearly. Dabeo was lying in the crib, his whole little body twisting and turning, looking extremely uncomfortable, and his throat was whining as if something was blocking it. Chang Xiao looked over and immediately felt distressed. It turned out that the child was vomiting milk, and his chest was all over it. He didn't cry even though he was choking. Chang Xiao was heartbroken. I quickly picked up Dabeo, put him on the bed, and brought him some clean clothes to change into. The air was cool. After taking off his shirt, Dabeo twisted his body uncomfortably, perhaps because he was too cold, and his 2 little hands kept waving in the air. With his lips pursed, he looked like he was about to cry. Chang Xiao quickly found a clean piece of clothing for him to change into, and also changed his diaper, which allowed him to change his expression again. Yeah. This child is very smart and knows everything. He will feel uncomfortable and aggrieved when he is uncomfortable, but he will immediately grin when he feels comfortable. He is just like his mother. The other 3 were still asleep. Chang Xiao picked up Dabeo, who had already woken up, and went to the living room. She let the child lie on her body and handed him a pacifier. This saves you from having to spit out your saliva all over your face and body. The 2nd and 4th babies always like to play with their own saliva, and these 2 have not been given pacifiers yet. On the sofa, Chang Xiao held Dabeo close to him, and when he opened his mouth, he found that Dabeo had actually grown teeth. Yes, teeth start to grow at around 2 months old. Although only a little bit of it came out, it was still his baby tooth. He took out a cotton swab and touched the tiny baby tooth. Well, it's quite hard. It seems so. Debeo, look at you, you have grown teeth through your own strength. You are the one who eats the most every day. Changshao gently pinched Debeo's chubby little face and said with a smile. Your mother will be off work soon. I'll tell her later. Seeing Changshao smiling, Debeo seemed to be infected as well. He was inexplicably happy and didn't even know that he had grown teeth. His ignorant and cute appearance was simply adorable. The more Changshao looked at it, the more he liked it. He must have accumulated blessings for several lifetimes to have such a good wife and such lovely children in this life. My dear, do you know that you are growing teeth? When you grow up, I can feed you delicious complimentary food. Daddy will make it for you. Changshao held him in his arms and patted his back gently. 2 hours later, Song Mianmian came back from get off work. Seeing Changshao having fun with a few children there, he couldn't help but reveal a gentle look. Wife, you're back? Come here. Changshao waved to her. What are you doing? You're so mysterious. You'll know if you come and take a look. Changshao grinned. Is Debeo growing teeth? Song Mianmian looked surprised. She had never expected this, as she thought that children would not start growing teeth until 6 months later. I didn't expect that this little guy had his first tooth when he was only 2 months old. This shows that our baby is developing well and will eat early in the future. Changshao said with a smile. He has learned a lot of parenting knowledge in the past 2 days. I read through what my baby can and cannot eat, what he can and cannot do, and got a general idea of it. Gurgle gurgle. At this time, Debeo, who was lying on Changzhao's shoulder, began to gurgle. When the two of them saw this, their mouths twitched. This child was playing with saliva again. The pacifier that was in his mouth was spit out by him at some point and fell to the side. He put his little hands in his mouth and smacked them, as if they were delicious food. The saliva was all over the place. Changzhao's originally black t-shirt was wet in a large area. The parenting app said that babies drool when they are teething, especially the first tooth. It's normal. Changshao smiled helplessly. Chapter 31. I'm at your disposal. To be honest, Song Mianmian has never read these parenting professional knowledge carefully, but just learned from her mother's generation. Even the confinement period was not done in a scientific way. It was summer then and the air conditioner was not on. I almost had heat stroke several times due to the heat. She endured them all. Our Debeo is pretty good. I'll go take a look at the others later. Changshao said with a smile. When they talked about those people, crying sounds were soon heard in the room. The two knew that it was time to feed the baby. Influenced by them, Debeo started crying while sucking his fingers. This voice is loud enough. Song Mianmian rushed into the kitchen and made milk for the child. Changshao also carried Erbao and the others to the sofa. After feeding them and burping them, they sat in a row on the sofa. Looking at them babbling, Changshao went over and pinched their little feet. The second baby is a little ticklish. When he is pinched, he quickly retracts his little feet and keeps babbling, obviously not happy. Song Mianmian burst out laughing. Don't you know? Erbao is ticklish. She won't be happy if you rub her a little bit. She had discovered this a long time ago. Sure enough, when Changshao looked over again, the child was pouting with a look of grievance on his face, and he was about to cry in a while. Okay, Daddy won't pinch you anymore. I'll apologize to you, okay? Changshao smiled helplessly, picked up Erbao, patted her back gently and coaxed her. Erbao had a pretty good temper and forgot about it after a while. Changshao picked up the toy doll next to him, shook it in front of her, and pressed the song switch. The second baby is just like the fourth baby. Once he hears music, he will listen to it very carefully. His serious look on his face is so cute. Changshao felt that taking care of children was something a strong man should do. How cute! When the song stopped playing, the 4 babies looked at Changshao. That little look seemed to say, I want to listen more. It was already evening. Changshao stretched himself and said to the babies with a smile, Dad is going to cook, you guys play with Mom first. Sibo was the first to respond, looking at Changshao with his eyes narrowed with joy. Sibao's skin is getting whiter and fatter, and he is almost indistinguishable from his brothers and sisters. He is lying there moving so much that he is almost turning over. This is going to take 3 months. As the saying goes, 3 turns, 6 sittings, and 9 crawls. Still have to pay attention. Wife, what do you want to eat tonight? Chang Xiao asked with a smile. Song Mian said, just eat anything you want. How about making some fish soup? The fish Aunt Li gave me is still in the refrigerator. Okay. Chang Xiao hurried to the kitchen to get it. After a while, the aroma of fish soup wafted out, and Song Mian swallowed unconsciously. She was curious about what seasoning Chang Xiao put in it. It smells so good. Unconsciously, it aroused her strong appetite. The one her mother made for her during her confinement period was also delicious, but it certainly wasn't as fragrant as this one. Chang Xiao brought it out and immediately served a bowl to Song Mian. You drink first. Soon, the dishes were ready and Chang Xiao went to call out. Auntie, it's time to eat. After the family sat down, Song Qin praised, Xiao Chang, your cooking skills are getting better and better. The fish soup is much better than the one I made for Mian. Song Qin tasted it briefly and praised it highly. There are really not many good men like this. She felt relieved because she knew she would have many more days of happiness in the future. After dinner, Chang Xiao washed the dishes and prepared to find a pair of scissors to cut something. While rummaging through the drawer, he suddenly found a bunch of keys and a brand new real estate certificate. What's going on? Host, this is the property certificate and key of the house. Chang Xiao took a look and found that the address on the certificate was Jiangqing Mingyuan. He knew this community and it was a high-end community. Those who live within the Third Ring Road are all rich people. With excitement, he put away the property certificate and keys, and then pulled Song Mian, who was sitting in the living room, to the balcony. What's wrong? Can't you talk in the living room? You're so secretive. Seeing his excited face, Song Mian was puzzled. Chang Xiao smiled and said, Wife, I want to take you and the baby to live somewhere else. It's not convenient here anyway. I have already paid the rent and can still live here for a while. Isn't it a waste to rent another house? Song Mian frowned. She thought that every penny saved was enough to buy milk powder and diapers for the babies. There is no need to make extra expenses. She has been feeling pained about the 80,000 yuan ring for a long time. She would have to rent the entire house for it, which would cost a lot of money in a year. They no longer have any extra money to spend. Chang Xiao said that he would not be so lucky every time when getting a role, and there would always be times when the money would run out. You'll know when you go there and then decide whether to move or not. I think you will definitely move. Chang Xiao showed a mysterious smile. She was a little confused. How did he know that she would move? Now she just wants to save money. Okay, let's go inside. It's cold outside. The children had already been coaxed to sleep by Song Qin. Song Mian said, I'm going to take a shower first. You keep an eye on the babies. Good. After both of them finished taking a shower. Tomorrow is the weekend and we don't have classes. How about we go look at houses? Then you can decide whether to move in after you see them. I think you'll agree. Chang Xiao dares to guarantee it. Seeing him so mysterious, Song Mian couldn't help but become interested. What if I don't agree? Chang Xiao glanced at her and said with a wicked smile, I'll leave it to you. After these words were spoken, Song Mian was stunned for a moment, and then her cheeks turned red. I ignored him and turned around to go to sleep. Chang Xiao chuckled. This little woman is shy again. Midnight. The crying of the child woke them up. Song Mian said sleepily, Does the child want to drink milk? You go to sleep first, don't worry, I'm here. Chang Xiao touched her head. After a while, she went back to sleep. Chang Xiao woke up twice that night to feed the babies and change their diapers. Although it looks hard, he actually thinks it's not so bad. Fortunately, he has this function of secretly taking naps, otherwise, as a grown man, he really can't handle it. Even a body of iron can't bear it. The next morning, the two woke up from their sleep. Thinking about what happened last night, Song Mian said with some guilt, It's you who has to stay up all night to take care of the baby again. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. I feel fine. Chang Xiao looked at her, What's wrong? Are you worried about your husband? I didn't. Song Mian blushed and went to the bathroom. Pack up and we'll go look at houses later. Chang Xiao smiled. It's no wonder that Song Mian has developed a strong curiosity about the house that Chang Xiao was talking about. Want to find out? If it's cheap, they can still afford the rent. If it's expensive, forget it. At the moment, the house they have is still livable. The two of them packed up and then set off for the new house. Chapter 32, Why Pay to Live in Your Own House? Jiangqing Mingyuan is within the Third Ring Road, which is quite far from their community, about 10 kilometers away. Cheng Xiao stopped a car on the road and took Song Mianmian to their destination. On the way, Song Mianmian stole glances at Cheng Xiao several times, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, and finally sighed. Cheng Xiao rubbed her head and asked with a smile, "You have already looked at me 5 times along the way. If you have anything to ask, just ask directly." "Nothing," she replied in a muffled voice. Cheng Xiao was helpless. "Then we'll talk about it when we get there." He could tell at a glance what this little woman was thinking. He would talk to her about it when he got there. After dozens of minutes, the car stopped in front of Jiangqing Mingyuan. "Come on, let's go in." Cheng Xiao held Song Mianmian's hand and was about to enter the community. When I reached the door, I was stopped by the security guard. "What do you do?" "The owners who live here usually drive, and none of them just walk in." "You have to ask anyway, not everyone can enter this kind of place." Cheng Xiao said calmly, "We are here to look at the house." The security guard then let them in. After entering the community, Song Mianmian looked left and right with a frown on her face. "How is it?" "It's pretty good here, right?" Cheng Xiao said with a smile. The community has very nice green areas, with swimming pools, pavilions, parks, and everything else available. Song Mianmian didn't know what to say. This place didn't look cheap. The rent would be at least tens of thousands a month. Given their current situation. Cheng Xiao found their house according to the address above. Building 10, Unit 1, 2102. After opening the door, what you see is a large living room with luxurious decoration. The furniture and appliances are all available and they all look quite new. The decoration style was exactly what he wanted, simple and luxurious, yet warm and cozy. Cheng Xiao raised his eyebrows. It turned out that the decoration had been completed. "Is it newly renovated?" "System, have you tested for formaldehyde?" "Is it safe for the babies to live here?" These still need to be asked. "System, everything is safe, the host can rest assured. Just be safe." Cheng Xiao then began to look around the large living room. It faced south and had excellent lighting. Through the large glass on the balcony, he could see the large lake not far away. You can see everything nearby from this direction. The night view should be beautiful too. Cheng Xiao pulled Song Mianmian, who was not far away, to the balcony, pointed at the lake not far away, and said with a smile, "Look there, isn't it beautiful? I think this kind of environment is especially suitable for bringing up a baby. When we bring the baby here, they will definitely like it too." "Yeah, it's pretty." Song Mianmian fell in love with it at first sight, but a place with such a good location definitely couldn't be cheap. Cheng Xiao asked, "Do you like it?" Song Mianmian smiled bitterly. "I like it, but the rent here should be very expensive, right? With our current financial situation, let's just forget about it. It's actually quite nice to live there. If you like it, you have to have extra money to rent one. Now they may not even have enough money to buy milk powder for their children, so save as much as possible." This time she must stop Cheng Xiao. She can't spend 80,000 yuan without thinking like last time. Cheng Xiao touched her head and said, "This is free." "No money? What do you mean?" Song Mianmian looked confused. "No money? Which landlord would be so kind? Doing charity?" She seriously suspected that Cheng Xiao was bluffing her. She trusted him, but that didn't mean she would be stupid enough to believe it. Cheng Xiao pinched her face and said with a smile, "I know you don't believe it, but what I said is true. It really doesn't cost any money." "Why? Why should I pay for living in my own house?" Song Mianmian was confused. "My own?" Cheng Xiao took out the property certificate and keys and handed them to Song Mianmian. The latter took a look at it and saw the signature line. Cheng Xiao. It really is his house. When did he buy the house? How come she didn't know? Moreover, he is a student. Even if he bought it before, where did he get the money? Where did you get the money to buy it? Cheng Xiao had already thought of a reason, and explained with a smile, "I bought this house from an old couple. They immigrated abroad with their son and daughter, and sold the house at a low price. It has been renovated a long time ago, but I just haven't come to live here yet. As for the funds, they are what I have saved over the years to prepare for marrying a wife, you know." When Song Nian heard the words marry a wife, her face turned red. Really? Real. This reason was reasonable, and Song Nian no longer doubted it. But the house is really nice. It faces the sun and there is a large lake not far away, with beautiful scenery. How is it? Are you satisfied? Chang Xiao asked with a smile. Satisfied, very satisfied. Knowing that the house belonged to Chang Xiao, Song Nian felt much better and was no longer as depressed as before. I couldn't help the smile that spread across my face. Looking at the surrounding scenery, I like it more and more, and I believe the children will like it too. The two fell in love with it at first sight. Chang Xiao said with a smile, let's move in with the babies tomorrow. This is our real home. Okay. Song Nian's face flushed and her heart felt warm. The way she looked at Chang Xiao also changed a lot. When she was with him, she felt completely safe, as if nothing could stump him. Their lives will definitely get better and better. After looking at the house, the two of them quickly took a taxi back. When they arrived home, the children were crying one after another and the mother-in-law was busy running around. Seeing them come back, he breathed a sigh of relief. You are finally back. If you hadn't come, these little ancestors would have turned the world upside down. It is noon now, and it is time for the children to drink milk powder. Chang Xiao went to prepare the milk powder while Song Nian coaxed the child and changed diapers. The diapers are bulging. Babies drink a lot and pee a lot. It must be uncomfortable to wear wet diapers, and their little bodies twist and turn. When Song Nian was changing Dabeo, she was almost kicked by the child several times. Although she dodged it every time, the last kick still hit her in the face. It hurt so much that she almost cried. When Chang Xiao came over with the milk powder, he saw the scene, put it down quickly, and asked, what's wrong? Nothing, just got kicked by Dabeo. She has been accidentally injured countless times and has long been used to it. Chang Xiao went over and pretended to be serious and scolded Dabeo, Dabeo, you are not good. You kicked your mother again. Dabeo seemed to understand, stopped crying, pouted his lips a little aggrieved, and looked at Chang Xiao. Chang Xiao went up and pinched his little face, don't do that next time, understand? Mommy is afraid of pain too. Yeah. Hearing Dabeo's response, Song Nian burst out laughing. He's so young, what does he know? You tell him these things. Chang Xiao smiled somewhat complacently, that's not necessarily true. Look whose child he is. Chapter 33 From now on you will have your own room. Song Nian's face flushed, she coughed twice, and changed the subject, you should feed them quickly, I'll feed Sibao first. Okay. After feeding the babies, the two of them carried them to the living room, and the mother-in-law came over to coax the eldest and second babies. Song Nian glanced at her, hesitated for a moment, and then told her what happened today. Song Qin looked up, a little incredulous, Xiao Cheng bought a house? Yes, Auntie, I'm sorry I didn't tell you. It was originally intended to be our wedding house. Now that Nian and I are together, it's natural for us to live in our own home. Chang Xiao smiled. Song Qin's expression gradually changed from shock to relief. She was naturally happy that her daughter had a home. She was worried before, thinking that Chang Xiao was really good, but what would she do if she didn't have a house? She couldn't always rent a house, right? Now that we have a house, everything is easier. Yeah, that's good. Auntie was right about you. You two should get along well in the future. Don't worry, Auntie. From now on, Nian and the child are everything to me. Even if I die of exhaustion, I will not let them suffer at all. Song Nian felt a little embarrassed after hearing this and her face turned slightly red. The mother-in-law nodded, then remembered something and said with a smile, what about Auntie? Your and Nian's children are so big now, don't you have to change your words? Song Nian was even more embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Mom, we are going to move there tomorrow, will you come with us? I won't go. You two can live your own lives. Why should I go? I feel much more at ease with Xiao Cheng around. Song Qin was still very confident in her son-in-law. I'll just live here. I just paid the rent. Don't waste it. Seeing that they couldn't persuade her, the two men gave up. Knowing that she was going to live there, Song Nian's mood improved. When Chang Xiao was busy in the kitchen, he could hear her cheerful laughter when she was teasing the baby. This is the first time I see her so happy. The corners of his mouth rose, he finally had a home of his own. After the meal is ready, the family sits on the sofa to coax the children. Chang Xiao picked up Sibao and pinched her little face. Sibao, we are finally moving. It's so beautiful there. Daddy will take you there tomorrow. A. Sibao seemed to be infected by his emotions and also grinned happily, moving his chubby hands and feet, which was very adorable. Wife, look, Sibao was very happy too. The whole family was in joy. After the joy, Song Mian thought of a question. What about the kids when we're all busy? Her mother is here and can help look after her. If they move there, what will they do someday? It's okay. I'll find a way. At worst, we can stagger our schedules. You watch when I'm busy, and I watch when you're busy. This is a good idea, but it is inconvenient since it is so far away from the school. We'll arrange it when the time comes. Let's move there first. After making the decision, Chang Xiao continued to tease the child. Ever since he discovered that Debeo had grown teeth yesterday, Chang Xiao would check on the other babies from time to time. Later I discovered that the third baby had also grown, but it was not as obvious as the first baby. This child drools everywhere. His bib is almost always wet and needs to be changed twice a day. Song Mian gave him a pacifier, but he refused to use it no matter what. He spit it out directly after putting it in his mouth, showing great resistance. If you say something to him, he will cry in front of you if we disagree. You're still a little sensitive. The second and fourth babies are girls. They develop more slowly, not as fast as boys, and are smaller in size than the little boys. It will probably take some time for the teeth to grow. At this time, Sibao put his hand into his mouth again and started eating with relish. I fell asleep while eating. Chang Xiao smiled helplessly. This child. I gently put her to bed and let her sleep. All three of them fell asleep, except Debeo, who was still blinking his eyes. He looked quite energetic and made some huffing and puffing sounds with his mouth. Song Mian was afraid that he would roll over and fall to the ground, so she put him in the crib with a guardrail to protect him. Then I went to pack up. Leave early tomorrow morning. Chang Xiao said as he packed up, we have a lot of stuff, so we can just call a moving company tomorrow. They also have to take care of the children and have no time to move. Good. On the next day, Chang Xiao called Hualala and soon all the things were moved to their new home. When the babies arrived at the new environment, they looked left and right, their little eyes full of curiosity. Chang Xiao was very satisfied with the decoration style, which was exactly what he wanted. This system was really magical, and the rewards could be based on the host's preferences. Not bad, it looks warm, luxurious, and romantic. Very suitable for family living. I was in a hurry yesterday and didn't take a close look. Today I must take a good look at the layout of the house. Opening the master bedroom, there is a huge floor-to-ceiling window on the right side of the bed. From this position, you can also see the beautiful scenery. The bed, which is more than 2 meters wide, is placed in the center of the room, just right. After taking an overall look, this house is about 200 square meters. There are 2 living rooms, one large and one small, and 4 rooms, 2 of which are children's rooms. One of the children's rooms is decorated mainly in pink tones and is filled with various toys and dolls. There are murals of various cartoon animals painted on the walls and a furry carpet on the floor. All children's beds are equipped with guardrails, which are very safe and there is no need to worry about children rolling off at night. The same is true for the other one, except that the color is blue, and the toys are all ones that boys will like. Guardrails are added to the glass windows outside to prevent accidents. All in all, quite thoughtful. Chang Xiao wondered if this system was a little too magical. The children's room is all arranged. In this case, you can just move in with your luggage. Coming to the living room, Chang Xiao pushed the babies into the children's room and laid them flat on the carpet. Then he smiled and asked, "Babies, you will have your own rooms from now on. Are you happy?" Several babies babbled, as if responding to him. The little guy Debeo seemed to really understand everything, looking around with his big eyes. A serious little look. The way you ask this question, how would they know what love is? Song Mian walked over and said with a smile. Chang Xiao said, "Don't underestimate our children." Afterwards, the two sat together. Chang Xiao looked at Song Mian's face and rubbed it. "Are you okay? Does it still hurt? This brat is really harsh. Next time I'll just spank his butt." Song Mian blushed and glared at him. "I'm not that delicate." Chapter 34, You're so young, but you only know how to look at beauties. I don't know if she's delicate or not, I just know that I feel distressed. I have to be more careful next time. Chang Xiao looked at her seriously. Song Mianmian felt that he was making a big deal out of nothing, but she still nodded and whispered, "I understand. I'll pay attention next time. And you guys, don't do this again in the future, understand? Mommy has worked so hard to take care of you." Chang Xiao smiled and scolded the babies again. "Okay, I'm really fine. The baby is still young, what does he know?" Song Mianmian looked at him with a smile. 4 babies were lying in a row, kicking their legs hard. Chang Xiao looked over and saw that the second baby's little hands were grabbing the fur on the carpet with all their might. A lot of hair has been pulled out, thank goodness it's of good quality, otherwise that area would have been bald. Children, their hands are quite strong and they are having a lot of fun. Song Mianmian hurried over to pick her up and scratched her little nose. "Erbao, you can't do this. If you break it, your dad will have to change it again." Erbao saw that his mother's face looked very serious, and seemed to know that he had done something wrong. He slowly put away his smile and stared at her seriously. "Erbao is so good." Seeing that she listened, Song Mianmian smiled. "Yeah." When Erbao saw that his mother was happy, he finally smiled. Chang Xiao felt warm at heart when watching this magical scene. You know, the baby is only 2 months old, but she already understands the little principles told to her by adults. He is worthy of being Chang Xiao's child. After looking at the children's room and the master bedroom, the two went to see the bathroom and kitchen. The kitchen is quite big and is fully equipped with all the necessary electrical appliances, all of the best brands. The range hoods are all international brands. Song Mianmian is not stupid. She recognizes many furniture brands and can tell at a glance that the range hood is expensive. At least tens of thousands. And those ovens, microwaves, and even pots and pans. This does not include the decoration costs, TV, bed, wardrobe, etc. It will cost hundreds of thousands. However, she did not ask in detail. Since Chang Xiao had bought it, it was enough for him to know the situation. It is not good to ask too much questions. "Wife, isn't this kitchen super big? It will be much more convenient to cook in the future." The kitchen in the previous community was so small that it felt very crowded when 2 people stood in it. This one is different, it's super spacious. Not only is the kitchen large, but so is the bathroom. There is a dedicated bathroom and toilet. In the middle of the bathroom, there is a large bathtub with a curtain next to it. It looks very high-end. After leaving the bathroom, turn a corner and you will see the dining room. There's even a dedicated home theater. You can also sing karaoke inside. In short, you can find whatever you want. This 150 square meter small house fully demonstrates what it means to be small but complete. The more Song Mianmian watched, the more she liked it, especially the small home theater. Then there is the large balcony. With an umbrella open and chairs placed aside, looking out over the large lake not far away, you'll feel like you're on vacation. Just think about that picture, it's so beautiful. It is surrounded by hard curved glass, which is difficult to break by external force, and the quality is guaranteed. The window is open, the breeze is blowing, and you feel relaxed and comfortable. From now on, this will be their home. After finishing the reading, Song Mianmian started to pack up and put all the things she brought neatly in place. Mainly clothes for the 2 of them and the babies. It was already noon when we finished packing. I just moved into my new home and haven't gone shopping for groceries yet, so I can only order takeout. After finishing their meal, the 2 prepared to go out for a walk and look around the area to see if there was any supermarket or something like that, which would make it more convenient for them to buy things in the future. Once these 4 kids are brought out, they will definitely be a hit. When you walk on the street, people will turn their heads to look at you 100%. Now that they have arrived at the new place, Chang Xiao is also considering letting the children go out and see the world. Look over there. At this time, a passerby pointed in the direction of Chang Xiao and said to the people around him, "Oh my god, am I seeing that right? Quadruplets? I wonder how this happened. It's so awesome." This shocked passers-by. "You said that the children are of different ages. For children is quite normal. After all, they are rich and can afford to raise more children. But these children are almost the same age, obviously quadruplets. Giving birth to 4 children at once is quite amazing. Did you see that? They came out of Jiangqing. That's where the rich people live. We common people just look at it. Whether it's 4 or 5, we can afford it. What I envy the most is not the quadruplets, but their mother, who has given birth to so many children and still has such a good figure. Yeah, unlike me, my waist became as thick as a bucket after giving birth. It was the first time for the babies to come to this place. They looked around with their little eyes, full of curiosity about the environment. They would take a second look at the pretty girls passing by. Especially Debeo and Sanbao. Cheng Xiao also noticed it and smiled. Debeo and Sanbao are so young, but they already know how to look at beautiful women. When they grow up, we won't have to worry about finding daughters-in-law. What nonsense are you talking about? This is totally irrelevant. Song Mianmian chuckled. Cheng Xiao took her hand and said with a smile, if you don't believe me, just wait and see. At the age of 18, you will definitely find a girlfriend. Who knows, you may become a grandmother when you are 20. Song Mianmian was speechless. This guy really said whatever he wanted. He is 20 years old, so he should still be studying, right? The two walked to a nearby supermarket. This was a commercial area, so there were still a lot of people there. For the baby's safety, Cheng Xiao put small masks on them when he came out. I haven't gotten all the vaccinations, so I can't be careless. Once here, the rate of returning to the front is even higher. Song Mianmian suddenly felt that they were like monkeys in a zoo, which made her feel embarrassed. I kind of regret bringing the kids out. I was blinded by the momentary happiness. Ah, those babies are so cute. I really want to go up and pinch their little faces, they are so cute. Are these quadruplets? I think so. Wow, she's really fertile. It's good to have money. It makes me want to find someone to marry right here. TSK, you're like this, no one wants you even if you lie here and shout. Several people looked in the direction of the babies, talking at once. Cheng Xiao sensed Song Mianmian's mood, and hurried home after buying the vegetables. I finally breathed a sigh of relief when I got home. I should have known not to take the babies out. Song Mianmian said in a muffled voice. Cheng Xiao smiled and said, just think of it as bringing the baby out to the world. Everyone will praise you for still having such a good figure after having several children. Song Mianmian's face turned red and she gave him a displeased look. What are you talking about? Are you shy? Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Look at the babies. They are having so much fun today. Cheng Xiao gently poked Debeo's cheeks. Is that so, Debeo? Chapter 35 After dinner delicacies specially made for you. AA. Debeo let out a cry, and seemed to understand what Cheng Xiao said. He kept waving his little hands and humming, looking very excited. This action showed that he was very happy. Because I saw a lot of beautiful young ladies. Look, how happy Debeo is. When he grows up, he should be taken out more often to experience new things. It's not good for his growth to stay stuck at home all the time. After he finished speaking, he paused and continued, I heard the dean say before that letting children go out is to train their courage, otherwise they will be easily frightened when they hear loud noises. Song Mianmian didn't quite understand these things. She always thought that before the age of 1, if children had not completed their vaccinations and were often taken out, they would be exposed to many bacteria and viruses. It will have an impact on the child's growth. It was not until I heard what Cheng Xiao said that I suddenly realized. Seeing that she was listening seriously, Cheng Xiao pinched her face lovingly. Don't you ask your aunt about these? Song Mianmian's face turned red with shame. After all, she was the one who took care of the children all the way, but she was not as good as Cheng Xiao, who had only taken care of them for a few days. Just when she was too ashamed to know what to say, a phone call came in. When she saw the name displayed on it, her face looked a little strange and she quickly ran to the balcony to answer it. Hey, Mianmian, how are you doing recently? You never call me, and I always take the initiative. A pleasant female voice, somewhat sad, came from the other side of the phone. Are you still worried about the child? Just think of the child's father is dead. Don't I have him? At worst, we can raise him together. Song Mianmian was a little embarrassed and took a deep breath. Monli, the child's father is with me now. What? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a minute, and then a shocked voice was heard. Being with you, what's going on? What did I miss? We are together now, and he is the one taking care of the child now. Song Mianmian said a little embarrassedly. Monli said, okay, I'm calling to tell you that I'm going back home. I'll book my flight for tomorrow, and I'll come to see you and the child, and see if the child's father is reliable. Good. After chatting for a few more sentences, the phone was hung up. Is it your friend's phone number? Well, my best friend said she would come to see the babies in 2 days. Song Mian said. At the beginning, when she first became pregnant, no one dared to tell anyone, but as her belly grew bigger day by day, she could no longer hide it. Finally, there was really no other way, so she told Monli first. It was this best friend who had been supporting her in the early stages. Later, I had no other choice but to notify my family, and I thought I would be scolded. Unexpectedly, her mother not only did not scold her, but also took good care of her. So, she has always felt guilty about it. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Chang Xiao rubbed her head and said softly, "Everything bad is over. Just remember, I will take care of everything." Song Mian looked at him and suddenly felt warm in her heart and her eyes turned red. After adjusting her mood, she looked at the several cribs in the living room. For babies are lying in it, with cute little toys hanging above the bed, which make jingling sounds when they move. For innocent children, that is fun. This was just put up by Chang Xiao. He didn't have it before and bought it later. When the children saw this, they all stared at it with joy, twisting their little bodies around. The little guy Sibao wanted to catch it, but he was too small and couldn't get up, so he just stared at it, motionless. Chang Xiao walked over and shook the little toy. It started dinging again and there was even music. Seeing Sibao's adorable smile, Song Mian felt soft in her heart. She is living a very good life now, very well. She really feels lucky and happy to meet a man like Chang Xiao. The days ahead will get better and better. As the babies grew older, they loved playing more and more. Song Mian picked up the fourth baby from the crib and gave her a kiss on her chubby little face. Sibao was very happy to receive his mother's kiss. He put his hand into his mouth and started eating. Drool was flowing everywhere. Song Mian pretended to be disgusted and said, "Sibao, didn't mom tell you? You can't eat your fingers." Sibao was stunned for a moment and didn't understand. She thought her mother was playing with her and continued eating. This child. I said it several times in a row, but Sibao didn't listen at all and looked like he wanted to eat it anyway. After a while, Song Mian gave up. Cheng Xiao smiled and said, "It's okay, take your time, you have to adapt to everything. If you're so worried about eating your fingers, you'll be worried to death about little things in the future." Sibao was held by her mother, and she insisted on staying there, refusing to leave. When she was put down, she started to whine and groan. She was just not happy about it, with an expression that said, "You can't put me down, you have to hold me all the time. Otherwise you will cry in minutes." Song Mian finally hardened her heart and put her in the crib. Then he picked up the rattle next to him and started spinning it. The sound of dong 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 instantly attracted Sibao's attention, and he forgot about crying. Then he looked at the rattle and then at Song Mian. The little boy frowned, as if he was struggling over whether to choose his mother or the toy. Finally, after thinking about it, he chose his mother. His little hand gently grasped Song Mian's fingers, and his expression was so cute. Her heart melted when she saw it. At this time, Chang Xiao made a bowl of egg custard and called over, "Come and eat the egg custard. You must be a little hungry. I made this special after-meal delicacy for you." People who are breastfeeding are most likely to feel hungry, so it is best to prepare several meals a day. Small, frequent meals are best. Song Mian smelled the fragrance, smiled, looked at Sibao tenderly, and said, "Mom will go eat something first, and then come over to play with you later, okay?" Sibao refused to do it. When he saw Song Mian was about to leave, he immediately pouted, looking extremely aggrieved. "I will cry in front of you in the next second." Song Mian felt so distressed that she couldn't bear it anymore and finally picked her up. The child immediately became happy. As soon as he sat down, Cheng Xiao came over and said with a smile, "Give it to me, you eat." Sibao also likes his father very much because his father smells like his mother. Song Mian was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and didn't know what to say for a moment. The egg custard made by Chang Xiao tasted very good. After eating it, she still felt a little unsatisfied and felt like she was getting hungrier the more she ate. "What's wrong? Is it not tasty?" Seeing her sitting at the dining table in a daze, Chang Xiao asked. "It's delicious. Very delicious." "That's not enough?" After these words came out, Song Mian's face couldn't help but turn red, and she stood up and said, "No, I'm full." "Are you really full? If not, I'll make you another bowl." Chang Xiao smiled. "I'm really full." She has gained weight in the past few days, so she has to control her diet now. The correct way is to eat small meals frequently and have balanced nutrition. Eating too much not only makes you fat, but is also bad for your health. Chapter 36. We are here to get married. Looking at her back as she ran out of the dining room, Chang Xiao couldn't help laughing. It's obvious that this little woman hasn't eaten enough. Alas, you are so thin now, why don't you eat more? Women, it's better to be a little more voluptuous. They look so beautiful when they are plump. He has made up his mind to fatten her up. Being fat will give him a sense of security, and any boy will not covet his wife. Sibao, your mother is shy again. Chang Xiao pinched Sibao's little face and smiled gently. Sibao was just smacking his fingers. When he heard his father talking to him, he paused for a moment and then continued eating. That little look is so cute that it can melt people's hearts. This feeling of blood connection made Chang Xiao deeply aware of his responsibilities as a father. He really couldn't understand how those men in the news could have the heart to abandon their own flesh and blood. Chang Xiao was just thinking about it when Sibao, who was lying in his arms, suddenly started crying. Looking at the time, I must be hungry. So, there was another round of chaos. An hour later I fed him and coaxed him to sleep. It's so tiring to serve these little ancestors every day. If it weren't for the function of stealing sleep, Chang Xiao might not be able to straighten his back. Song Nianmian has already asked for leave for Chang Xiao. She will go to work these days and all the burden will fall on him. She felt very distressed and knew how difficult it was to take care of several babies by herself. You must have worked hard these days. Song Nianmian's eyes were a little sore. Chang Xiao held her hand, and the warmth of his palm was transmitted between the two of them. It's okay. It's not hard. If you want to talk about hardship, you are the hardest working one, my dear. Pregnancy, childbirth, confinement, going back to work as soon as the confinement period is over, and taking care of the baby, how can it not be hard to go through all of this? What does he do? Song Nianmian's eyes were slightly red. She was really lucky to have such a husband. In their words, they must have saved the galaxy in their previous life. By the way, wife, I have something to tell you. Chang Xiao said. What is it? It's the issue of the children's household registration. They are almost 3 months old and without it, it will be very troublesome in the future. He just remembered this problem. Before, he was only thinking about when to get the marriage certificate, but didn't think about the child's household registration. Song Nianmian frowned. Indeed, household registration was a problem. If you want to apply for a household registration, you have to get a certificate first, then apply for it, and then you have to move here. You will need a local household registration to go to school in the future. They now have a house, and as long as they get the certificate, they can get their household registration and move here. A few days ago, I was thinking about getting the certificate a year later, but time waits for no one. After discussing it, the two decided to get the marriage certificate first. Go early tomorrow morning. On the next day, while the child was asleep, the two hurried to the nearby Civil Affairs Bureau. There are quite a lot of people here, we have to queue. Looking at the long queue of people at the wedding, Chang Xiao smiled and said, a lot of people are getting married. It looks like today is a good day. On the contrary, there were not many people at the divorce office, only a man and a woman, both of whom looked cold. After getting the divorce certificate, they went their separate ways. Hello, we are here to get married. Finally it was their turn, and Chang Xiao smiled politely. The two were very good looking. After taking a closer look at them, the staff member smiled and said, did you bring your ID card, household registration book, and other documents? I brought them all. Make copies of all of these, then fill out the forms. Once you're done, take a photo of the marriage certificate and bring it back to you when it's ready. The staff member said carefully. Okay. When taking pictures, the photographer wanted to take more pictures of them, because they were so good looking. The man was handsome, the woman was beautiful, especially the loving look in each other's eyes. Including hands that were clasped together and never let go. I was inexplicably stuffed with a mouthful of dog food. It's too dog abuse. Why would he want to work at the Civil Affairs Bureau, where he has to watch these young couples abusing their husbands every day? It's rare to meet clients with such good looks, and the photographer really wants to hang their wedding photos as templates. However, Chang Xiao rejected her. It would be bad if someone he knew at school happened to see her. The photographer didn't force it and said sorry. In the wedding photo, one of the people is smiling happily, while the other has a blushing face and an extremely gentle smile on his lips. Chang Xiao couldn't help but ask someone to print a few more pictures and keep them for himself. Wife, you are so beautiful. Song Niannian's face turned even redder when she was praised. When I have time, I'll take you to take wedding photos, okay? Chang Xiao held her hand and smiled. Song Niannian nodded with a red face. After completing these formalities, the staff quickly issued the certificate. I wish you a long and happy marriage. Chang Xiao smiled slightly, thank you. From the moment she got the red book until she left the Civil Affairs Bureau, Song Niannian was still a little slow to react. Is she marrying Chang Xiao now? It always feels a little unreal, and the whole person is a little dizzy. Chang Xiao rubbed her head, from now on, you are my wife, Chang Xiao. You're already married, don't be so embarrassed. Seeing her blushing like that, Chang Xiao smiled helplessly. Let's go home. The child is still at home. Calculating the time, he will soon wake up. The two of them rode their electric scooters, enjoying the breeze all the way home. This area is indeed a wealthy area, the environment is really good, especially the greening, which is well done and looks full of vitality. If you ride to the other side, you will be able to see the big lake in a short while. There is a large park next to the lake. Chang Xiao checked the map. After a few months, when our child is a little older, we can bring him here for a walk. Chang Xiao said with a smile. Yes. Song Niannian was also very happy and was looking forward to that day. When he rode his bike to the gate of the community, it was the first time for the security guard to see an owner riding an electric scooter. If the other party could not pass the access control through facial recognition, he would have doubted whether Chang Xiao actually lived here. I can only say that today's rich people are really low-key. I don't drive my car, I ride an electric scooter. I don't understand. When Chang Xiao and his friend returned home, they heard crying sounds as soon as they entered the house. Several children were crying breathlessly, their faces turning purple. It was obvious that they had woken up earlier and the adults were not around. The two of them were so heartbroken that they quickly picked them up, put them on the sofa, and coaxed them one by one. Babies, don't cry, Mom and Dad are here. Chang Xiao prepared the milk powder as quickly as possible and gave it to the babies after it reached the right temperature. Grandma is here. It was obvious that these children were very hungry. When the bottle was put to their mouths, they started to drink with gurgling sounds. Don't be impatient, slow down. Chang Xiao said with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, the voice of the system suddenly rang in his ears. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the license. You will be rewarded with a Volkswagen car. Chapter 37, It turns out you want a hug. The car keys and purchase contract have been delivered. Volkswagen? What I thought about is what will happen. I was thinking before whether I should buy a car after moving to a new house. It is basically impossible for Jiangqing Minjuan to go to school by riding an electric scooter. It is such a long distance and the battery will run out halfway, so a car will be needed. But how should I explain to Song Niannian the sudden appearance of a car? Never mind, I'll explain it tonight. After the babies finished drinking the milk, they showed satisfied little expressions, then burped and smacked their lips a few times. So cute. They can tolerate anything except being hungry. They are all little foodies. Chang Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. The time calculated by the child's mother was indeed accurate. The child woke up as soon as she said he would. Looking at the babies lying on the ground, Chang Xiao said helplessly, whose temper do these little ones take after? They won't let anyone eat even for a second. Then, he looked at Song Niannian and said with a smile, Wife, could it be that the babies have the same temper as you did when you were a child? Song Niannian was cleaning up the mess on the side. When she heard Chang Xiao say that, she looked at him unhappily and said, No, I think it's just like your father. Okay, follow me, whatever you want. Ah. At this time, Debeo, who was lying on the side, made a sound, stared at Chang Xiao with his little eyes without blinking, and after a while he began to spit again. Gurgle gurgle. Debeo, your mother has told you many times that playing with saliva is not a good thing. Chang Xiao picked him up helplessly, held him horizontally on his arms, and supported his head with his palms, with gentle movements. After Debeo finished eating, he seemed particularly happy. His eyes were clear and full of spirit, and he kept looking around. When he saw the rattle on the table, his little brows frowned and his body began to twist slightly. What's wrong? Debeo. Sensing that something was wrong with his son, Chang Xiao asked with a smile. Then I noticed that the boy's eyes were always on the rattle on the table, and I knew what he wanted to do. This child still knows how to ask for toys. In just over 2 months, he not only knows how to look at beautiful women, but now he also knows how to ask for toys. A small kid knows everything. What a divine son my wife gave birth to. Do you want to play with that rattle? Chang Xiao asked. Ah. Debeo shook his little arms a few times in response. Okay, let's play this. When the rattle started to spin, Debeo was so happy that he held Chang Xiao's sleeves tightly with his little hands. Raise the corners of your mouth from time to time. I'm not happy once I stop. Chang Xiao's hands were sore and he tried to stop and see Debeo's reaction. Unexpectedly, the child immediately pouted his lips, looking aggrieved, and was about to cry the next second. Don't cry, Debeo. Can we change the toy? As he spoke, Chang Xiao picked up the Ultraman doll. A very big one. Press it and it will sing. Children all like this, especially little boys. Debeo is like this. As soon as Ultraman appears, his little eyes stare at him closely, for fear that he will run away. The other three, with no one to play with, just lay there sucking their fingers. As he ate, Sibao became unhappy. When I turned my head, I saw my father playing with my brother there. He couldn't bear this anymore and started crying. This cry immediately attracted the attention of Chang Xiao and his wife. Song Mianmian hurried over and picked up Sibao. I thought the child was not full, but unexpectedly, as soon as I held him in my arms, he immediately smiled. So you want a hug, girl? She looked at Sibao helplessly. Yeah. Sibao has been holding onto Song Mianmian's collar, with a serious expression on his face, as if to say, I'm holding onto your collar, let me see how you can put me down, hum. Chang Xiao directly let Debeo lie on his shoulder. The little guy made a sound, drooled continuously, and sucked his fingers from time to time. He took the pacifier and put it into Debeo's mouth, but unexpectedly, the boy spit out the pacifier. Just like Erbao. They can accept the nipple on the bottle, but cannot accept the fake nipple. Very good. Not as easy to fool as ordinary babies. The little ones have had enough sleep, and no one can fall asleep now. His hands were sore from holding them all the time, so Chang Xiao had no choice but to put them all in the crib. He entertained them for a while, and then let them play by themselves. Only when they were having a great time was he able to leave for a while. After entering the bedroom, he opened a drawer directly according to the system's instructions. I saw a car purchase contract lying quietly in the middle of the drawer, and under the contract, there was a bunch of Volkswagen keys. I put the things back in their place and planned to talk to Song Mianmian about it in the evening. After getting the red book, the little woman became even more shy. I can blush for a long time just by saying it. The more Chang Xiao looked at the photo on the marriage certificate, the more he felt that his wife was really beautiful. No wonder so many ungrateful people are eyeing me. I have to watch out for them in the future and never let anyone take advantage of me. When it was time for lunch, Chang Xiao prepared a table full of dishes to celebrate their marriage. These are all Song Mianmian's favorites. Wife, every year on this day from now on, I will prepare a table full of dishes like this to celebrate our wedding anniversary. Chang Xiao said with a smile after serving the last bowl of soup. Song Mianmian's face flushed, there's so much that we can't finish it, what a waste. It's okay, I'll eat the rest of your husband. Hey, we're married now, don't be so shy. Song Mianmian retorted stubbornly, I don't have any. Before they knew it, a day had passed and when night fell, the couple sat on the balcony to watch the night view. He looked at the brightly lit city in front of him, and then looked at Chang Xiao who was standing beside him. Song Mianmian felt very satisfied. She had never imagined such a life before, thinking that after raising the children, life would be over and it would be fine to be alone. Unexpectedly, the child's father still broke into her life. She was glad to meet him again. Wife, how about this night view? Chang Xiao put his arm around her waist and asked softly. It looks very nice. Do you think your husband is particularly good at choosing places? Song Mianmian blushed and nodded. Wife, there is something I want to tell you. Chang Xiao's face turned serious. Seeing his expression, she thought it was something serious, and her heart tightened, and she asked, What? It's like this. When I bought the house, I also bought a Volkswagen and kept it in the garage. I thought that since I'm a student and have to live on campus, I can't drive it anyway, so I just left it in the garage. Now, you should be able to use it for work. After finishing speaking, Chang Xiao gave himself a big thumbs up. Song Mianmian thought it was some big deal, but when she heard it was this, she breathed a sigh of relief. But a Volkswagen car should cost hundreds of thousands, right? On second thought, they already have the money for a house, so it's not surprising that they have money for an extra car. Indeed, the school is quite far from here. It is impossible to get there by electric scooter without driving. Just as I was about to say something, one of the babies made a sound. Chang Xiao walked over and saw that it was Sanbao. I don't know what happened to this child, he kicked off the quilt covering his body, and even his socks slipped off. His hands and feet were very naughty. You little guy, you're not afraid of the cold. Chang Xiao shook his head helplessly and patiently put socks on Sanbao. Chapter 38, My best friend Monli comes to visit. You can't kick me anymore, do you know that? If you do, I'll kick my little butt. Chang Xiao pretended to be serious. Seeing his father's stern face, Sanbao stopped what he was doing and looked at him with a confused look. Puff. Song Mianmian couldn't help but smile. Why are you competing with him? He won't understand even if you tell him. Who said that? I think this kid must have understood it and knows how to look at beautiful women. After taking care of her for so many days, he has gotten to know her a little better. Who says babies over 2 months old don't know anything? The ones in their family are very smart. And he still knows how to look at pretty girls. Song Mianmian thought so too. She had not forgotten that Dabeo and Sanbao would take a few more glances when they saw the young lady passing by. A handsome guy passed by and didn't even look at me. Thinking of this, she smiled, picked up Sanbao, and gave him a kiss on the face. Our 3 treasures are so well behaved, Daddy won't spank them. Sanbao likes the smell of his mother. He becomes particularly happy when Song Mianmian hugs him. His little hands keep grabbing her clothes, babbling and drooling. In a short while, she was covered in it. Song Mianmian took a tissue and wiped him carefully, then stuffed a pacifier into his little mouth. Don't spit it out, Sanbao, or Mom won't hold you anymore. I don't know if the child understood it, but he really didn't vomit. Sanbao is so good, Moa Song Mianmian kissed his little face again. With a pacifier, it's quick to put Sanbao to sleep. I just hummed a song for a while and he fell asleep quickly. At night, the family did not sleep in the master bedroom. In order to make the children sleep more comfortably, they slept in the children's room. The couple sleeps on a blanket and the children sleep on a bed with guardrails around them, so even if they are put on the bed, there is no need to worry about them falling off. I don't know if it was because of the sudden change of location, but the children were not very adaptable, but Chang Xiao woke up at least 4 times in one night. I was woken up from my sleep early in the morning. While eating breakfast, Chang Xiao said, "Wife, you can sleep in the master bedroom from now on. I'll just look after the babies in the children's room." Song Mianmian disagreed. How could her body bear it if it continued like this? I don't work, but you have to work and take care of the kids every day, so what do you need me as your husband for? As the two were talking, Song Mianmian's cell phone rang. At first glance, it was Monli. Only then did she remember that her best friend had returned home yesterday and had agreed to come over to see the baby today. How could she have forgotten this? Well, I might have to take another day off. Open your phone and swipe upwards. Before he could say anything, Monli's pleasant voice came from the other side. Hey, honey, where are you now? I can't find you at your house. Are you at work? Song Mianmian said, No, I took a leave. I just moved to a new house yesterday. New home? Where? Monli frowned. Why did they move out after living here for just a few months? Jiangqing Minjuan, just come over here. I'll pick you up at the door. As soon as he finished speaking, there was sudden silence over there. After a long while, a shocked voice was heard. What did you say? Jiangqing Mingyuan? Yeah, what's up? What's wrong? Do you know where that is? It's an upscale neighborhood. Usually only the rich can afford to buy houses there. Is your husband very rich? Monli's speech became a little slurred. Song Mianmian swallowed her saliva. Is it that exaggerated? It's okay. To be honest, she is richer than the average person, but she doesn't know how much richer she is. I didn't ask specifically. My dear, that's fine, but for your lifelong happiness, I have to test your character as a husband. No need for that, I think he's a good guy. Song Mianmian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Monli didn't care too much. Okay, wait for me. An hour later. Monli had already gone downstairs, and Song Mianmian hurried downstairs to meet her. Just as she walked not far from the door, she saw a fashionably dressed woman standing outside the door. The woman was tall and had fair skin, and she recognized her at first sight. The other party was arguing with the security guard. I told you my friend is here, and you still don't believe me. She's here, let me in. The security guard took a look and let the person pass. When they arrived home, Monli was instantly attracted by the decoration of the living room. Wow! This decoration is so beautiful. The big balcony is also very nice. It's so capricious to be rich. Ah, it's the babies. Monli missed these little babies so much. She helped take care of them for a few days when they were just born, but she hasn't seen them since then. At most, she just looked at their photos and videos. She took off her shoes, threw her bag and various gifts aside, and ran directly towards the babies. Song Mian shook her head helplessly. This bestie's personality hasn't changed at all. They have grown so big now that I can't recognize them anymore. Monli said with a smile as she looked at the sleeping babies. Song Mian walked over, pointed at the babies, and introduced them. This is the eldest baby, the one in pink is the second baby, the one who looks smaller is the third baby, and the fourth baby is the youngest one. I see, these little guys are so cute, they make me want to get married right here on the spot. It's so cute. This old man's girlish heart. Sibo is the cutest, love it. Monli touched them left and right, and the babies soon woke up. When I saw a strange ant appear in front of me, I pouted and wanted to cry. Mommy is here, baby, don't cry, don't cry. Song Mian hurried to comfort her. Seeing that his mother was also there, he felt relieved. Song Mian picked up the braver Sanbao, put him in front of Monli, and asked, Sanbao, do you know this ant? Sanbao frowned. He had no impression of Monli at all and felt a little nervous. Sanbao, your aunt held you in her arms when you were just born. How come you forgot about it so quickly? Monli pinched Sanbao's little face. Sanbao looked at her steadily, then turned his gaze to Song Mian again. Hey! Where's the kid's father? Why can't I see him? Monli gave Song Mian a wicked look. The latter blushed in embarrassment and said, he is washing clothes for the child. As he was speaking, Chang Xiao had finished washing the clothes, and when he came out he saw two women sitting on the sofa. Monli was stunned for a moment. Oh my god, this man is so handsome. She thought he just looked ordinary, but when she saw him today, he was definitely a little wolf dog. Honey, how old is your husband? She looked at Song Mian. Song Mian said embarrassedly, I am 3 years older than him. Okay, girl is a third year older, hold the gold brick. Hello, I'm Mian's best friend. My name is Monli. What's yours? Hello, Chang Xiao. Chang Xiao smiled slightly, very politely. Chapter 39 You are a spirit. With just a quick glance, Monli could basically tell that Chang Xiao should be a good person. Because, although Chang Xiao was talking to her, his eyes were always on Song Mian. Soft and doting. Inexplicably, she felt as if she had been stuffed with rations, and her stomach was already full. These two people are so sweet. Especially when they smiled at each other, that look, TSK. However, the test still needs to be passed. You are the man who disappeared when my best friend was pregnant. Do you know how hard it was for her to be pregnant? After smiling, Monli's face immediately changed. Chang Xiao said seriously, I know, this won't happen again. Song Mian was anxious, he didn't know I was pregnant at the time, so... Oh, you've only been together for a few days and you're already speaking for him? Monli glanced at her and teased. Song Mian's face turned red instantly. The past is the past. In the future, I will do my best to make up for what I owe to them and their children. Even if it means starving myself, I will never let them go hungry. Chang Xiao pulled Song Mian over, held her hand, and looked at her softly. My mom. Monli felt like she couldn't stand all this dog food. This is no longer a sweet attack, it's a dog food attack. Okay, you two, stop showing off your affection in front of me, okay? What good will it do you to bully a single person like me? Forget it, I'm going to ignore you guys, I'm going to go play with the babies. Seeing that she had already used the toys to amuse Sibao, Chang Xiao and Song Mian looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Chang Xiao, this is her temper. You have to bear with her. Chang Xiao touched her head and couldn't help but smile. Is your husband so stingy? No. Song Mian thought for a moment, then said in a low voice. This look was so cute and adorable that Chang Xiao pinched her face. Okay, it's almost noon, I'm going to cook. Do you want me to help you? Let me go. Your best friend has finally come here, and you two must have a lot to talk about. Chang Xiao still understood her. Go! Yeah, okay. Monli is really a lively treasure. At first, Sibao didn't want her and would pout when he saw her. But he used toys to seduce her, and after playing for a while, she became familiar with him. Not only let me hug you, but also let me kiss you. Song Mian Mian's mouth twitched. It's just a conversation. Are you familiar with it now? The speed is too fast. Sibao, Auntie bought a lot of toys for you. Do you want to see them? Monli pinched Sibao's chubby little face and said with a smile. Ah. Sibao was so happy. He looked at the doll in Monli's hand and liked it so much that he even wanted to reach out and grab it. Mian Mian, you are such a smart kid, you even know how to reach out and grab toys. Monli couldn't stop smiling. Babies are truly the cutest creatures in the world. That's so smart. Song Mian Mian also laughed. She felt inexplicably good when she heard people praising her child. She was happier than when they were praising her. Sibao, do you want this? Monli took out a small robot and placed it on the table. With the press of a switch, the robot starts walking on its own and avoids the edges when it encounters them. After saying the key words of the nursery rhyme, the song started playing. Yeah. Sibao stared at the robot with his big eyes without blinking, listening to the music playing inside, with a serious look on his face. Puff. Nian Nian, Sibao is not as weak as you say. He is so smart and cute. I also want such a lovely daughter. Muah. I couldn't help but take another sip. Song Mian Mian put the children on the sofa. The robot played music, and they all listened quietly with the same serious expression. At this moment, a voice broke the atmosphere. It's time to eat. Song Mian Mian was helpless. Let's go eat. Put the children back into the crib, smiled at them gently, and said, Mom and Aunt Monli are going to eat, you better behave yourself. Yeah. Sibao kicked his legs in response. Walking all the way to the dining room, Monli was shocked when she saw the decoration and the spacious house. This is really rich. Honey, your house is so big. It must have cost a lot of money to decorate it? There's even a special dining room. I envy Liao, it's great to have a good husband. And the child is so cute. The peak of life. Song Mian Mian felt embarrassed by what she said. The peak of life is too exaggerated. In the dining room, when Monli saw the table full of dishes and the fragrance filling the room, she swallowed unconsciously. I never thought that your husband is not only rich, but also such a good cook. Monli admitted that she was envious. Wife, eat this, it's good for your health. And this soup is very nutritious. Chang Xiao carefully picked up some dishes and served soup to Song Mian Mian. Such delicious food, but Monli suddenly felt it had no appetite. There was a hint of resentment in his eyes. Why did she come here to seek abuse? This is totally forced dog food. I can't stand it anymore. Monli, this is your favorite. Song Mian Mian suddenly picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and put it in Monli's bowl. Thank you, dear, for remembering my hobby. Yes, you really liked eating it when you were in college. Hey, you remember everything, but that scumbag doesn't remember. Monli gritted her teeth. Scumbag? Nothing, just a scumbag I met in a previous relationship, and we broke up after just a few months. Song Mian Mian comforted, it's okay, you will meet better people in the future. Dear, I know you are the best, moi. At the dinner table, he was still using this trick. Chang Zhao's mouth twitched. The sweet and sour pork ribs your husband made tasted pretty good. I never thought that he would be rich, handsome, and a good cook. Monli sighed. When would she be able to meet a good man? However, she blessed them. Seeing her best friend so happy, she was happy for her from the bottom of her heart. After the meal, Monli played with the baby for a while. Song Mian Mian asked, where do you plan to develop in the future? In China. The two chatted for a while, and soon Monli said goodbye, planning to come back to see the babies later. After sending the person away, Song Mian Mian turned around and saw Chang Xiao standing behind her, which scared her. Chang Xiao was holding Sibao, who was chewing his hand. Saliva dripping. She quickly wiped it clean with a tissue and stretched out her hand. Sibao, mommy, give me a hug. Sibao looked at his mother, then at his father, and finally, he chose his father. Song Mian Mian. Sibao, don't you want your mother anymore? She was a little jealous. Yeah. Sibao kicked his legs, grabbed Cheng Zhao's clothes with one hand, and raised his little mouth, looking so cute. Chapter 40 This is for you. Song Nian pinched Sibao's little face and said helplessly, "You've become dependent on your father so quickly." After taking care of it for a few days, the child became dependent on him. It has to be said that Cheng Zhao is quite good at taking care of babies. Seeing Sibao holding onto his clothes and refusing to let go, Cheng Zhao chuckled and carefully held her in Song Nian's arms. The little guy immediately became unhappy, pouted his lips, and tears were about to come out. "Daddy, hold me. Daddy, hold me. That's enough." Cheng Zhao felt distressed and quickly took her back. Song Nian just felt sour that Sibao didn't want her anymore. A handful of old mother's tears. On the sofa. She could only hold her third child for comfort, as the eldest and second child both fell asleep. "Sanbao, your sister doesn't want mommy anymore." Song Nian pinched Sanbao's chubby little face and pretended to be sad. "Ah." Sanbao looked confused and glanced at his mother, as if he didn't understand, and continued to chew his hands. Cheng Zhao came over at this time, smiled and said, "Wife, shall we go and get the child's household registration this afternoon? Now that we have the marriage certificate, it will be a natural thing to get the household registration. You can register your baby by simply showing him her the birth certificate, the parent's marriage certificate and the household registration booklet. It's quite exciting to think about it." Song Nian was surprised, "So fast?" "Yes, the sooner you register your household registration, the better. The longer you delay, the more trouble you will have. The household registration department should be open for business now, so we can just go there directly." Song Nian originally wanted to wait a few days as the baby was only a little old and there was no need to rush. But when she saw Cheng Zhao's expectant face, she swallowed all her words. "Okay. What time in the afternoon?" "Right now. The main thing is that I have a car, which makes things a lot more convenient." After making up their minds, the two began to pack the children's things. "Milk powder and diapers must be prepared. Maybe it can come in handy if I go there." Cheng Zhao picked up Sibao, who was still chewing his hand, and said with a smile, "Sibao, we have to go and register our household registration. From now on, we will be official Chinese citizens." "Yeah." Maybe because of happiness, Sibao's little palm suddenly slapped Cheng Zhao's face, making a soft pia sound. "It hurts a little." Cheng Zhao smiled helplessly. This kid, his attack was quite heavy. "After a while of trouble, I finally went out." The two took the children to the underground garage. Cheng Zhao successfully found the Volkswagen, and his family of 6 got in. After a while, we arrived at the place where we handle household registration. Fortunately, it's not far, just a dozen minutes away, otherwise, it would be very troublesome for the children. Before going in, Cheng Zhao said, "Let's transfer our household registration so that the child can be registered here." "Good." Pushing the children into the office, they quickly attracted the attention of the staff. "You two are." Cheng Zhao took out all the documents and some procedural certificates and smiled, "We are here to register the child." Then he briefly talked about the relocation of the household registration and issued relevant certificates, including the real estate certificate. "Are these all your children?" The staff member looked surprised. "Yes." As soon as these words were spoken, other staff members, including some who came to consult about household registration issues, gathered around. "I'm so overwhelmed by these babies. Oh my god, are these quadruplets? So cute. This is the first time I've seen a baby with quadruplets. It's amazing. So cute. I admire this couple. They have 4 children, but they are all very good looking. I'm jealous." As parents, we naturally feel happy when we hear our children being praised. "Your children are so cute, it's good that their parents are good looking," the staff member said with a smile. "Thanks." After giving out all the formalities, the staff processed it promptly. After everything was done, they saw that the baby was leaving and they were all a little reluctant to see the family leave. "So cute. It makes me want to be reborn again." As the two walked out of the household registration office, they could still hear envious voices coming from inside. Cheng Zhao smiled at the babies and said, "Look, babies, there are so many uncles and aunts who like you." "Yeah." Dabeo was so happy, his excited little eyes kept looking left and right. Cheng Zhao also discovered that Dabeo really likes to go out and play. As soon as he was brought out, he was so happy that he didn't know what to do. However, the child is too young to stay outside for too long. I rushed home after leaving the household registration office. Now that the household registration issue was settled, the couple breathed a sigh of relief. Just after putting the babies in the cribs, Zhang Xiao heard the system's voice suddenly. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully registering the baby. You will be rewarded with a shop on T&I Street. The property certificate and key have been delivered. Shop? There is such a reward? Is this a hint for him to open a store? T&I Street is the commercial street I went to when I first moved here. Its flow of people is comparable to that of a tourist area. I have my own shop there and do pretty good business. It just so happened that the system had previously rewarded him with the skill of a master baker, so he could open a dessert shop. Just as I was thinking about it, Sanbao, who was lying in the crib, suddenly made a grunting sound. The little face turned red and the body twisted slightly. Chang Xiao knew what this little guy was going to do at a glance. I'm trying hard to poop. The expressions of the brothers and sisters are exactly the same. After finishing, Chang Xiao scratched his little nose and said, Sanbao, you pooped again, it stinks. Yeah. When Sanbao saw that his poop had stained his father, he was very happy and his legs kept shaking. Chang Xiao quickly took out a new diaper, washed Sanbao's butt, and then carefully put it on. During this period, he didn't move much and was very obedient. It was as if he knew Chang Xiao was changing it for him. After putting it on, my butt felt refreshed, my calves shook more vigorously, and I hummed in my mouth. Chang Xiao picked him up and gave him a kiss. Our Sanbao was so well behaved just now, so obedient. Yeah. Hearing his father praising him, Sanbao smiled and narrowed his eyes. Okay, Daddy's going to be busy for a while. You lie here first. I'll come play with you later. Chang Xiao put Sanbao into the crib, and then played music on the toys hanging on the bed. Sanbao, who was originally not very happy, immediately became happy. The world of children is so simple. Chang Xiao is going to make some desserts for afternoon tea. Ever since I acquired the skill of a master baker, I haven't taken any action. Today I'll see how good my skills are. Ovens and other essential items are available. Song Mianmian cleaned up the room and saw that Chang Xiao was not in the living room. She went to the kitchen and asked in confusion, What are you doing? You'll know soon. Chang Xiao smiled mysteriously. Song Mianmian couldn't help but laugh and said, What a mystery. 1 hour later. Wow, that's what you did? Song Mianmian widened her eyes in disbelief. I saw a lot of desserts on the table in front of her. They are all very small and cute, and they are so adorable that they melt your heart. Very exquisite. She couldn't imagine that her husband had such a skill. No, this is for you. Chang Xiao touched her head with a gentle smile. Chapter 41 Are you sick? Hearing what he said, Song Mianmian blushed instantly. She was quite curious about what skills this man had yet to use. Not only can he cook delicious meals, he can also make desserts. This exquisite one is even better than those in the store. Try it and see if it's delicious. If it's delicious, I'll make it for you often in the future. Chang Xiao raised the corners of his mouth. Song Mianmian shook her head. No, that won't work. This is too high in calories. What if I become a fat man? It's okay, big fat guy, I want you too. Chang Xiao pinched her face. That would be so ugly. Song Mianmian said in a low voice with a red face. Who said that? Even if my wife has gained weight, she is still a great beauty. Her foundation is here. Song Mianmian felt embarrassed by what he said and her face turned red. However, I couldn't suppress my joy. Warm and sweet. She picked up the fork and took a bite of the red velvet cake. As soon as she put it in her mouth, her eyes widened slightly. This feeling is so wonderful. The taste is more than 10 times better than what she usually buys. In a short while, the whole piece was eaten. And, it's still a little bit not enough. How is it? It tastes good, right? Chang Xiao was still very confident. It's delicious. Very delicious. Song Mianmian nodded and looked at the other desserts, wondering whether to eat them or not. These things make people fat very easily. Finally, I couldn't help it and took another piece. After eating 2 pieces, she stood up and said, I'll go check on the baby, you eat. Looking at her back, Chang Xiao smiled helplessly. Girls just care too much about their figure. Being fat is so good. He ate a little, cleared the table, and sat on the sofa. Wife, how about we open a dessert shop? Ha? Dessert shop? Song Mian Mian frowned. Yes, this way our family can have an extra income. This is a good idea. Song Mian Mian became interested and asked, then how do you plan to do it? Renting a shop and decorating it all cost money. Don't worry, I'll plan this first. The contract is already in place, I will go check out the store tomorrow. Good. Song Mian Mian nodded, leaning her head on the sofa, looking a little tired. I was busy entertaining my bestie this morning, and handling household registration in the afternoon. It took me the whole day. You should go and have some rest. Chang Xiao felt a little distressed. Good. Song Mian Mian just felt warm in her heart. Feeling sleepy, she quickly ran to the master bedroom to sleep. The air suddenly became quiet. Chang Xiao thought about it, walked to the balcony, and called his roommate Wang Jing. No one answered for a long time, and he immediately guessed that the guy must be in the internet cafe playing games again. The other party didn't answer until the third call. Oh my god, what a rare visitor, brother, you finally took the initiative to call me. What? You want to sell me your alien? You just bought it not long ago. Wang Jing was very surprised. This computer is a limited edition of Alienware, but Chang Xiao spent a lot of money to buy it. It's so fun to play games on it. He has always wanted to buy one, but as an ordinary college student, how could he save up the money to buy it? Even Chang Xiao himself had to save up money for a long time before buying it, and he was also instigated by it, thinking that he would buy it and try it out. I'm not kidding you. I don't need it now anyway, so I'll sell it to you at half the price. Half? Wang Jing was shocked. This is a huge profit. Are you in urgent need of money? He wondered, feeling that something was wrong with Chang Xiao recently. I won't play games anymore. There's no point in keeping them. Are you sick? That's why you need money. Wang Jing's face was solemn. I'm very nice, are you going to buy it or not? Chang Xiao was speechless. Brother, how about I give you some more? Otherwise, I won't feel comfortable holding this computer. Chang Xiao knew that he couldn't get through to this guy, so he decided to meet him and talk. He said, come to my house, I'll explain everything to you and treat you to a meal. Okay then, do you still live in that neighborhood? No, I moved. I'll send you the address later and you can come directly. A sound of "oh" came from the other side. At this time, the babies who were originally sleeping suddenly started crying. When one baby started crying, the others started crying too. The sound is extremely loud. Cheng Zhao's heart tightened. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore, the baby is crying, I'll go feed them. Breastfeeding? Wang Jing was shocked. What's going on, kid? Are you going to be a babysitter? Although this business is profitable if done well, can Chang Xiao really do it? He couldn't imagine a grown man busying around in front of a child. Breastfeeding, I dare not even think about it. Chang Xiao didn't answer and hung up the phone directly. Go check on the baby right away. The children were crying because of hunger. When they saw Chang Xiao coming, except Erbao, the crybaby, the other three stopped crying and looked at Chang Xiao with tearful eyes. Chang Xiao was so heartbroken. Don't cry, baby. Daddy will make you some milk. He made 4 bottles of milk as quickly as possible and fed them one by one. Dabao and Sanbao are very sensible and they know to give way to their older and younger sisters first. He chewed his hands and watched eagerly. Dabao and Sanbao are so good. Daddy will feed you right away. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he had fed them all. Taking care of these little guys every day is like fighting a war. If I'm not able to catch up with one of them, I'll cry in front of you. However, this kind of life is pretty good and he is very satisfied. After the cubs were full, Chang Xiao put them on the sofa one by one. They felt uncomfortable lying in the crib every day. He took out the remote and switched to a children's TV program. There are nice children's songs playing in it. The babies love listening to songs and are very happy, especially the 4th baby, whose little hands and feet keep moving. It makes babbling sounds from its mouth, which is so adorable. Chang Xiao felt like his heart was melting. He pinched her little face and said with a smile, Sibao, come here, let daddy hug you. As soon as I picked up the 4 babies, the eldest and the others became unhappy and pouted, as if saying, I want to be hugged too, how can I only hug my sister? It's not fair. To be fair, Chang Xiao had to hold each one for a while. Yeah. Dabeo was the last one to be hugged. He was so happy that he couldn't help but grab Chang Xiao's face. A trace appeared. Dabeo, it's wrong for you to do this. Chang Xiao picked him up with both hands, looked at him, and pretended to look serious. As if realizing that he was wrong, Dabeo let out an ah. Don't scratch anymore, and don't scratch your mom, or you'll get spanked. Got it? Ah. When Wang Jing received the address and came over, he was shocked when he saw this community. Jiangqing's famous garden. Chang Xiao actually found a job here. Being a nanny here, the salary should be very high. When he saw Chang Xiaorun, he almost thought he had recognized the wrong person. Brother, is it really you? Chapter 42. Don't do this, I'm a little scared. Is the man in front of me wearing an apron and gloves doing housework really the energetic Chang Xiao? Yes, it's me. Wang Jing followed Chang Xiao into the living room. When he saw the gorgeous decoration, he felt his tongue tied. Brother, are you really here to be a babysitter? Chang Xiao glanced at him and said, keep your voice down. Don't scare the babies. Wang Jing didn't know what to say, and looked at Chang Xiao with panic in his eyes. Chang Xiao, who always hated children, actually came to be a nanny to take care of the children. It's so scary. Were you stimulated by something? Brother, don't be like this, I'm a little scared, are you okay? I didn't contact him for a few days, and when I contacted him again, he said he had resigned and was working as a nanny. Take care of the baby. Horrible. Brother, it doesn't matter if we break up, just find another one, don't scare me. Chang Xiao was speechless and glared at him, can I eat you? No, brother, I've never seen you like this before. You suddenly. Especially this apron and this expression, which reveal weirdness everywhere. Brother, if you need money, tell me. I will give you money even if I sell everything I have. We are brothers, so you should tell me if you have any problem. Wang Jing wanted to cry but had no tears. Chang Xiao knew that this guy had misunderstood, and he felt a little headache. You think too much, I called you here because I have something to tell you. As he was speaking, Dabeo's voice suddenly came from the other side. Listen, it must be the poop. This kid is really good at pulling. Chang Xiao hurried over to get busy. Wang Jing felt as if he was struck by lightning. He stared blankly at him as he took care of the child and changed the diaper with skill. What on earth happened? So weird. After changing the diaper, Chang Xiao quickly picked up the child and coaxed him. When he was finally coaxed into submission, he looked at Wang Jing and saw him sitting there in a daze, looking as if he had been greatly shocked. Asked, what are you doing? Wang Jing raised his head and forced a smile. Seeing that his face looked bad, even a little pale, Chang Xiao frowned and asked, are you okay? Wang Jing couldn't laugh anymore, he stood up and was about to leave. Brother, let's talk about the computer another day, I suddenly remembered something else. I know what you're thinking. Come with me. I'll show you. Following Chang Xiao to the sofa, Wang Jing was shocked when he saw several little people lying in the crib. 4 quadruplets. Holy crap. They're too awesome. Just swear directly. You take care of 4 by yourself? I have to say, the child is really lovable. Wang Jing looked at it carefully again and fell in love with it at once. Because it's so cute. You can't not like it. Look at these good-looking people, their parents must be good-looking too, right? So cute, the genes of this household owner are really amazing, right? Wang Jing's eyes were full of stars. Keep your voice down, don't scare them. Chang Xiao wanted to cover this guy's mouth, could he please stop talking so loudly? Okay, keep your voice down. They are so cute. This little baby is looking at me, oh my god, my heart is broken. This little look electrifies me. Can I take one away? I finally understand why you take such good care of them. If it were me, I would probably take even better care of them than you do. Chang Xiao knocked on his head at this time, don't you dare to take advantage of them. Wang Jing covered his head with his hands, his eyes full of resentment. Brother, I was just joking, don't be angry, it's not your baby. Chang Xiao wanted to hit him, who said it's not mine? Wang Jing's eyes widened, looking at him in disbelief. Brother, are you kidding me? How is this possible? They were still studying hard together a few days ago, and now they have a child. Who can believe it? How is that possible? You think I would joke about something like this? The corners of Chang Xiao's mouth twitched. Ah? It's really yours? How come I didn't know? When did it happen? Brother, you are not loyal enough. You actually had a child with another woman behind my back. And you didn't even tell me. Wang Jing looked sad. It's a pity that he was kept in the dark and knew nothing. Is this still a good brother? No wonder what I said before was so strange. It turns out this is what I wanted to tell him. Can you please stop acting? Don't scare the children. If you have something to say, go to the balcony and talk. On the balcony. Is it really yours? Wang Jing asked again. Yes. When? Who did you give birth to? Who was that woman? I also found out about it these past few days. Chang Xiao recounted what had happened. So bloody? Wang Jing couldn't believe that the courier could recognize his own child. Awesome. Chang Xiao gave him an unpleasant look. Seeing that he was slow to speak, Wang Jing became anxious. Tell me quickly, who is the mother of the child? Is she pretty? It's so frustrating. He was quite curious. It was amazing to give birth to so many children at one time. He couldn't wait to get to know who this person was. Cheng Xiao said slowly, I can tell you, but you must not tell anyone, otherwise, I will strangle you to death. Wang Jing shrank his neck, so cruel. At the same time, I became even more curious. Is she a girl from our school? That's why you find it so difficult to talk about it. She is indeed from our school. Chang Xiao nodded. Wang Jing was dumbfounded. That's true, but I've known you for such a long time, and you've only dated that woman Lin Feifei once a year ago. I'm really curious, where did you come from? As he said this, he seemed to have thought of something extraordinary. According to the months, you didn't cheat on Lin Feifei when you were with her, did you? And then you made her pregnant, and you didn't know. Cheng Xiao slapped him on the head and narrowed his eyes. Wang Jing smiled foolishly. Hey, I'm just kidding, go on. We did meet a year ago, but it wasn't because of cheating. It was after I broke up with Lin Feifei. Also, she's not a student. Could it be the teacher? Wang Jing was surprised again. Well, that's why I've been so busy these days. Our relationship can't be made public now, otherwise her and my future will be. I plan to make it public after I graduate. 4 words kept floating in Wang Jing's mind. Teacher. Living together. Did he hear it right? I seem to have guessed who it is. A few days ago you said that Teacher Song already has a child. Could you be the father of the child? It's me. Wang Jing almost bit his tongue. He was so shocked that he could not express it in words. It took me a while to recover. So the girlfriend you mentioned before is Teacher Song. He smiled bitterly and said, I really envy you. You already have a wife and children at your age, while I am still just muddling through my day-to-day life. Chang Xiao patted his shoulder. If you want, you can do it too. With my financial resources, I can't even support myself. How can I support my children? Speaking of this issue, Wang Jing realized that something was wrong. By the way, whose house is this of yours? Chapter 43. No one can compare to my wife. Those who can afford Zheng Cheng Mingyuan are not ordinary people. The rent alone is not cheap. Isn't it a bit of a luxury to rent such a good house to raise a baby? He checked and found that the rent for Zheng Cheng Mingyuan would be tens of thousands of yuan a month if the entire property was rented. How much money will you make this year? He didn't dare to think about it. House. It's mine. What's wrong? Your. Wang Jing was dumbfounded. Chang Xiao nodded and brought out the old couple's previous excuses. TSK, who are you trying to fool? Everyone knows that the houses in Jiangqing Mingyuan are popular among the people, so it's not your turn. And you're selling them at a low price. How is it possible? Chang Xiao smiled and said, everything is possible. I have incredible luck. Having said that, he turned around and went into the house, took out the alien and various accessories, and put them in his bag. Take it. I'll take half, no bargaining. Brother, don't be impulsive. Do you think I'm impulsive? Chang Xiao rolled his eyes at him. Well then. If you really don't have money, tell me. Don't be so stubborn. After all, you have a family to support now. Wang Jing was still worried. Have you thought about what to do in the future? Just stay at home and take care of the children? I think it's not bad to be a dad and take care of children. Cheng Xiao smiled, and this smile came from the heart. It's okay. I won't fall behind in my studies. It won't be too late to develop my career when the baby is older. Wang Jing thought it made sense and nodded. Well, that's fine too. Try not to make yourself too tired. Now it's you, and you still play games every day? Haven't you had enough of being a single dog? Chang Xiao hit his chest. Wang Jing smiled bitterly. I would like to, but no one wants to be with me. That's your own problem. Ah. After they chatted for a while, Wang Jing prepared to leave. Looking at those babies is so stimulating. The person who was single with me in the past suddenly has a wife and children. It's so cruel. Aren't you eating here? Chang Xiao asked. No, I'll treat you another day. After getting the computer, he felt that he had gotten a great bargain and had no nerve to stay for dinner. Chang Xiao smiled helplessly. As soon as he left, Song Nian woke up and walked out of the bedroom in a daze. It's already dark. When he saw Chang Xiao leaning on the sofa with his eyes closed, a feeling of sadness suddenly surged in his heart. He takes care of the babies during the day, running around, cooking and doing housework, and gets up at night to change diapers and feed the babies. Even a body made of iron will break down one day. Think about it, he is not that old, yet he has to bear such responsibility. Gave too much. After thinking about it, she didn't have the heart to wake up Chang Xiao, so she walked into the kitchen silently. Open the refrigerator, take out the dishes you want to cook, wash and cut them, and then prepare the onions, ginger, and garlic. Click on some recipes and video tutorials on Zaya Hongshu on your mobile phone, roll up your sleeves and start making them. Prepare to cook more dishes and learn how to cook earlier so that you can help him share some of the work. I was a little hectic during the process. For example, the shredded potatoes are cut into very large pieces and are difficult to fry. When she put oil in the pot, she didn't notice there was water in it. As soon as the oil went in, it made crackling sounds, which scared her so much that she took several steps back. Then the chopped green onion and garlic were put in to stir fry, and there was another crackling sound. If you are not careful, the oil will splash onto your hands. It hurt so much that tears came out of her eyes. When I looked again, I found that the fire was too high and the chopped green onions had become burnt. He bit his lip and put the potato cubes in at once. Chang Xiao smelled a very strange smell in his sleep, like something burnt, a bit pungent. The smell came from the kitchen. There was also a hint of smoke. His eyes tightened. Oh no, could something be on fire? After putting the children in the master bedroom, he quickly ran to the kitchen. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. Wife, you are. The whole kitchen was filled with smoke, the range hood was running madly, and the pot was on fire. Song Nian just poured a bowl of water on it. The floor was covered with vegetable scraps, as was the stove. In short, the whole kitchen felt like a battle had been fought. He hurried over, pulled Song Nian behind him, looked at the pot that was still on fire, slammed the lid on it, and turned off the natural gas. Then he ran to the side and opened the window for ventilation. After all the operations, he breathed a sigh of relief. Well, Song Nian looked at him aggrievedly, feeling a little at a loss. Knowing that I can't cook, I still make things difficult for him. I didn't mean to do that. I just saw how hard you were working and wanted to share some of the burden with you. I didn't know it would turn out like this. Have I caused you trouble again? Song Nian's face was blackened by the rush, and with this expression, she looked extremely aggrieved. She was clearly following the recipe, so there shouldn't be any mistakes, but she still made a mistake and almost caused a fire. Chang Xiao felt helpless and couldn't help but think of the meal he made last time, especially the mushroom and green vegetables. From then on, he felt that Song Nian was not born to be in the kitchen and really had no talent at all. Why? Seeing her dark face, he wiped it with his hands. In order to relieve her from psychological pressure, he teased her, Wife, are you going to burn down the kitchen? If this had not been discovered in time, the kitchen might not have been saved. No, I just want to make something delicious for you. Song Nian blushed and lowered her head. Look at your little face, it's so dark. I'm glad you're not hurt. From now on, I'll do things like cooking. Song Nian felt extremely guilty, blaming herself for being useless and not being able to even cook a meal. I can't even help if I want to. Is she an unqualified wife? It's okay. Just because you're not good at cooking doesn't mean you're not good at other things. Everyone has their own shortcomings, and so do I. Song Nian asked weakly, Aren't you angry? I almost destroyed the kitchen. Angry? Why should you be angry? You cooked for me, and that's enough. How could I be angry, you idiot? Chang Xiao rubbed her head. Give me the apron, go wash your face, and I'll cook for you. After she left, Chang Xiao began to clean up the mess. Seeing the sink full of vegetables, the corners of his mouth twitched. After everything was cleaned up, Song Mianmian walked in just after washing her face. What's wrong? Are you hungry? Chang Xiao turned around and asked with a smile. Song Mianmian bit her lip and said, Do you think that as a wife, I am useless because I can't cook? No, there are so many girls who can't cook nowadays. It's also related to talent. Look at me, I can basically learn it just by looking at it. It means you are not suitable for the kitchen. I will do it from now on. Song Mianmian was about to cry. Don't cry, what's useless? I think it's amazing that you gave birth to 4 lovely babies for me. No one can compare to my wife. Chapter 44 Eat More. You have lost weight recently. Chang Xiao grinned, and Song Mianmian was so shy that she didn't know what to do. What a joke this guy is, he's still joking at this time. Go check on the babies and see if they're awake. I'll make you something delicious. I wiped the tears from her eyes, patted her head, and finally comforted her. Can I help you? Chang Xiao raised his eyebrows. Are you sure? Song Mianmian's face flushed, and she quickly said, Well, I'd better go check on the babies first. Oh, how embarrassing. How could she say such a thing when she almost set the kitchen on fire just now? It's so embarrassing. I fled to the living room and heard the babbling sounds of babies coming from the bedroom. Open the door and walk in. The children knew someone was coming and they were very happy. They kicked their legs, especially Debeo and Sanbao. After a while, they kicked off their small blankets. I was even happier when I saw my mother's face appear in front of me. Yeah. Babies, mommy is here. Song Mianmian moved the babies' cribs to the living room. The smoke had dissipated by now, so there was no big problem. I slept the whole afternoon and didn't see my baby. Now that I see him, my depressed mood is gone. I walked up to the little ones and pinched their faces one by one, feeling the fleshy touch. Just when she was about to hug the eldest baby who was shouting the loudest, the second baby who had been sucking his fingers suddenly made a grunting sound, his little body trembling, and his 2 little hands tightly grasped the small blanket. Song Mianmian knew that it was time to change the diaper again. These guys can really pull it. There are several children, except Debeo, the eldest one with a bulging diaper. Bao, you pooped again. Song Mianmian smiled and looked at him gently. Gently take the baby out, put him on the carpet, and then take out a diaper from the drawer not far away. I went to get some warm water and washed my butt. Don't move, baby. Mommy will wash your little butt. Yeah. Bao seemed to know that his mother was washing his butt, so he lay there obediently without moving, and looked at Song Mianmian with his grape-like eyes. As he looked at it, he was babbling something. After changing their diapers one by one, Song Mianmian picked up one of them. I took out some small toys and amused them for a while. Soon, Chang Xiao had prepared the meal and came over to call. When the babies saw that their mother was leaving, their facial expressions quickly changed. They pouted and looked aggrieved. Especially Bao, he was about to cry. The couple felt so distressed that they had to use a stroller. Look how aggrieved our Bao is. Chang Xiao pinched Bao's little face. Today I simply made 2 dishes and a soup, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, both of which are Song Mianmian's favorites. Come on, eat more. You've lost weight recently. Chang Xiao picked up a few more pieces of meat for her. Who said that? I must have gained weight. Song Mianmian said a little depressed. If this situation continues, I will gain 10 pounds in less than half a year. No matter you are fat or thin, you are the only one in my heart, so don't worry. Chang Xiao smiled. This made her blush again. After dinner, Chang Xiao went to the bathroom and prepared hot water for Song Mianmian. She has classes tomorrow morning, so she has been delayed quite a bit by taking these 2 days off. Go take a shower and go to bed early. You have to go to work tomorrow. Song Mianmian felt a little embarrassed. Chang Xiao really arranged everything for her in life, just like taking care of a child. Even though I am a few years older than him, I look like a little girl a few years younger than him. Good. After taking a shower, he looked at Chang Xiao who was sitting on the sofa with the child and asked, Aren't you going to take a shower? I'll wash it later. I'll play with the kids for a while. You go and have some rest. The two had discussed it beforehand that Song Mianmian would sleep in the master bedroom for the time being, while Chang Xiao would sleep in the children's room with the babies. Then I'm going to sleep, you should get some rest early. She was still a little worried. He has to keep watch all day long, even a strong body can't stand it. Who can bear it? How about I come tonight? You go to sleep. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke. Chang Xiao was helpless, and after much persuasion, the silly woman finally went to bed obediently. He has the skill of stealing sleep, and 1 hour of sleep is equivalent to 5 hours. So I didn't feel sleepy at all, instead I felt very energetic. My babies, mommy works so hard to buy milk powder for you. You must be nice to mommy in the future. Chang Xiao felt very distressed and wanted her to just quit her job. Then they could run a small shop and do it well. He felt that with his wife's academic qualifications, it would be a waste of her talent for her to be a teacher. I just don't know whether she is willing to resign. Talk to her then. Ah. Several children were lying in a row on the sofa, babbling. They were so happy to hear their father's voice. Chang Xiao smiled and pinched their calves, which were plump, soft, and elastic. I have to say, as the days go by, the children grow up, their skin becomes whiter and whiter, and their super good looks can already be seen. Especially the youngest one, Sibao, whose skin is fair and rosy, and whose facial features are already visible. She has inherited all the advantages of the couple. Like her mother, she will definitely be a great beauty in the future. The second baby is not bad either. With their handsome and beautiful genes, how bad can their children be? Wherever you go, you will definitely get a lot of attention. Okay, Daddy is going to take a shower, you guys be good. Having said that, Chang Xiao put them in the cribs and went to the bathroom. I had just finished washing and put on my pajamas when suddenly, I heard a cry. The sound is quite loud and sounds abnormal. Without even blowing her hair, she rushed to the children's room. Good job. At some point, Sanbao put his hand into Debao's mouth. Debao held on tightly and refused to let go. When Chang Xiao took it out, there was already a small tooth mark on Sanbao's finger. He was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The child certainly doesn't know what's going on. Debao is in the period of growing baby teeth, so his gums must be a little itchy, and he can't help biting anything when it's put near his mouth. Don't cry, don't cry. Brother didn't mean it. Chang Xiao quickly comforted Sanbao, feeling so distressed. Look at this little hand, it's all red. It hurts just looking at it. Sanbao cried with tears in his eyes, looking pitiful, with his little mouth pouting in grievance. Chang Xiao felt even more distressed. Well. As a dad, I just can't bear to see my child cry. I can't help but feel heartbroken. It took a long time to coax the baby into submission, and Chang Xiao quickly separated Sanbao from Debao to avoid any accidental injury. Chang Xiao pinched Debao's little face and pretended to be serious. Debao, your brother is crying because of you biting him. I don't know if Debao knew that he had done something wrong. He blinked his black grape-like eyes and looked at Chang Xiao intently. His serious expression was so adorable. Yeah. After a short while, this sound was heard. The little hand gently grabbed Chang Xiao's sleeve and raised her little mouth. Chapter 45. I really want to see your baby. Chang Xiao couldn't help laughing. You're so happy after biting your brother. Look at Sanbao, there are still traces of tears on his face, it's so pitiful to see. In the next few years, there will definitely be a lot of conflicts and frictions among these people. Especially the two boys, Debao and Sanbao. Fighting is inevitable. It is the parents who are worried. Chang Xiao brought over 2 toys and teased Sanbao, and the child forced a smile. When the nursery rhymes were played, they all listened quietly without making any noise. Because the child sleeps too much during the day, he toss and turn until midnight before falling asleep. I woke up many times during the night. I can only say that the baby cannot fully adapt to the environment here. Finally, it was morning. While the child was still sleeping, Chang Xiao went to the master bedroom to take a look, and saw Mian Mian had not woken up yet. He quickly went to the kitchen to make breakfast before calling her to get up. Song Mian Mian got up in a daze, brushed her teeth and washed her face. After eating, she saw Chang Xiao busying around again, and she felt complicated. Where can I find such a good man? He has to make breakfast, call her, wash clothes for the whole family, and do housework. She just enjoyed it. Wife, why are you looking at me like that? Just as she was stunned, a teasing voice sounded in her ears. Looking up, Chang Xiao was right next to her. Maybe because he felt guilty, his face started to turn red. Do you think your husband is particularly warm? Are you distressed? Song Nian was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to do. After a long while, she whispered, "Actually, you don't have to work so hard. I can go out and buy breakfast myself. The baby's clothes will be washed when I come back. Nothing out there is as healthy as what you make at home. I am now responsible for your health. I didn't take good care of you during your pregnancy and confinement, so I want to make it up to you in the future." Cheng Xiao touched her head and smiled gently. In the past, I often saw some scumbags on the internet who would complain about this and that after their wives gave birth to children. Not only does he not take care of the children, he also complains that his wife is out of shape, that she doesn't make money by taking care of the children at home, etc. I didn't think it was a big deal at the time. I just blamed the woman for being so blind to fall in love with such a man. Now that I think about it, those scumbags are really good for nothings. Their wives work so hard to give birth to their children and take care of the household, but in the end, he calls them shrews. Ever since he knew about the child, he wanted to be with his wife and child every day. A day without seeing you feels like 3 years. Thank you, Cheng Xiao. Song Nian's eyes turned red with emotion. Cheng Xiao said helplessly, "We are no longer related, and you are still saying thank you. Isn't it my duty to take care of you and the child? I just see that you work too hard every day." "It's not hard. I think it's good to be a full-time dad with a child. It's worth it no matter how tiring it is." Seeing how moved she was, Cheng Xiao joked, "Okay, if you think I've worked hard, just call me husband." As soon as the words came out, the air froze. Song Nian's cheeks suddenly turned red and she bit her lip. For some reason, she found it difficult to say the word husband. Even though they are married now. After hesitating for a long time, he called out weakly, "Husband." Cheng Xiao raised the corner of his mouth, and his mood improved a lot. He put his arm around her waist and held her in his arms. What wafted towards me was the fresh fragrance emanating from her hair. Song Nian's body trembled slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable. However, she did not reject it, but her body would subconsciously resist. It didn't take long to get used to it. After letting go, he saw her blushing face and couldn't help but pinch it. "Okay, I'm going to work." Song Nian only felt her heart beating faster and faster, and her face was about to burn. If she didn't leave, she would be laughed at by this guy again. "Don't forget to bring your car keys." Cheng Xiao couldn't help laughing when he saw her running away with the car keys. This little woman, why should she be so shy? After cleaning up breakfast, I started another day of taking care of the children. He had to wash by hand the clothes that the babies took off yesterday. It is best not to mix children's clothes with adults' clothes, as they have weak resistance and are prone to cross-infection. It depends on whether the adults are attentive or not. After washing and hanging, Cheng Xiao smiled and went to the children's room. The children were already awake and were lying there whimpering. He took the prepared milk and fed them one by one. The day's babysitting task has begun. And here in the teacher's office, Song Nian had just sat down in her office chair and had not had time to organize the lesson plans on the table when a female teacher wearing silver-framed glasses came over. She looked over and saw that it was one of the female teachers with whom she had a good relationship, Teacher Wang. Still an unmarried girl. "Teacher Song, when will you invite us to your home? I really want to see your baby. So cute." "That's right, when? Everyone is looking forward to it." Teacher Lee at the side also came to join in the fun. She already has a child, who is also a few months old. "Last time I looked at the photo, I kept thinking, I can't bear not to see such a beautiful baby in person. Yeah, it's so cute." Seeing the expectant looks of the female teachers, Song Nian said a little embarrassedly, "This. What do you think about this weekend?" At this time, Teacher Rong, who had been silent, spoke up. Okay. I agree. This weekend." A group of people cheered. Everyone is looking forward to seeing those cute babies. "Is your husband taking care of the child now? Or?" Teacher Wang suddenly asked. "Yes, he is leading it." Song Nian nodded. "Wow, is he taking care of 4 people by himself? Does he have a babysitter?" "No. Can he, a grown man, really take care of a child?" asked Teacher Lee. Speaking of Cheng Xiao, Song Nian's mouth curled up with a happy smile. "He is very good. Not only does he take good care of the babies, he also takes good care of me, cooking and washing clothes for me every day." She was proud of her husband, but also felt very distressed. Wow, that's so great, I'm so envious. Teacher Lee looked envious. It can be said that all the female teachers are envious. There are such good men in the world. Teacher Wang was full of admiration. It's really not easy to take care of 4 children. Then we should go to your house to find out more. It's a good opportunity to see what such a wonderful man looks like. Song Mian looked a little confused. Well, I have to call him and ask him. Such a good man, he will definitely agree with just a word from you. Teacher Wang patted her shoulder and gave a wicked smile. Song Mian was worried because their relationship could not be made public for the time being. Several teachers here recognized Chang Xiao. It would be a big deal if they recognized him. Chapter 46 Saturday, find out. However, it would not be nice to refuse directly, as the other person has already taken the initiative to ask to see the baby. Seeing Song Mian sitting there in a daze and not saying anything, Teacher Wang asked, Teacher Song? Why aren't you talking? Yeah, aren't we welcome? Teacher Lee said with a smile. No, I'll talk to my husband about this when I get back. Song Mian blushed. It's a deal, this Saturday. Ding-a-ling. At this time, the class bell rang, and Song Mian stood up with the lesson plan. I'm going to class first, bye. After she left, several teachers gathered together. Do you feel that Teacher Song is weird? I think so too. She's a little mysterious, as if she's afraid of us going to her house. Especially when she mentioned her husband, her expression was a little strange. Is there something wrong with her husband? Anyway, let's find out this Saturday. There are 3 classes today, all in the morning. After they are over, Song Mian sends the lesson plans back to the office and prepares to go home. When I passed by the cafeteria entrance, I met Teacher Wang and a few others. Teacher Song, we're going shopping later, do you want to come with us? No, I have to go back to take care of the kids. Oh, isn't your husband here? Teacher Wang said with a smile. Let's go together. It's a good opportunity to buy some gifts for your baby. Teacher Lee took her arm. Song Mian quickly said, children don't need much, you don't have to spend money. Teacher Song, what are you talking about? When you go to see the babies, you must bring a gift. We buy these for the babies, not for you and your wife. Teacher Wang said with a smile. That's right, we just want to see the baby and sit for a while and then leave. Teacher Song, are you going to refuse this? Teacher Wang said again. That's not what I meant. Song Mian was a little disheveled. People were preparing to buy gifts for her children. It would be too disrespectful to refuse, and it would also ruin her popularity. It would be fine if they didn't know Chang Xiao, but the key is that they know him. It would be bad if they found out. Just as she was thinking about what to do, Teacher Wang put his hand on her shoulder and said, Teacher Song, let's go together. Song Mian declined awkwardly, you guys go, I won't go. I'll talk to my husband about this when I get home. You're not going? All right then. Seeing that she didn't want to go, Teacher Wang didn't force her, but you have to remember this Saturday. Song Mian nodded. I'll discuss this matter with Chang Xiao when I get back. Then I'll go back first. Bye. Okay, be safe on the road. After separating from several female teachers, Song Mian hurried to the school parking lot and drove home. When she got home, her originally cold expression softened involuntarily. Especially smelling the fragrance wafting from the kitchen. The fatigue she felt in her body did not make her sit down and rest immediately, so she walked quickly to the kitchen. She didn't know why, but no matter what happened outside, she felt completely safe once she got home. In the kitchen, at the stove, Chang Xiao was cooking. Hearing footsteps, he turned around and smiled. Wife, you are back? Well, what are we having for dinner today? They are all your favorites. Just wait outside. It's so choking in here. He now calculates the time precisely. He goes shopping for groceries and cooks after the babies fall asleep, and then waits for his wife to come home. Good. Song Mian went out and waited obediently. I haven't seen the babies all morning and I missed them so much. Seeing their peaceful sleeping faces, I couldn't help but kiss them one by one. But who knew that it would wake up the little guy Erbao? He opened his eyes and smiled as soon as he saw it was his mother. Erbao, do you miss your mother? Song Mian's heart melted. She gently held Erbao in her arms and scratched her little nose. Ah. Bao moved her little mouth and uttered this syllable, and it was obvious that she was very happy. His calves kept kicking and he would occasionally grab Song Mian's arms. If it weren't for the long sleeves, he would probably have been scratched again. It seems that our second baby misses Mom very much, and Mom misses you too. Mua Song Mian couldn't help it and gave him another kiss. Then he picked up the doll next to him and shook it in front of her. Bao doesn't like listening to music as much as Sibao. On the contrary, she likes simpler toys such as dolls. Song Mian had figured it out long ago. As long as she gets it in front of her, she will be extremely happy. After a while, Chang Xiao prepared the meal. "Honey, come and eat." Song Mian reluctantly put Bao down and said, "Bao, play by yourself for a while. Mommy is going to eat." Bao was worthy of being the big sister. She put her back and didn't cry. She continued to chew her hands. In the dining room, Song Mian told Chang Xiao what happened today and asked him what to do as the day after tomorrow is Saturday. She looked sad when she mentioned it. "Don't worry, I have a way." Chang Xiao touched her head and smiled. "Just a perfunctory one, simple. As long as they don't recognize me." Song Mian asked, "What method?" "These teachers have all taught you and they are very impressed by you. If I were recognized, it would be over. By then the whole school will know about it, and she will lose her job. Not only that, Chang Xiao will also be greatly affected. Credits may also be deducted. Moreover, her current job is one of the family's sources of income, and she really doesn't want to lose it. It's okay. At worst I can just find someone to put on some makeup so they can't recognize me." Song Mian was still worried. Will this really work? "I've copied some before, it's okay." "Oh well. This is the only way now, there is no other way. Don't worry, it's just a small matter." This matter may have to trouble Li Jin. Not only is he an actor who has been playing supporting roles for many years, he is also a beauty blogger. He is best at cosplaying and imitating some makeup looks. I guarantee that even your own mother won't recognize you when you're done. In order to dispel Song Mian's worries, Chang Xiao told her about this matter. Only then did she feel relieved. "Eat quickly, or it won't taste good if it gets cold." Chang Xiao picked up a piece of braised pork ribs for her and said with a smile, "The meal is finished. It's time to feed and change diapers for the babies." Sure enough, just after taking a bath, crying sounds started one after another. Each sound is louder than the last. The couple hurried to the children's room. Chang Xiao chuckled. "Dabeo is indeed a boy, his voice is loud enough." Although he cried, he never made a fuss. He stopped after a while and continued to suck his fingers. The couple felt distressed because of his understanding. Chang Xiao put them on the bed one by one, changed their diapers first, and then fed them. The two of them were really efficient and they finished feeding the baby in no time. Once you are familiar with it, you will feel relaxed, but it will be a bit tiring. Chapter 47 I'm in charge of everything. At night, Chang Xiao suggested giving the child a bath, as he had already smelled some odor when he was changing clothes yesterday. The main problem is that the gaps between the layers of flesh are prone to breed bacteria if they are not cleaned in time, especially in the neck and armpits. "I'll prepare some water this time. The water you prepared yesterday was a little hot," Song Mian said with a red face. It took her a while to add cold water before she gradually got used to it. Chang Xiao looked at her and grinned. "I will pay attention next time." It made her face even redder. There is a small bathtub in the bathroom for babies to bathe. It is very convenient. Once the heater is turned on, it is not cold anymore. The first thing to do is to wash Dabeo. The child was quite obedient and didn't move around. He took off his clothes and put him in the bathtub in one go. When he came into contact with the hot water, he felt a little uncomfortable at first, but then he squinted his eyes comfortably, with an expression of enjoyment on his little face. Chang Xiao pinched his face and couldn't help laughing. This kid still knows how to feel comfortable. Feeling someone pinching his face, Dabeo opened his eyes full of confusion, as if he was wondering who was pinching his face. The couple couldn't help laughing as the little eyes looked at them. Not catching the culprit, he continued to squint his eyes. Quite Buddhist. I quickly washed him, wrapped him up, changed his clothes, and put him on the bed to play with himself. Next is the three treasures. Sanbao was a little fussy. He was not happy every time he came into contact with water. His little face was drooping and he looked unhappy. "What's the matter? You're not happy about giving you a bath?" Chang Xiao smiled. Song Mian had already prepared water toys and ocean balls. The colorful colors instantly attracted Sanbao's attention. Finally finished washing successfully. Next comes the second treasure and the fourth treasure. Except for the second baby who was a little noisy, the fourth baby was extremely well behaved. He didn't say a word, and most of his eyes were on his parents. There was also babbling sound coming from his mouth. Cute and heartwarming. He has gained a lot of weight, his body is full of flesh, white and plump, and he doesn't look like an unhealthy child at all. I guess no one would believe her if she said she had lived in an incubator. After the babies were washed, both of them were exhausted and sweating. Chang Xiao was soaked all over. Take a shower first, don't catch a cold. Song Mian took a bath towel and wiped the water off his body. It is easiest to catch a cold in the early autumn, especially at night. My wife still cares about me. Chang Xiao couldn't help but kiss her forehead. Song Mian was stunned for a moment, as if her brain short-circuited for a moment. After she came to her senses, she took a few steps back, her face as red as if blood was about to drip out. Wife, you are shy again. Chang Xiao couldn't help laughing. You take a shower first. I'll go check on the child. After saying that, he almost ran out of the bathroom. Chang Xiao smiled helplessly. Just as I was about to fetch some water, a system notification sound suddenly rang in my ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first time bathing the baby by himself. Reward, face-changing skill. Face-changing skills can change into what you want according to your imagination. Can last for a day. Chang Xiao raised the corner of his mouth. What a timely rain. Whatever you want will come true. This way, there is no need to bother Li Jin. It's no problem to just change into another person's appearance and fool people. Before going to sleep, he also gave Song Mian some specific instructions. Wife, don't worry about Saturday. I'll take care of everything. Chang Xiao comforted her. Song Mian nodded, yeah. She felt much more at ease with him around. Since Chang Xiao said there is no problem, then there will be no problem. Teacher Song, how is it? What did your husband say? The next day, as soon as Song Mian arrived at the office, Teacher Wang came over excitedly and asked. Song Mian smiled and said, he said yes. That's great. We have prepared the gifts for the babies and can't wait to give them out. Teacher Li said with a smile. Yeah, just think about that scene, it's so cute and adorable. Everyone is curious about what her mysterious and family-oriented husband looks like. Mainly, I want to see some babies. She looks so cute in the photo, she must be even cuter in person. By the way, Teacher Song, your baby is so pretty, isn't your husband super handsome? Teacher Wang asked curiously. When it comes to Chang Xiao, Song Mian is a little embarrassed, it's okay. Teacher Li smiled and said, whether it looks good or not, we will know when we go to see it tomorrow. Chang Xiao was still washing clothes for the children. I took off a lot of clothes yesterday and I have to wash and hang them up one by one. This is how Song Mian survived for more than 2 months without him. She still had to go to work every day, and was inevitably exhausted. No wonder he's so thin. It hurts to think about it now. Yeah. Sibao's voice came from the living room. After hanging up the clothes, he hurried over, picked her up and held her in his arms. What's wrong with Sibao? Were you calling Daddy just now? Chang Xiao pinched her little face, tenderness overflowing on his face. 2 faint dimples can be seen on Sibao's cheeks. They appear whenever he smiles, which makes Chang Xiao feel magical. Neither he nor the child's mother had one, but Sibao grew up. Sometimes dimples can add a unique charm. Ah ha ha. Sibao was particularly happy to see his father. He kept kicking his 2 little feet, looking at him with his big eyes like black grapes, and humming a few words from time to time. As if he was really going to speak. Our 4 babies are so well behaved. Chang Xiao felt that his heart would be melted by their cuteness sooner or later. Isn't it so cute? Gurgle gurgle. Probably because he was bored because there was nothing to play with, Sibao started playing with his saliva again, and then put his little hands into his mouth to eat. Baji, Baji. Chang Xiao reluctantly took her hand out of her mouth and gently reasoned with her, Sibao, there are a lot of bacteria on your hands, which can easily cause diarrhea. It was unclear whether Sibao understood or not, and his eyes were a little confused. After a while, Chang Xiao thought that the little guy had heard it. But I didn't expect that he started eating again the next second. Saliva flowing. Soon, a large area of the saliva wipes in front of him was wet. I had no choice but to change hers and put a clean one on, and then repeat the process. There was no other choice, so Chang Xiao had to use his trump card. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. A small robot appeared in Sibao's sight. After pressing the switch, it started singing a song over and over again. Sibao likes this the most. His eyes basically follow the little robot and he looks wherever it goes. His feet were kicking so excitedly, it was so adorable. Seeing her socks falling off again and again, Chang Xiao simply fixed her little feet. You little girl are even more dishonest than your third brother. Chang Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 48. Who is her husband? Sibao was not someone who gives in easily. As soon as his feet were fixed, he immediately became unhappy and started to pout. That little expression made it look like he was about to cry in the next second. Okay, Daddy won't do that to you anymore, just go ahead and have fun. Chang Xiao couldn't do anything with her. Let go and the kids started again. Watching the robot walking back and forth on the table, I giggled with joy. Chang Xiao was infected by her smile and couldn't help laughing. Half an hour later, maybe he was a little tired from watching, so Sibao fell asleep as soon as he said he would. He nestled quietly in his father's arms, snoring and gurgling. Carefully put her in the crib and covered her with a blanket. He turned around and saw that the other three were all awake and looking at him with their bright eyes. Yeah. Debeo even shouted. Sho, don't disturb your sister's sleep, okay? Chang Xiao made a shushing gesture. I don't know if the baby really understood it, and he really didn't make any sound. Chang Xiao carried them out one by one and placed them on the sofa. Since he's not crying, he probably isn't hungry. The diaper was bulging so high that it was uncomfortable to look at. Chang Xiao brought 3 diapers and baby wipes. Wiped their butts and put them on. When I finished changing the first and third babies, I was preparing to change the second baby. As soon as I tore open the Velcro on the left side, the little guy suddenly started crying very loudly, and it seemed that he was in pain. Chang Xiao quickly tore open the Velcro on the right side. As soon as he tore it open, he saw that the diaper had left a red line on Erbao's upper thigh, and it looked like it was swollen. His heart was broken when he saw this. Erbao. I quickly picked up the second baby, held him in my arms, and coaxed him. Don't cry, Erbao. Daddy didn't mean it. I didn't help you put on your diaper. It's Daddy's fault. Don't cry. The child's mother must be heartbroken when she comes back. How could he be so careless? It took a long time to coax her into submission. The red area hurt if she was touched lightly, and Chang Xiao felt more and more distressed the more he looked at it. There is no other way but to gently put a diaper on him to prevent him from wetting the bed. Chang Xiao didn't dare to touch him and put him down in the crib. Debeo and Sanbao didn't know what was going on. They looked at Chang Xiao with their round eyes and made some humming sounds. When Song Mianmian came back in the evening, Chang Xiao told her the truth. Song Mianmian was extremely distressed, and Erbao might have felt wronged as well. When he saw his mother looking at the painful place on his body, he pouted and started crying. Tears flowed heavily. His little appearance is really pitiful. While crying, he started to lick his lips. After a few days of observation, Chang Xiao basically understood the signals given by the babies. For example, if someone licks his lips, it probably means he is thirsty and wants to drink water. Without thinking much, he filled the bottle with half a bottle of 40-degree warm water. Sure enough, as soon as the pacifier was put in his mouth, he started to drink it up noisily, very anxiously. Don't be in a hurry, drink slowly. Song Mianmian touched Erbao's little face. Chang Xiao chuckled helplessly. So you are thirsty? After quenching his thirst, Song Mianmian coaxed the baby for a while before he slowly fell asleep. After putting the children to sleep, Chang Xiao finally had some alone time with his wife. Are you really okay tomorrow? Song Mianmian was still a little worried. What if Teacher Wang and the others found out? Don't worry, leave it to me, just let them come over. With the ability to change your face, what are you afraid of? If you imagine a face at random, no one will recognize it. Oh well. Although she was worried, she still believed in Chang Xiao. She knows that those imitators of makeup on the internet now are basically unrecognizable as long as they put on some makeup. I hope Teacher Wang and the others won't find out. The night passed quickly. The next morning, Song Mianmian received a call from Teacher Wang. Teacher Song, We didn't ask you where your home is yesterday. Is it the Jinchun community near the school? No, I moved these 2 days and now I'm in Zhengcheng Mingyuan. Song Mian said. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Teacher Wang thought he had misheard and asked again, no, where did you say that? Zhengcheng Mingyuan. Zhengcheng Mingyuan? Isn't that a high-end residential area within the 3rd Ring Road? Are you sure? Teacher Wang couldn't believe it. Okay, I'll send you the location. After hanging up the phone, Song Mian found her WeChat and sent her location. When several teachers arrived here, they dared to believe that this was actually Zhengcheng Mingyuan. This Zhengcheng Mingyuan is hard to buy even if you have money. Because of its advantageous geographical location, the houses are sold out almost as soon as they are put on the market. Everyone is willing to pay a high price to buy them. Being able to buy one means that the family not only has good conditions, but also has connections. Even if you rent out a house here, the rent would be around 50,000 or 60,000 yuan a month. They remembered that Song Mian used to live in Jinchun community, so this move was a big deal. Who exactly is her husband? Several people became even more curious. Song Mian personally took them upstairs, and each of them carried large and small bags of gifts. She said a little embarrassedly, Teacher Wang, Teacher Li, Teacher Rong, you don't need to buy so many. It's too expensive. It's okay, it's for the child. When we have children in the future, you have to give us gifts too. This is not given for free. Teacher Wang blinked. Teacher Li smiled and said, my baby is 5 months old. You are always welcome to come over. Mr. Rong, who was always serious, also said, I welcome you too. Song Mian was embarrassed. Teacher Song, I really envy you for being able to live in such a good community. Teacher Wang looked at the surrounding environment with stars in his eyes. The environment is really nice, and the decoration in each building is also very good, all in her favorite style. Teacher Li asked curiously, did you rent this? She didn't think about buying it because it was ridiculously expensive and most people couldn't afford it. Speaking of this, Song Mian was quite proud, but she didn't show it on her face. She smiled gently and said, my husband bought it. Wow! Is your husband a rich man? He is so rich. Teacher Wang widened her eyes. It's okay, we are all ordinary people. Oh, you are too modest. You can even afford a house in Zhengcheng Mingyuan. How can you still be ordinary? Teacher Li said with a smile. They all looked envious. Finally arriving at the door of her home, Song Mian opened the door directly with her key. When the door opens, what comes into view is a warm and luxurious home decoration. It looks very high-end. The kind that you will fall in love with at first sight. Especially this spacious living room, the floor-to-ceiling windows and the large balcony not far away. Oh my god, I'm so envious and love this, this is exactly the decoration I imagined. When will I be able to afford such a big house? It's really beautiful. Love it. Teacher Wang's eyes lit up. The same is true for Teacher Rong and Teacher Li, but not as exaggerated as Teacher Wang. She just kept praising it for being nice and beautiful, and also praised Teacher Song's husband for being a good decorator. Chapter 49, handsome, rich, and able to take care of children. Wow! This balcony is so beautiful. And the lake is visible right away. The night view must be beautiful too. Teacher Li, come over and take a look. Teacher Li walked over helplessly. Indeed, when he was on the balcony, his vision was much wider and he could see the lake not far away at first glance. With the window opened and the breeze blowing, the envy in the eyes of several people almost overflowed. It's great to live here. Teacher Rong looked around and asked, Teacher Song, why don't I see your husband? Yes, I was so busy looking at houses just now that I forgot to ask. Teacher Li also said. Several people were quite curious. He might be cooking in the kitchen. Song Mian smiled. As he spoke, a fragrance wafted out from the kitchen. Let's go to the kitchen and take a look. Teacher Wang was a little hungry. She was a greedy cat and couldn't help herself when she smelled the smell. Song Mian led them into the kitchen and immediately saw the tall figure standing by the stove cooking. Her face flushed slightly, and she said, Honey, my colleagues are here. Chang Xiao activated his face-changing skill and instantly transformed into a strange face. The moment he turned around, if Song Mian had not been prepared, she probably would not have recognized that this was her husband. Because this face has absolutely nothing to do with Chang Xiao's previous appearance. I guess even her own mother wouldn't recognize her. The imitation is really similar. Teacher Song, is this your husband? Teacher Wang asked softly. Oh my god, he's so handsome. Look at this face and this height. Why can't she meet him? Yes. Song Mianmian nodded with a smile. Cheng Xiao greeted them calmly. Hello, I'm Mianmian's husband. Hello. After the two sides greeted each other, Teacher Wang and the other two looked at each other and saw envy in each other's eyes. Oh my god. He is so handsome and his tone of voice is so gentle. Not only that, she can also cook and take care of children. Such perfect men are almost extinct. Moreover, his quality can be seen from his words and actions. You can tell at first glance that he is a rich man. Teacher Song actually married such a well-off man, but she kept it a secret. She is so low-key. Seeing that Teacher Wang and the others were staring at her husband, Song Mianmian said she was not worried that it was fake, but she was afraid that they had discovered something. Teacher Li at the side said with a smile, I am so sorry to bother you on the weekend. It's okay. You are all Mianmian's colleagues and friends at school. Since you are friends, don't be so formal. Cheng Xiao smiled, politely and courteously. Teacher Li was quite surprised. He didn't expect that Cheng Xiao, who looked so young, was so good at speaking. It's not just her, Song Mianmian is the same. At the same time, I also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as my true identity was not discovered, everything would be fine. Honey, the baby should not be asleep yet. You entertain the teachers first, and I'll cook. Song Mianmian understood what he meant. Teacher Wang couldn't wait to see the babies, but she was suppressing her excitement in front of the handsome guy and was rubbing her hands secretly. Good. After agreeing, Song Mianmian took them to the living room. Ah, I can finally see the little babies. So excited. Teacher Wang couldn't help rubbing his hands, his face showing uncontrollable excitement and joy. When I came to the children's room, I saw the children lying in a row on the bed, babbling, as if they were conveying some information to each other. Seeing the stranger coming in, he frowned at the same time. Wow! There really are 4 of them. So cute. Oh my god, I'm in love, don't stop me, I want to get married too. When he saw the babies, Teacher Wan was more excited than anyone else. He even went forward and pinched Debao's chubby little face. It felt so good to touch. Teacher Li, look at her, isn't she so cute? I want to find a handsome guy and get married right here. Teacher Li looked at her helplessly. The girls nowadays have such girlish hearts. However, this child is indeed good-looking, and his facial features are exactly like his parents. Especially the last, smaller one, looks so much like Teacher Song and has inherited all her good qualities. The genes of these two are really great. Teacher Song, I finally understand why you always go home for dinner. If I had such a cute baby and such a handsome husband, I would also go home for dinner every day. Teacher Wang pinched Debao and then pinched Erbao. The babies are so well behaved. Look at how cute they are. Hearing people praising her husband and children, Song Mianmian couldn't help feeling proud and happy. Teacher Wang, you are not bad either. The children you will give birth to in the future will definitely be good-looking. Teacher Wang stuck out her tongue and said, that also requires that the husband I find in the future must be good-looking, at least half as good-looking as your husband. Teacher Rong, who was standing by, also liked the babies very much. Teacher Song, you guys are taking really good care of these babies. Teacher Li also smiled and said, yes. He looks very cute. Suddenly I feel that our child is not so cute. After saying that, several people couldn't help laughing. Teacher Song, can I hug them? Teacher Wan's eyes sparkled. Sure. Song Mianmian picked up Sanbao, who was not so shy, and said, Sanbao, can you let Aunt One hold you for a while? Ah, Sanbao blinked his grape-like eyes. Ha, Sanbao must have agreed, Teacher Wang said excitedly. Song Mianmian held Sanbao in her arms. As soon as she got it in her hand, she felt it was a little heavy. Teacher Song, you are so good at raising children. Look at the fat on his body. I don't think I will be able to hold him in another year. Teacher Wang said with a smile. Song Mianmian looked at the babies with a gentle expression. Debao and Sanbao are both boys. They are relatively able to eat more and are fatter. It's also because my husband takes good care of us. The children have gained a lot of weight, and even I have gained a lot of weight. The main reason is that Cheng Xiao's cooking is so delicious that I can't help but eat an extra bowl every time, and sometimes it's still not enough. Several teachers had envy written all over their faces. You really can't compare people. Your husband treats you so well, but my husband is a big pig's hoof. That's right, my husband is the same. Teacher Rong nodded in agreement. There are few good men now who can compare with Teacher Song's husband. He is handsome, rich, can take care of children and do housework. Teacher Wang, you have to be careful when choosing a boyfriend in the future, otherwise you won't be angry enough in the future. Teacher Li, as someone who had experienced this, patted Teacher Wang on the shoulder. Not everyone is as lucky as Teacher Song. Teacher Wang kept teasing the children, and the more they watched, the more they liked him. They are so cute. I wonder if I can take one away with me. As Song Mian listened, she felt even more that she was so happy. Yeah. As several people were chatting, Sibao, who had been lying on the bed, made a sound. He looked at Song Mian with his big eyes and his little mouth raised. Chapter 50, Envy from Singles. She is smiling. All I see is my mother. Song Mian's heart was about to melt. She picked her up tenderly and scratched her little nose. Sibao, were you smiling at mom just now? Ah. Sibao shook his little hands and feet. Teacher Li said enviously, Sibao looks so pretty when she smiles. She will definitely be a great beauty in the future. As she spoke, she changed the subject and said with a smile, Teacher Song, my son is 5 months old. How about we arrange a baby marriage for our two families? Child marriage? Song Mian was stunned for a moment. Isn't it a bit too early at this time? Let's decide on it first. As for whether you can fall in love with each other when you grow up, we can talk about it later. Teacher Li said with a smile. Make a reservation now to avoid being intercepted halfway. Before Song Mian could say anything, Teacher Rong at the side said, Teacher Li, your son is still so young, it's too early to arrange a baby marriage. I think my son is more suitable. Your son is only 2 years old. No, I made the reservation first. Teacher Song hasn't agreed yet, right? It doesn't count. The two of them started arguing with each other, both wanting to arrange a marriage between the beautiful Sibao and their sons. Song Mian, then she looked at Teacher Wang with a helpless look. Teacher Wang spread his hands helplessly. It's also a problem if the child is too pretty. Sibao was so happy that he wanted to jump up and down in Song Mian's arms. Teacher Wang couldn't help but pinch her little face and said with a smile, Sibao, look at those two aunts over there, they are about to fight for you to be their daughter-in-law. You are quite charming. Before meeting Chang Xiao, Sibao was very shy and would cry when he saw strangers. But after he came to take care of him, he became much better. I don't know if she could understand what Teacher Wang said. She kicked her legs continuously, then grabbed Song Mian's collar tightly, and made babbling sounds. The saliva started to flow again. Song Mian took out a tissue and wiped her face. Oh, our Sibao is very happy. Teacher Wang likes Sibao very much. If the child was not still young, she really wants to take her out and buy her some more clothes to dress her up. Isn't it so cute? The two people over there had finished arguing. Teacher Li looked at Song Mian, smiled embarrassedly and said, Teacher Rong is right. The child is still young. Let's talk about the baby marriage later. I'm here to look after the baby today, so don't scare him. Let us take the long view and wait until Sibao grows up a little. Teacher Rong nodded and said, yes, we just saw that Sibao was so good looking. Teacher Song, please don't mind. Song Mian quickly said, how could that be? I'm honored that you like Sibao so much. Several people smiled at each other. At this time, Chang Xiao's voice was heard outside the children's room. Everyone, it's time to eat. Let's go eat. Song Mian put down Sibao. Teacher Wan was still reluctant to let it go. Let's go. Teacher Li pulled her. Wow. It smells so good. As soon as he arrived at the dining room and saw Chang Xiao carrying in plates of food, Teacher Wang couldn't help swallowing his saliva, completely forgetting his reluctance to leave Sibao. Teacher Song, your husband is such a good cook. I'm so envious. Several people were at a loss for adjectives to describe him. This man was truly outstanding. Looking at him in an apron, serving dishes back and forth, his back is so handsome and good looking. I'll serve it with you. Seeing that he had been busy for the whole morning, Song Mian felt a little distressed. Chang Xiao rubbed her head and said, it's okay. I can do this. The three of them saw the sweet interaction between the two and were extremely envious. Especially Ms. Wang, a single dog. If this wasn't TATV, she would have started licking the screen. Isn't it too sweet? It feels like I'm being fed a mouthful of dog food. She secretly swore in her heart that she would find a boyfriend like this in the future, so as to avoid being abused beyond recognition every time. The other two teachers were very satisfied with Chang Xiao. This man was really good. Teacher Song chose the right person. It's enough to have enough food. There's no need to cook so many dishes. Teacher Li said with a smile as he looked at the table full of dishes. You are so kind. Chang Xiao smiled and said, this is your first time here, and you are Mian Mian's friend, so it's only natural. It smells so good and tastes so good. Teacher Wang took a bite of the braised chicken and his appetite was quickly aroused. Yeah, not bad, not bad. When I look for a boyfriend in the future, I want to find one who can cook delicious food. I made 9 dishes today, 1 soup, and 6 light dishes. The main reason is that Song Mian Mian still needs to breastfeed, so she can't eat anything too heavy. Everyone understood each other tacitly and secretly admired Cheng Zhao's attentiveness. After finishing the meal, they still felt a little unsatisfied. This skill is comparable to that of a 5-star chef. When it was time to wash the dishes, Song Mian Mian said, you've been tired all morning, let me do it. Chang Xiao smiled and said, let me do it. I have to do the kitchen work. After saying that, Song Mian Mian suddenly remembered the day when she almost burned down the kitchen. His face turned red. After a while she whispered, then I'll help you carry the dishes. Only then did Cheng Xiao agree. Looking at the sweet figures of the two walking together, Teacher Wang's face was filled with envy like a single dog. Teacher Song is so happy. I envy her. Teacher Li at the side said, the blind date I introduced to you before was a very handsome guy. You didn't go. Do you regret it? Teacher Li, can you help me find someone else? Teacher Wang took Teacher Li's arm. What if you stand them up again? What kind of person would I be? Not this time. After the 3 of them finished their meal, they sat here for a while, played with the baby, and then said goodbye and left. As soon as they left, Song Mian Mian felt relieved. I was so nervous just now, afraid of being discovered. I was just worried that they would recognize you. Isn't it there? Don't worry. Few people can recognize my imitation makeup. Chang Xiao smiled, not worried at all. On the way. When the 3 of them were halfway along the road, the always attentive Teacher Rong glanced at Teacher Li and said, don't you think so? I feel like Teacher Song's husband looks familiar, but I can't quite put my finger on where. I've definitely seen him somewhere. Finally she came to a conclusion. Teacher Li also found it strange, what you said is true, especially his back view, but I have never seen his face, it's very strange. There are so many people who look alike in the world. Maybe you're just overthinking it. I just think her husband is a good guy, there's nothing wrong with him. Teacher Wang doesn't think there's anything wrong and doesn't care. After she said that, Teacher Li and the other teacher thought that it made some sense and didn't think about it anymore. Wow, this is so cute. I love it. At this moment, Teacher Wang suddenly called out. Teacher Li looked over and saw that the guy was smiling brightly at some photos with stars in his eyes. Chapter 51 Erbao's turn. Teacher Wang smiled and said, I just asked Teacher Song for some photos of the baby. They are so cute. Teacher Li felt like drooling when she saw this. I want to give birth to such a beautiful baby in the future. You're not even married yet and you're already thinking about having a baby. Teacher Li said with a smile. Think about it, it's still possible. Here, Chang Xiao received a call just after cleaning up the kitchen. It's Li Jin. He hadn't been to the crew for many days. He had a scene today, and Li Jin came to inform him. Dude, you were so absorbed in being with your wife that you even forgot about the drama you were filming? Li Jin couldn't help but tease. Chang Xiao smiled and said, you, a single dog, don't understand the warmth of a family. It hurts. Li Jin felt like he had suffered a critical hit of 10,000 points. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore, just come here quickly. Chang Xiao hung up the phone, turned to Song Mian Mian and said, Wife, I have something to do and I have to go out. He explained in detail what happened when Li Jin called him just now. Okay then, be careful on the road. Good. Chang Xiao arrived at the garage and drove to Longji Plaza. When I arrived at the destination, I parked the car and saw Li Jin when I got out. Dude, you're finally here. It's your turn soon. I've been waiting for you. Dressing room. The makeup artist who did Cheng Zhao's makeup before continued to do his makeup. After not seeing him for a few days, when I saw him again, I thought he looked even more handsome. Other makeup artists also looked here frequently. For such a good-looking person, the makeup is the simplest and does not require much technical skills. After all, she is good-looking. Basically, you don't need to put on makeup, just change your clothes and you'll be invincible. Seeing his good luck with women, Li Jin was envious and jealous. The only thing that made him feel at ease was that Cheng Xiao was already married, so it was useless for him to be handsome. It's a pity that I didn't see his wife last time. Speaking of this, I miss those babies a little. So cute. After putting on makeup and before filming, Li Jin asked, "Dude, do you have a photo of your baby?" "What?" "Nothing, I just missed them a little and wanted to save a few of them." Cheng Xiao opened his phone and sent it to him. "Wow, you've grown up a bit. Are these the other two?" "They're so cute. Grown up, absolutely handsome and beautiful." After licking the screen for a while, it was soon Cheng Zhao's turn. The male and female protagonists had just finished their scenes together, and the crew was praising them for their excellent acting. When it was Cheng Zhao's turn as the fourth male lead to act opposite the male lead, those who had originally praised the male lead suddenly changed sides. This is a complete crushing of strength. They are not on the same level at all. They couldn't say with a clear conscience that Cheng Zhao's acting was bad. When the director called cut, the male lead had a gloomy face the whole time. The makeup artist couldn't help but get angry at his assistant. Where on earth did the director find such a person? It was the first time in his life that he was outshone by someone. Where can he put his face? I heard that Li Jin introduced him." The assistant said tremblingly. "Li Jin." The male protagonist held his phone tightly, gritting his teeth in anger. By the time Cheng Xiao finished filming his last scene, it was already evening. He, the fourth male lead, doesn't have many roles. Depending on the script, it will almost be finished after some more filming. As he watched, he felt that there was something in the plot that was not quite reasonable. When dealing with the villain, the male protagonist was too soft-hearted. His own sister was almost killed, but he forgave the culprit out of his brotherly love. This is a huge poisonous point. Apart from this, there are many other places where the plot is not well arranged. He approached the director to discuss the matter. The director thought it made sense and asked the screenwriter to make timely revisions. Then he praised Cheng Xiao again and again. The guy playing the male lead immediately became unhappy. "Director, can this script be changed casually?" The director said calmly, "I think what Xiao Chang said is very reasonable. No matter what, you can't just change it randomly. The other actors will have opinions. Some people think they know more than the screenwriter just because they shot a few scenes. But no one paid any attention to him. Some people around him had long been unhappy with him and cast disdainful glances at him. With such a temperament, he still played the leading male role, which was a complete waste of the role." After finishing the filming, Cheng Xiao said hello to Li Jin and went home. "There are more plays today, and 30,000 yuan has been deposited into the account. I haven't seen you for an afternoon and I've been missing you, little darling, so much." In the living room, Song Mianmian was sitting on the sofa teasing Erbao. Seeing him coming back, I hurried over and asked, "Are you tired? I'll go get you a glass of water. My wife is so nice. This time I have a cup of hot water to drink, and my heart is warm just thinking about it." Cheng Xiao was really glad to have met her. For the first time, he felt what home was like. Song Mianmian handed him the water, her face flushed, and continued to play with Erbao. "Erbao, did you miss Daddy in the afternoon?" Cheng Xiao finished drinking the water and pinched Erbao's little face. "Yeah." When he saw it was his dad, Erbao raised his little mouth and started laughing. It seems that Erbao misses his daddy. "Look what Daddy bought for you," Cheng Xiao said, and took out a small windmill from his arms like a magician. He bought it on the road. It starts to spin as soon as you blow on it. As soon as the little windmill was taken out, Erbao kept staring at it. He started to giggle and it was obvious that he liked it very much. At this time, Sibao, who was lying in the crib, also woke up. "Yeah." As soon as Sibao saw the little windmill in his father's hand, he became excited and stretched out his hand to grab it. "You little girl have grown up," Cheng Xiao said with a smile. Song Mianmian looked at him with a smile, as if she remembered something, and said, "After you left this afternoon, Erbao turned over." "That's good. She's almost 3 months old. It's normal for her to turn over." I was shocked. the child was buried in the quilt. If I hadn't noticed it, I don't know what would have happened. Song Mian still has some lingering fears. She has to be very careful in the future. It's better to be safe than sorry. Just after he finished speaking, Sibao, who was lying there, started to make some grunting sounds while playing, with his little brows furrowed, as if he was very uncomfortable. After a while, a strange smell came from the butt. The poop tastes a little bit strange today. He took her out of the crib and placed her on a blanket. He opened the Velcro on her diaper and looked at it. He saw golden yellow feces with a little white foam on it. He has seen parenting apps, this situation should be. Sibao must have caught a cold and got diarrhea. Chang Xiao sighed. She has been a little active these days and always likes to kick the quilt off her body. The weather is getting colder and she got kicked accidentally. Song Mian had never faced a situation where her baby had diarrhea, so she was a little anxious. What should I do? Don't panic, just buy some mommy love to regulate your stomach. Chang Xiao said gently. Mama love is used to treat diarrhea in infants, and basically it will be cured after 2 doses. Okay, I'll go buy it. As she said that, she prepared to go downstairs. Wife, don't worry, just buy it on your phone and they will deliver it to you later. It's just diarrhea, it's not a big problem. Seeing that she was so anxious that she lost her mind, Chang Xiao said helplessly. Chapter 52. Are you sure you want to stay here tonight? After I bought the medicine and gave it to the child to drink, I thought he would have a sleep, but the little guy was still having fun. During this period, prevent Sibao from dehydration and feed him more water. He will be fine tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Song Mian sighed. Think about it, as a mother, she doesn't understand many things thoroughly, and she doesn't understand as much as Chang Xiao, who has only been a father for a few days. She is such an unqualified mother. Seeing that Sibao was having fun, Chang Xiao smiled and touched Song Mian's head. Okay, don't worry, isn't this nothing? She nodded. As if she remembered something, she said, in a few days, the babies will get their vaccinations. Now they have diarrhea and need to take medicine. It's okay, you'll know when the time comes just by consulting a doctor. Okay, it's getting late. You must be hungry too. I'll go make dinner. Seeing that he was exhausted after an entire afternoon, Song Mian felt a little distressed and whispered, Do you want me to help? No need, you've been taking care of the child for the whole afternoon, take a rest first. Song Mian's face flushed, and she was a little embarrassed. It would be more accurate to say that she slept for the whole afternoon rather than taking care of the child. She only fed the child once in the middle and then rested. As the child grew older, he became less noisy. Chang Xiao could still see through her little thoughts. He chuckled and went into the kitchen. There were some dishes left over from lunch today, so Chang Xiao heated them up and then made 2 more dishes. I also cooked a fish soup. Song Mian walked into the kitchen following the smell. She had slept for the entire afternoon and hadn't eaten a single bite. She was already starving. Chang Xiao's cooking is so delicious that I was attracted by the taste unconsciously. The former had anticipated this and had already prepared the egg custard in the microwave. After being busy outside all afternoon, this little woman doesn't know how to cook. It seems that I still need to go to the supermarket to buy some snacks for future use, in case I get hungry when he is not at home. Are you hungry? Chang Xiao asked with a smile. Song Mian blushed and said nothing. It's considered as a default. This is prepared for you, be careful not to burn yourself. He brought out the egg custard and placed it on the table beside him. Song Mian was a little surprised and her face turned even redder. She didn't expect he would think of this. I can't help but feel warm in my heart. Thank you, husband. There were several teachers present before, so she was embarrassed to shout like that directly. She was shy to begin with, and it was better now that no one was around. I'll take you to the supermarket tomorrow and buy some snacks. Or you can order takeout. Don't save money at the expense of your health. This little woman knew she was hungry, but she didn't order takeout and just waited for him to come back. I really don't feel comfortable leaving her home alone. Besides, they are not short of money now, and the extra money they earn from the crew is enough for their daily life. Yes, I understand. It's not like we don't have money. Didn't your husband make 30,000 yesterday? There's no need to save this little money. Chang Xiao placed his hands on her shoulders, looked directly into her eyes, and said softly, When we save enough money and open a store, you won't have to work so hard in the future. I don't want you to be so tired. Song Nian felt warm in her heart instantly, her eyes felt a little sore, and she nodded. After dinner, the two took a bath and took the child to the children's room. Chang Xiao observed Sibao's bowel movements. It was still the same as before, the diarrhea was quite severe, and it was mostly foamy. This child cries from time to time, probably because he has a stomachache. Song Nian was so distressed that she asked, "What should we do? Should we go to the hospital?" She had never seen Sibao in such a serious condition before. He had lived in an incubator before and was already in poor health. When the weather gets cold, Debao and the others are fine because they have relatively stronger resistance, but Sibao is in trouble and gets infected easily. Chang Xiao was also heartbroken. Seeing the child crying because of stomachache, his heart was broken. It had been 4 hours since he last took the medicine. He said, "Honey, I'll get some hot water and feed him again. You watch over him." Song Nian nodded. Sibao's face turned pale because he was dehydrated due to diarrhea. "Yeah." After the pain was gone, the little guy smiled again, and his eyes never left his mother. Song Nian held her in her arms lovingly, feeling extremely guilty. As long as she saw these innocent little faces, she would not regret giving birth to them. At that time, many people around her tried hard to persuade her to have an abortion, but she stayed with the baby without hesitation. At that time, I never thought about finding the child's father, but unexpectedly, by some accident, I found him. I can only say that fate is something that cannot be explained. After all, children need their fathers. I didn't think it was a big deal before, but what about when the children grow up? They will definitely ask about it. Soon, Chang Xiao brought the medicine and mixed it into the bottle. "Sibao, it's time to take some medicine." Chang Xiao picked up Sibao with a gentle and doting smile. Sibao is still very dependent on Chang Xiao. He puts the pacifier to his mouth and drinks as soon as he opens his mouth. His expression was one of satisfaction. It seems to be saying, it's sweet and tastes okay. Seeing her satisfied little look, Song Nian couldn't help but chuckle. The solemn atmosphere was suddenly dispersed a lot. "It's okay if you are willing to take the medicine, but I'm afraid that if you are not willing, you will really have to go to the hospital. Let us see how things go tomorrow. Wife, go to bed soon. I'm here." Chang Xiao didn't want her to be so tired, so he said with a smile. Song Nian bit her lip and said, "I'll stay with you tonight and watch the babies." How could she always leave him alone to watch over him? Besides, Sibao had diarrhea again, how could she feel at ease? "I'm very tired." "Don't you have classes tomorrow? You can't stay up late. Tomorrow is Sunday." Chang Xiao glanced at her and teased, "Are you sure you want to stay here tonight?" I'm looking at Sibao, I don't have any other thoughts." Song Nian said with a blushing face. "Other ideas? What ideas?" Chang Xiao whispered close to her ear. "I don't have any ideas." Song Nian took a step back, her face red as if it was about to bleed. Chang Xiao smiled helplessly. This little woman, they are husband and wife now, yet she is still so shy. "Never mind. I still can't accept it for now. After a while. I'm going to wash my face." Song Nian put on her shoes and ran out. She felt like her heart was about to jump out. Thinking about how Chang Xiao had just touched her, she shouldn't have reacted so strongly. Will he be disappointed? As I watched the redness on my face in the mirror gradually fade away, I became more and more annoyed. After wiping her face clean, she continued to the children's room. When he walked in, Chang Xiao was holding a teddy bear and waving it in front of Sibao. Sibao kicked his legs happily. He made babbling sounds with his mouth and tried to reach out to grab it several times. She couldn't bear to interrupt this heartwarming father-daughter interaction, and a gentle smile appeared involuntarily at the corner of her mouth. Yeah. Chapter 53, Who does she think she is? I saw that Sibao had grabbed the toy at some point and was giggling. He was so happy and didn't look like he was sick at all. Thinking of this, Song Nian's face was filled with worry. Just as she lowered her head in deep thought, a blanket was draped over her. Chang Xiao stood behind her. What are you thinking about? Come here quickly, Sibao has been tricked, don't let him get tricked too. After Song Nian gave birth, she didn't even have a maternity leave except for the confinement period, and she didn't have a good rest. Now she is still in the recovery period and needs to take good care of her body. Honey, don't you blame me for what happened just now? She couldn't help but ask directly. After asking, my face couldn't help but turn red again. Chang Xiao rubbed her head and said with a smile, "Why should I blame you? I know what you are thinking. No matter what, I will never force you to do anything. You don't need to have any psychological burden." "Honey, thank you." Song Nian was so touched that she couldn't help but tear up. The next second, she threw herself into Chang Xiao's arms. She was still wearing that thin kitten-faced suspender pajamas. Even with that layer of space between them, he still touched everything he was supposed to touch. After all, he was a hot-blooded man, so he couldn't help feeling a little impulsive. This feeling is a bit overwhelming. Plop. Plop. My heartbeat started to quicken. Your heart is beating so fast. At this time, Song Nian suddenly raised her head and looked at Cheng Xiao. It seemed that not only her heart was beating faster, but his too. I couldn't help but smile. Cheng Xiao scratched her nose and said, "Silly girl, it's beating for you." Song Nian's face flushed redly. This guy is so good at flirting. Then I changed my mind and thought, he is so good at flirting, has he done the same to other girls before? Did you also say the sweet words you said to her to other people? After hesitating for a while, she finally couldn't help but ask, "Honey, have you ever dated other girls before?" "Why are you asking this suddenly?" Chang Xiao asked puzzledly. Song Nian lowered her head and whispered, "I just want to ask. If you don't want to tell me, forget it. I dated one a year ago, and then she dumped me." Cheng Xiao said calmly that he didn't care about the past and that he was blind to fall in love with such a woman. After hearing this, Song Nian frowned. "You said she dumped you? 1 year ago. That night when you were drunk." Normally, she saw Cheng Xiao taking care of the baby, not smoking, not drinking, and not going out, so could it be that night? You guessed it right. That was the day she dumped me and was with someone else. That's why I went to the bar to drink, and then I met you. Hearing this, Song Nian was a little angry, and with her red face, she looked a bit cute. Who is she? Is she a student or a teacher in our school? What does she look like? Is she pretty? She asked, her eyes fixed on Chang Xiao. The latter could even see the flames in her eyes. I was scared to death. He quickly said, "She's not pretty. She's not as pretty as my wife, and she doesn't have a good figure like you. Besides, we've only been together for a few months, so there's no affection to speak of." Really? You stayed with her for several months without any feelings? Song Nian said unhappily, "Do you have any photos? Let me see." Photos? They don't exist. The woman didn't have time to dislike him at that time, and her circle of friends was also blocked, so why would she send him a photo on purpose? Really? Song Nian looked at him suspiciously. How could there be no photos after being together for so long? Seeing her look, Cheng Xiao said helplessly, "Wife, what I said is true. I really don't have any photos. I never have any." At this moment, he felt a sour smell in the air. It's over. Has he stirred up a hornet's nest? Why did she dump you? What did you do? Song Nian continued to ask, narrowing her eyes, which made Cheng Xiao smell something unusual. He quickly told the truth. She despised me for being poor and having no money, so she dumped me and ran off with someone else. What? Who does she think she is? How dare she treat you like this? Song Nian stood up suddenly, her face flushed with anger. Gritted his teeth. Her husband, such a good man, was actually despised by that woman. This is intolerable. You are so ungrateful. So angry. Seeing that Song Nian was getting more and more excited and almost flew into a rage, Cheng Xiao quickly tried to comfort her. "Wife, don't be angry. It's not worth getting angry over such a person. How can she compare to you? In terms of looks, you are far better than her, and your figure is not as good as yours." He brought up the same arguments he had just made. I didn't expect my wife to be so scary when she's angry. I shouldn't have said it if I had known. Song Nian snorted, "Do you still have feelings for her now? Who knows if your old feelings will rekindle one day when I'm not around? This is definitely a fatal question." Cheng Xiao swallowed his saliva and replied, "No, absolutely not. I only have you in my heart, my wife, and no one else." These questions made Cheng Xiao terrified. Then have you ever told her? Song Nian looked over. Cheng Xiao immediately said, No, I really didn't do that. I guarantee it with my life. I swear, the time I was with you was my first time. After these words were spoken, Song Mianmian, who was originally angry, was stunned for a moment. Oh, why did she mention this? But his face remained expressionless. Humph. My husband is so nice, that woman is so ungrateful. That's right. You don't know what's good for you. Chang Xiao cooperated with her. Are you still thinking about her? Song Mianmian glared at him. I didn't, honey. You're the only one in my heart right now. I don't even remember what that woman looks like. Can we not be angry? Song Mianmian snorted, I'm not angry. The more I think about her now, the more I feel that woman is simply blind. However, if she hadn't come, Chang Xiao wouldn't have met her, and wouldn't have given birth to 4 such lovely babies. She is still lucky. Seeing her furious, Chang Xiao didn't dare to say anything. He just watched quietly, very nervous. It's over, my wife must be angry. It's all his fault. He shouldn't have answered. Ex-girlfriend or not, they are all floating clouds, nothing is as good as his wife. Okay, stop being angry, okay? It's so late, it's time to go to bed. Song Mianmian was still a little unhappy. It took Chang Xiao a long time to calm him down. It seems I should thank her for letting me meet you. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have such a cute baby. After a while, Song Mianmian suddenly said this. Chang Xiao was shocked. Women's expressions change so quickly. He was angry 1 second and thanked others the next. It's so cute. That's right, my wife is right. He nodded quickly. Chapter 54 Let you catch. Humph. Don't let me see her next time. Song Mianmian raised her pink fist. Chang Xiao smiled secretly and wanted to say, wife, you don't even know her. Okay, it's time for us to go to bed. Look at the babies, they are all looking at us. Chang Xiao held her shoulders and they both sat on the blanket. You are not allowed to talk to her when you see her in the future, do you hear me? I understand. If you don't tell me, I have forgotten what she looks like and I might not recognize her even if I see her. Don't worry. Chang Xiao smiled and reassured her. Song Mianmian puffed her cheeks and said, what if she regrets it and rekindles her old feelings for you and pesters you? What will you do? Of course, my luck with romance is blocked by my wife. Chang Xiao held her hand, which was a little cold, and quickly took the quilt beside him and wrapped it around her. Song Mianmian was finally satisfied and snorted proudly. Speaking of which, wife, why are you drunk? Chang Xiao remembered and asked. Speaking of this, Song Mianmian's expression looked a little strange and a little angry. A good friend of mine broke up with her and insisted that I go out for a drink with her. I didn't pay attention to the alcohol content and I couldn't handle it, so I got drunk. Song Mianmian recalled what happened that day. Later, the good sister went to the bathroom and didn't come back for a long time. She couldn't remember what happened afterwards. Anyway, I woke up in the hotel. Chang Xiao frowned. Isn't her good sister too treacherous? Fortunately, it was him I met that day. If it was someone else, I can't guarantee what would have happened. His wife is so beautiful, how many people would want to take advantage of her? Next time, you can't go out drinking with others no matter what, okay? Unless I'm there. Chang Xiao's face was serious. I know. I haven't been there since then. Besides, I found out I was pregnant later. As she spoke, her voice became lower and lower, and 2 blushes appeared on her face. The two were chatting when Sibao, who was lying on the bed, spoke. I opened my eyes and looked at them, as if to say, have you talked enough? Why are you still ignoring me? Song Mianmian couldn't help but burst out laughing. How could this kid not be sleepy yet? The brothers and sisters have already started yawning. Sibao, why aren't you asleep yet? Chang Xiao picked her up and kissed her little face. It's warm and a little red, and looks very cute. Ah. Suddenly, Sibao grabbed Chang Xiao's hair in front of his forehead with great force, holding it tightly. After succeeding, he even giggled. Sibao, you know you can't scratch daddy. Song Mianmian quickly and gently pried off Sibao's little paws. This kid is very strong. If you don't have enough strength, you won't be able to break it. Hiss. Chang Xiao gasped in pain. Sibao was very happy about this and kept kicking his legs, which was so adorable. I finally managed to pry her hand off, but she was still unhappy. She pouted her lips, looking dissatisfied. Song Mianmian smiled and said, Sibao, it hurts when you grab daddy like this. Sibao doesn't know what hurts or not, he just wants to scratch it, and will cry if he is not scratched. Chang Xiao noticed her little emotion and pinched her face. Okay, I'll let you hold it, okay? As he said this, he put her hand on his hair. Only then did Sibao smile again. Chang Xiao could only endure the pain. Maybe he was tired, so Sibao stopped and fell asleep in Chang Xiao's arms unknowingly, snoring. The couple looked at each other and smiled helplessly. This little guy. Wife, go get some disinfectant wipes and wipe Sibao's hands. He just grabbed my hair, so there might be bacteria on them. The main thing is that these 4 babies always put their hands in their mouths and chew them. As the saying goes, diseases enter the body through the mouth, so it is easy for them to get infected. The germs outside are the most threatening to children. Yeah, okay. Song Mian quickly brought a wet wipe, carefully wiped Sibao's hands, then gently put him on the bed to sleep and covered him with a small quilt. The couple breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the mythical beasts were all asleep. But I finally slept. I was so tired. Chang Xiao exhaled. Are you very tired? Song Mian glanced at him. If Chang Xiao hadn't suddenly recognized that the child was his, they probably would never have had any contact in this life, right? Everyone lives their own life. Maybe he would get married and have children, and she would live like this with the child for the rest of her life. She never thought about looking for another one. With her conditions, no man was willing to marry her. Chang Xiao touched her head and said with a smile, I am willing to do this no matter how tired I am. Song Mian smiled, tilted her head and leaned on Chang Xiao's shoulder. My heart is sweet as honey. It would be great if it could continue like this. Okay, let's go to bed. It's getting late and it will get colder as time goes by. You're wearing pajamas and I'm afraid you'll catch a cold. Chang Xiao arranged the pillows for her. When the two of them slept together, they could hear each other's frantic heartbeats. The night passed quietly. The next morning, just after the two finished washing up, Song Mian received a call from her mother Song Qin. She wanted to come and see the baby. She hadn't seen them for a few days and missed them terribly. Song Mian told Chang Xiao about this. Sure, I'll go pick up mom, you look after the child first. Chang Xiao said with a smile. She had no objection and nodded, okay. More than half an hour later, Chang Xiao drove the car to the gate of the residential area. Song Qin was waiting at the door, chatting with a few women. If Chang Xiao hadn't gotten out of the car, he wouldn't have known it was his car. Xiao Chang, what are you doing? When did her son-in-law buy a car? Why is there no news at all? Chang Xiao smiled and made up an excuse, I bought this car a while ago. I lived in the school dormitory before and kept it in the garage. I never drove it out. Oh, I see. She turned around and said goodbye to the women. After getting in the car, she quickly asked, Xiao Chang, how are Mian and the children doing recently? Everything is fine. Mian is also fine. Don't worry, Auntie. After the car drove away, the women who had spoken to Song Qin before looked in that direction and started talking. His son-in-law actually bought a car. Why didn't he drive it out before? I thought he was very poor. I don't know, maybe he bought it recently? Don't young people like to take out loans nowadays? This car is worth at least 100,000 or 200,000 yuan, right? How much money can you make at such a young age? You either take out a loan or borrow it. Several people thought it made sense. How could one possibly come up with 200,000 all at once? Soon, Chang Xiao drove his mother-in-law to Jiangcheng Mingyuan. Looking at this residential area with particularly high-end greenery, she widened her eyes. Is this the house her son-in-law bought? The surrounding environment is really beautiful. I guess it cost a lot of money, right? Look at the trees and green areas, they are hundreds of times more beautiful than the one she lives in now. Especially after entering the house, I was shocked by the luxurious decoration in the living room. Chapter 55. Do you still remember Grandma? The warm and luxurious style, especially the large balcony not far away, makes people feel happy just by looking at it. She had only seen this kind of house on TV. So this is the place they were talking about moving to? Not bad. She nodded with satisfaction. Mom, you're here? Song Mian just came out of the children's room. When she saw Song Qin, she immediately came over with surprise. Seeing her daughter, Song Qin immediately responded with a smile. The mother and daughter sat on the sofa. After not seeing you for a few days, I can't help but miss you. Nian Nian, why do I think you've gained some weight? There's finally some flesh on your face. Song Qin observed and found that he had indeed gained weight, especially on his face. Before Chang Xiao was away, she had to take care of several children and go to work. She was exhausted and looked so thin that she was unrecognizable. Now my face is rosy, my skin is fair and rosy, and I have gained some weight. It seems that Xiao Cheng takes good care of her. Song Mian Mian glanced at Chang Xiao over there, her face blushed involuntarily, and she whispered, maybe I've been eating too much recently. Chang Xiao doesn't let her do anything, and she doesn't have to take care of the child. All she has to do is eat, sleep, and work. It would be strange if she doesn't gain weight if she continues like this. You should eat more during breastfeeding, otherwise the baby will have no milk. Xiao Cheng treats you well, so I feel relieved. Song Qin patted the back of Song Mian Mian's hand. Their family was originally a single-parent family. Mian Mian's father left without saying goodbye when she was just 1 month old, leaving her and her daughter to depend on each other. At that time, she was afraid that her daughter would follow her old path, so she asked her to study more. Despite all her warnings, she still couldn't overcome fate. However, Xiao Cheng is a nice person. He has a house and a car, has a good personality, and knows how to take care of children. That's enough. Okay, I'll go see the babies. I missed them after not seeing them for a few days. Song Qin smiled and stood up. In the children's room, several babies are awake and are playing there with their eyes open, some biting their hands and some humming. The scene is so adorable. When Song Qin walked in and saw the scene, her heart melted instantly. The one that received the most attention was Sibao, a child who had been weak since birth. How is Sibao doing recently? Song Qin asked. Song Mianmian smiled and said, it's not a big problem, I just eat a lot. I want to drink formula even after drinking breast milk. I have gained weight. Really? It's edible. Song Qin was very happy. She stepped forward and held Sibao's little hand, and asked with a smile, Sibao, do you still remember Grandma? Sibao stared at Song Qin for a long time. After all, they had been together for more than 2 months, so how could he not recognize her? This ignorant little expression can make you bleed. This is what is commonly known as a sweet crit. Let Grandma hug you. Song Qin stretched out her hand and was about to pick her up when she heard a groan. Sibao pouted, obviously unwilling. If you really pick her up, she will cry in front of you. Cheng Xiao saw through the little girl's thoughts at a glance, and quickly took out a toy doll and put it in Song Qin's hand. Mom, she likes this. If you use this to attract her, she will let you hug her. This is the killer feature. This is the method Manli used last time and it worked. Sibao is a child who will definitely be playful in the future. Sure enough, holding the doll and letting you hold it, it's very realistic. Oh, this child has become a lot heavier. Song Qin just picked up Sibao, and he was very heavy, at least 2 kilograms heavier. Chang Xiao and his wife looked at each other and saw tenderness in each other's eyes. Ah, Sibao was so happy after getting the toy. Song Qin was very surprised. In the past, Sibao never wanted her to hold him. He only wanted his mother. Later, when his father came, he still wanted his father and not his grandmother. Now I accept it. Even though it was just because of a toy. Song Qin pressed the switch of the doll, and instantly a nursery rhyme came out of it. 2 tigers, 2 tigers. Sibao liked this song very much. When he heard it, he started giggling and kicking his calves happily. Song Qin had never seen her so happy before, and couldn't help but reveal a kind smile. When Debeo and the others saw someone coming, they kept looking over here with curiosity in their eyes. After holding Sibao for a while, Song Qin put her down and held each baby one by one. It is obvious that all 4 babies have gained weight. The eldest child weighed the most, at least 3 or 4 pounds. This child can eat much more than his younger siblings. He can eat and poop at the same time, and his body has circles of flesh. White and plump. She is getting more and more handsome, and her eyebrows are exactly the same as Chang Zhao's. At this time, Song Mianmian thought of something. Sibao had diarrhea yesterday. She checked on him this morning and found that he was only a little better, but he was still foaming in the stool. Song Qin is an experienced person and must know some old methods. When Song Qin heard that Sibao had diarrhea, she frowned. When did it start? Yesterday afternoon, the child might have had a stomachache and kept crying. Today there was some white foam. Song Mianmian was very worried. Sibo was like this because of her failure to take good care of him. Song Qin asked, "Do you have a hot water bottle at home? The abdomen must be kept warm if you have diarrhea, especially for little girls." Chang Xiao brought over a hot water bottle. The doll was placed on Sibao's belly through a layer of clothes. The little guy had no idea what was going on and kept playing with the doll in his hand. Song Qin also told Chang Xiao to buy a kind of medicine for infants and young children, which would heal quickly after taking it. Sibao caught a cold due to the change of seasons. By the time the medicine was bought, Sibo had already fallen asleep. He was snoring and holding the little baby in his hand. Song Qin comforted Song Mianmian, "Don't worry, it's normal for children to have diarrhea. There will always be times when we are careless." Song Mianmian nodded and sighed. "Mom, you guys chat, I'll go cook." After Chang Xiao entered the kitchen, the mother and daughter started the conversation. "Nian, Xiao Chang spent a lot of money to buy this house, right? This place doesn't look cheap. My mother-in-law is not a fool. Just looking at the greenery in the community, the decoration, and the location, it is obvious that the area is worth a lot of money." Song Mianmian brought up Chang Xiao's previous remarks. Bought it from an old couple at a low price. Song Qin didn't know much about this, so she nodded and said, "So that's how it is. It's always good to have a house. By the way, Mom, we have already got the certificate." Song Mianmian couldn't help feeling embarrassed when she thought about this. Getting a certificate is a big deal, so it's better to talk about it. Seeing that Song Qin didn't say anything, her heart skipped a beat and she suddenly became nervous. "I hope Mom doesn't agree." "Well, it's good to receive it. It's needed for the child's household registration." After a while, Song Mianmian finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard her answer. "I'm afraid if they don't agree, it will only make things more troublesome." "Thank you, Mom." She smiled. "As long as it's good to you, Mom has no objection." Song Qin touched her head and smiled. Chapter 56 No Toys, Daddy. During the few days they spent together, she could see that Xiao Chang was a nice person with no bad intentions, and he was very nice to Mianmian and the children. She felt relieved. Soon, the meal was ready and Chang Xiao came to call. In the dining room. "Auntie, try this." Chang Xiao picked up a piece of pork ribs for his mother-in-law. Song Qin took a bite and couldn't help laughing. "You guys have already obtained the marriage certificate, but you still call me auntie, isn't that inappropriate?" When Song Mianmian heard this, her face turned red and she sat aside, not daring to say anything. Chang Xiao put down his chopsticks. He didn't think there was anything wrong and just called out, "Mom." After shouting, he looked at Song Mianmian. The little woman was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to raise her head. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that she has already told her mother-in-law about this. Well, it's good that she did. You'll know it sooner or later anyway. After finishing the meal, seeing Chang Xiao and Song Qin still chatting, almost every sentence was about her. Song Mianmian quickly stood up and said, I'll go wash the dishes. I'll talk to my mom for a while. Leave the dishes here and I'll wash them later. You go check on the babies." Chang Xiao saw through her thoughts and said with a smile, "Good." Song Mianmian agreed and slipped away immediately. I didn't feel relieved until I reached the children's room. Looking over there, the children had all fallen asleep. The room was quiet with only the sound of shallow breathing. She walked gently to the bedside, sat down, and looked at the babies with gentle eyes. Seeing Sibao still holding the doll in her hand while sleeping, I couldn't help but chuckle and took the doll away from her. This child holds me tightly even in his sleep. I wonder how much he loves me. When he took it from her hand, Sibao opened his eyes for a moment, then saw that nothing was wrong and continued to sleep with his eyes closed. After a while, it will be time for the few to drink milk. She hurried to the kitchen and prepared the milk powder first. Sure enough, after a while, the loud cry of Debeo was heard, followed by the other three babies. Chang Xiao and Song Qin had almost finished their chat, and he learned from his mother-in-law that his wife had a hard childhood. Although he is an orphan, he also knows the sadness of a child growing up in a single-parent family. Suddenly, I felt even more distressed for Song Mianmian. Song Qin told him to be nice to Song Mianmian and to be as tolerant as possible in everything. Chang Xiao nodded, "Mom, don't worry, leave Mianmian to me, I will take good care of her for the rest of her life." After this conversation, Song Qin became more and more satisfied with Chang Xiao. Just as I was about to say something else, I suddenly heard the babies crying. "It's time to feed the baby, right? Go quickly." Song Qin said quickly. Chang Xiao went to the children's room. Song Mianmian has already fed the 4 babies, but she and the second baby are the most fussy. If they are not fed for a while, they will cry, and their faces will turn red. Honey, let me do it. Chang Xiao had already picked up the second baby and fed the crybaby first. Sanbao and Debao were already biting their fingers, smacking their lips and drooling. No crying or making a fuss. It will only last for a while, but if you take his hand away by force, he will cry for a long time and no one will be able to comfort him. Speaking of this, Chang Xiao still felt distressed. Soon, the 4th and 2nd babies were fed, and then it was the turn of the eldest and 3rd babies. The 2 sisters only drink half a bottle, but these 2 boys have to drink at least a whole bottle, and sometimes it's not enough. Song Qin walked in and said with a smile, Debao is really getting better and better at eating. Look at the weight on his body. He has gained several lumps. He is much fatter than his mother was when she was a child. When Song Mianmian said this in front of Chang Xiao, her face immediately turned red and she said awkwardly, Mom. Oh, you're still shy. He's your husband, not a stranger. Song Qin said with a smile as she picked up Erbao, who had finished drinking milk. Yeah. Erbao opened his grape-like eyes and stared at Song Qin, and it seemed that he recognized her. Instead of struggling or crying, she smiled. Song Qin felt her heart melt instantly. She scratched her little nose and said with a smile, Oh, did Erbao recognize Grandma? How cute. Ah. Erbao is not as resistant to Song Qin as Sibo is. He is quite close to her, after all, they are related by blood. Song Qin picked up the rattle beside her, sat on the blanket, and spun it around in front of Erbao. Erbao was shaking his little legs, looking so happy. I couldn't help but giggle. Sibo, who was held in Song Mianmian's arms, couldn't help it. He stretched out his hand, obviously wanting the rattle. He was babbling something in his mouth, probably asking his grandmother for it. Song Mianmian couldn't help laughing out loud. He wouldn't let his grandmother touch the toy before, but now he asks for it with a sense of righteousness. You can play a rattle, but would you like Grandma to hold you? Chang Xiao came over, held Sibo in his arms, and said with a smile. Sibo looked at Chang Xiao with a confused face, not understanding what he meant. Ah. Hearing the dong-dong sound, Sibo retracted his gaze and looked at the rattle again. Song Qin put Erbao on the bed and opened her arms to Sibo. Come, let Grandma hold you for a while, and then I'll let you play with this. Sibo frowned and was confused. I looked at the rattle, then looked at my dad, and decided to choose my dad. Then he buried his head in his father's arms. It's better to ignore it and stop making trouble. Oh. The 3 of them were so attracted by Sibo's adorable little appearance. Isn't it's so cute. Chang Xiao smiled and gently pinched her little ear, You little girl. This means that Dad doesn't want toys anymore. He felt extremely comfortable. All his days of service were not in vain. Having such a wonderful daughter, I just want to ask you if you are envious. Song Qin smiled helplessly, This child. Mom, Sibo has always been very attached to her dad, sometimes she even doesn't want me. Song Mianmian said with a smile. Well, let Mom feel balanced. Song Qin couldn't help but sigh that they had become so close in just a few days, they were indeed father and daughter. Blood is thicker than water. Song Qin stayed here for the whole afternoon, and Song Mianmian took her to see the decoration of the house. Well, this house is really nice. It faces south, has good lighting and a large space. After turning around, she praised it repeatedly. After the sun went down, Song Qin got up from the sofa, smiled and said, Alas, it's getting late, I should go back too. Mom, why don't you stay here for 2 days? Song Mianmian said. No, I won't disturb you two anymore. Song Mianmian quickly said, Mom, what are you talking about? How can you say it's disturbing? Okay, Xiao Chang, please take me back. Chang Xiao nodded and drove his mother-in-law back home. After returning, he saw Song Mianmian sitting on the sofa in a bad mood. He walked over and asked, What's wrong? Husband, do you think I am very unfilial? Chapter 57 I miss your baby. Reading so many books has not brought my mother a single day of happiness, and has always caused so much trouble to the old lady. Thinking about it made her feel very sad and guilty. Chang Xiao knew what she was thinking. He patted her head and said, It's okay. Don't you still have your husband? We can handle everything together. When we make money in the future, Mom will have a long life of happiness. The future will get better and better. Song Mian couldn't help but throw herself into Chang Xiao's arms. Thank you, husband. She was very lucky to meet such a good man. Okay, why are you crying again? Chang Xiao held her face up. The little woman's eyes were wet and her nose was red. She was obviously crying. I'm not crying. Turning her head away, Song Mian wiped her tears roughly. Face slightly red. It's so late, you haven't eaten yet? I'll go make you something to eat. Chang Xiao went to the kitchen. Today's dinner was simple, so I made 2 bowls of tomato and egg noodles. After eating, the two took a shower and went to the children's room. The baby's babbling sounds could be heard from a long distance away. Chang Xiao prepared medicine for Sibao that was specifically for treating diarrhea. He had already taken it at noon and it was indeed effective, as he didn't have diarrhea as badly. In addition, Song Mian would use a hot water bottle to warm her stomach from time to time. It won't be long before it's healed. Chang Xiao said, you still have to go to work tomorrow, go to bed. This time, Song Mian shook her head and said, let me do it tonight. You always keep watch. Your body can't bear it if you keep going like this. I'm fine. Trust your husband's health. Chang Xiao said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Song Mian seemed to have thought of something and her face turned red. In order to prevent Chang Xiao from making fun of her again, she straightened her expression. Don't you have a professional class tomorrow? It's in the morning. My classes are all in the afternoon, so I'll keep watch and you go to sleep. Chang Xiao knew that this little woman would not sleep in the master bedroom next door tonight, so he smiled and said, Wife, how about we sleep together? Song Mian. This is awkward. Could it be that Chang Xiao meant that she wanted to sleep with him? But this certainly can't be explained clearly. It will only make things worse. After thinking for a while, she said, No, you should go to the next room. Yeah. At this time, Erbao, who had been lying on the bed chewing his hands, blinked his little eyes and looked at them with a confused look on his face. Chang Xiao smiled, picked her up and said, Erbao, why aren't you sleeping yet? The second baby was chewing his little hands and drooling. It was fine when he was lying there, but when I hugged him, his saliva kept dripping down, and soon his clothes were wet. Then, she buried her head in Chang Xiao's arms, making his pajamas, which he had just changed into, drool. Song Mian quickly got a pacifier and put it in her mouth. Unexpectedly, just like last time, she vomited it out. Just refused to accept it. I tried several times with the same result, so I just let her go. Just after I wiped her saliva, Sanbao on the other side also made a groaning sound, his face turned red and his whole body twisted. Then, a puff sound was heard. You can tell it's poop. He quickly put the second baby on the bed and Chang Xiao took out a new diaper to change it. Just after he placed it under his butt and before he had time to stick the Velcro on both sides, Chang Xiao felt a warm liquid spraying towards his face. This also scared Song Mian who was standing by. Sanbao actually peed on his father's face. This. She quickly took out a few tissues and handed them over, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Go wash your face. Chang Xiao went to the bathroom. Song Mian couldn't help wanting to laugh, so she quickly fastened his diaper, picked him up and put him on the carpet. Sanbao, kid, do you know you did something wrong? Don't do this anymore, understand? Sanbao didn't know that he had made a mistake. He looked at Song Mian with his eyes open, and raised the corners of his mouth from time to time, looking very happy. You kid, still laughing? Song Mian scratched his little nose and said helplessly. The quilt on the bed was completely wet and had to be changed again. I was so exhausted that I couldn't fall asleep until midnight. Chang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, taking care of a baby was not an easy task. Are you okay? Thinking of how he must have felt bad after being peed on in the face. It's okay, it's just boy's urine, it's harmless. Chang Xiao smiled and said, Okay, it's getting late, let's go to bed. Another morning. After breakfast, Chang Xiao went to school because he had to attend a professional class today. At school. The news that Teacher Song has a child has gradually died down, and no one mentions it. However, some boys still feel sorry for Song Mian when they see her. Their goddess actually already has children and a husband. Who on earth is so lucky? Apart from Chang Xiao and his wife, Wang Jing was the only one who knew about this matter. In order to keep the secret for his good brother, he could not speak no matter what. As soon as Chang Xiao came to school, he hurried over to look for him. To be honest, he still couldn't believe it. Teacher Song's husband was Chang Xiao. These student and teacher have nothing in common at all. How did the two of them fall in love with each other? Originally there was someone who was single with him, but now, that person not only has a wife, but also has children. A blatant dog food attack. The more I think about it, the more envious and jealous I feel. He also wanted to have a beautiful encounter, but he regretted that he didn't have Chang Zhao's appearance or his academic brain. Brother, it's great that you have a wife. Your face is full of rosy glow. All the single guys are envious. Speaking of which, I miss your baby. He's so cute. Do you have any photos? Ever since he took one look at those babies that day, Wang Jing fell in love with them. It's so cute, it's hard not to like it. I keep thinking about when I will have time to go and see it. Now that Chang Xiao is coming to school, I have to ask him to send him a few photos. Chang Xiao didn't say anything and just sent him a few photos. Wang Jing opened the photo and started licking the screen immediately. So cute. Is this Sibao? She's my favorite. This group photo is also beautiful. Who took it? The technique is so good. Chang Xiao looked at him and asked with a smile, "Are you envious?" Envy, isn't that nonsense? If you're jealous, then find someone else to live with. Wang Jing rolled his eyes. Finding someone, do you think it's that easy? If I look like you, I could find one in minutes. Thinking of the pile of love letters in Chang Xiao's desk, all of which were sent by girls from other departments, there are almost one every day. It's good to be handsome. Chapter 58, Comparison is the culprit. There is also the issue of funds. I can barely support myself, let alone raise a child. Wang Jing sighed. No matter how envious you are, you must have the financial ability to do it. Chang Xiao patted his shoulder and said, "Okay, let's talk about this later. Let's go to class." Just one class today. In class, Wang Jing asked quietly, "Is Teacher Song here today?" "No, I'm at home taking care of the kids. I'll come over in the afternoon when I get back," Chang Xiao said indifferently. Wang Jing's eyes widened. "Are you guys taking turns? Is there no one to help?" "No, if you have time you can come and help me take a look." "Really?" Wang Jing was surprised. Chang Xiao was speechless. "Do you think I'm lying?" Okay. I do." Wang Jing quickly agreed. Since he was looking after the child, of course he agreed. "Can't wait to see the babies. I'm a senior now and have plenty of time. Playing games is a waste of time in life anyway, so I might as well spend time with my babies. Practice now so that you can be more proficient when you have your own children." So, throughout the whole class, Xiao saw Wang Jing taking out photos of babies from time to time. Those who knew them thought they were Chang Zhao's children, while those who didn't know them thought they were this guy's. "Have you seen enough? Don't let anyone see it." Chang Xiao was speechless at this guy. Wang Jing waved his hand. "I know. Even if he saw it, what would happen? I can just say it's my relative's child." After the class, Chang Xiao packed up and prepared to go back. Wang Jing took this opportunity to ask, "When are you free? I'll treat you to dinner with Teacher Song." "Well, let's wait until this weekend. I'll talk to her when I get back." "Okay. It's a deal. I'll book a place when the time comes." Wang Jing was very excited. From now on, can Teacher Song just call her sister-in-law? It's a bit unreal when you think about it. I can't imagine an iceberg goddess taking care of a child. It's too stimulating to the eyes. After leaving school, Chang Xiao went to a nearby supermarket and bought a bunch of snacks and ingredients. When I got home, Song Mianmian was hanging clothes on the balcony. After finishing, he came to the living room and saw the pile of things Chang Xiao bought. He asked in confusion, "Why did you buy so many things?" "To prevent you from burning down the kitchen in the future, I bought these snacks for you. You can eat them when you are hungry when I am not home." Chang Xiao grinned. Speaking of this, Song Mianmian was extremely embarrassed. Her face turned red involuntarily, thinking of the last incident. "It's so embarrassing. I really can't go into the kitchen anymore. I can't help but make things worse. Okay, it's noon, I'm going to go cook. What do you want to eat?" "Just cook 2 dishes." "Okay." Chang Xiao took the dishes to the kitchen. Song Mianmian looked through the snacks he bought, 2 large bags full of biscuits, potato chips, Yakult, and more. I couldn't help but smile. Really, why did I buy so many of them? Where can she eat? Besides, it's only a matter of time before you gain weight from eating so many snacks. An hour later, the two finished their meal and Song Mian prepared to go to school. Wife, wait for me. Chang Xiao took out a heart-shaped lunchbox from the kitchen. Song Mian held it in her hand. It was still quite hot. You have 3 classes in the afternoon. I'm afraid you'll be hungry during such a long time. Take it with you. The box is heat insulating and should be fine for about 5 hours. Chang Xiao touched her head and said with a smile. Song Mian was stunned for a moment, and instantly felt sour and warm in her heart. Very nice. Thank you, husband. Seeing her eyes red again, Chang Xiao pinched her face and said, Go quickly, or you'll be late. Chang Xiao watched Song Mian leave with a gentle look in his eyes. In the children's room. De Bao and the others have woken up and are babbling. They probably aren't hungry yet. Chang Xiao went over to check on Sibao's condition. The medicine was indeed very effective, and the child no longer had foamy stools. However, he still had to take 2 more doses to consolidate the effects of the medicine. Sibao was just putting his hands in his mouth and slurping the food as if nothing had happened. He was so excited that he didn't care about anything. But if you take her hand away, her expression will change in a minute. In the living room, he moved all the children's cribs over. Put a few babies on the sofa and lie down. It's not comfortable to stay in the room all the time. Yeah. Sanbao and Sibao immediately set their eyes on the robot on the table, and Sibao even stretched out his little hand to take it. You can't lift it. Chang Xiao scratched her nose, picked her up, and then pressed the switch of the small robot. The little guys only quieted down when they heard music playing inside. Especially Sibao, who was staring with his eyes fixed. Chang Xiao could see that the little guy still hadn't given up the idea of picking it up and playing with it himself. Although this robot is so small, it weighs several kilograms. Yeah. Sibao looked at Chang Xiao, then at the little robot. The meaning was self-evident. Chang Xiao shook his head in a serious tone. No, you can't lift this. Seeing that his father didn't give it to him, Sibao stared at him for several seconds, then pouted his lips, looking like he had suffered a great deal of injustice. If she could speak, she would definitely complain to her mother. Chang Xiao has a headache. Song Mian had just finished a class and was feeling a little hungry. She returned to the office and was about to take out the food that Chang Xiao had prepared for her. Wow, Teacher Song, what are you eating? Teacher Wang and Teacher Li came over. They were feeling a little hungry and were thinking of having some snacks to fill their stomachs, when they saw the lunchbox in Song Mian's hand. My eyes lit up all of a sudden. I don't know, my husband made it for me. Song Mian shook her head. She hadn't seen it yet. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Teacher Wang's face instantly drooped and said, It's good to have a husband. Teacher Li also had a look of envy on her face. Your husband is really considerate, unlike the one in my family, who probably wouldn't even know I was starving to death. Comparing yourself with others will really make you angry. Well. Song Mian had already opened the lunchbox, and a rich fragrance instantly wafted out, filling the entire office. Wow! Teacher Wang is a foodie, and his eyes lit up when he saw the delicious food. It's curry and rice. Ah, my favorite. It smells so good. I want to eat it too. Teacher Wang's appetite was completely aroused and his stomach was rumbling. Teacher Li patted her shoulder and said, That was prepared by her husband. Forget it. If you have the ability, find a boyfriend to make you a loving lunchbox. All the teachers in the office looked at me with envy. It's great to have a good husband. Only one person was unhappy. He sat in the corner, concentrating on his work. This is Mr. Zhou, who has always wanted to pursue Song Mian. When he found out that she had a child, he had this expression from beginning to end. Chapter 59. How about it? Does my sister-in-law agree? Teacher Wang and Teacher Li have a good relationship with Song Mian. In addition, I went to their home to see the baby last time, and the relationship has been further strengthened. Especially Teacher Li, who has already treated Song Mian as a relative. For such a delicious bite, I would rather sacrifice my reputation. Looking at the two faces approaching, Song Mian asked, What's wrong? Teacher Song, can I try it? Teacher Wang looked expectant. This curry rice looks really delicious. Song Mian knows her, she is a real foodie. She didn't refuse and pushed the lunchbox a little closer. Okay. That's great. Teacher Wang picked up the spoon and took a bite. Then he said incoherently, "Delicious, delicious. So delicious." She had eaten a lot of curry rice, but she had never tasted so good. It tastes delicious when you put it in your mouth. Teacher Lee, you should try it too, it's delicious. Teacher Lee is a married woman after all, so she felt embarrassed. However, seeing Teacher Wang's exaggerated expression, she became extremely greedy. Forget it, I won't be reserved anymore. I quickly took a bite. Does it taste good? Teacher Wang looked at Teacher Lee. Well, it's not bad, better than what I eat in restaurants. Teacher Lee praised generously. It's great to have a husband who is such a great cook. We have everything you want to eat. The more she thought about it, the more envious she felt. Teacher Song's husband was not only handsome and rich, but also considerate, a good cook, and took good care of the children. Oh my God. In reality, men like this are basically extinct. Teacher Song is so lucky. After finishing the curry rice, Song Nian discovered that there was something else in the bag. At first glance, it was an afternoon dessert, packed in a paper box. Chang Xiao actually prepared this. She is very full now and cannot eat anymore. She still has 2 classes, so she will go home after they are over. When I looked up, I saw Teacher Wang's greedy look. Here, can I give it to you guys? Teacher Wang's eyes widened, then he smiled and said, "How can this be so embarrassing?" Although he said sorry, his hands had already started to take action. Is this strawberry cake? And egg tarts? This is a waffle? That has quite a lot to prepare. It's delicious. Was this also made by your husband? Teacher Wang asked casually. Yeah. I think the calories are too high, so he rarely makes it. Wow, this guy is so talented, not only can he cook, but he can also bake. Teacher Wang wailed, "Jealousy has made me unrecognizable." Teacher Lee sighed, "This is what is called omnipotence, knowing everything." The 3 of them ate and drank, making all the teachers in the office very greedy. But I was too embarrassed to go up and ask for food like Teacher Wang and the others did. How sorry. Song Nian returned home after finishing her last 2 classes. After taking a shower in the evening, she told Chang Xiao about what happened today. Chang Xiao smiled and pinched her faceplate, saying, "It means your husband's cooking skills have improved again. It's really delicious." Song Nian praised without hesitation. It was true that after eating the food cooked by Chang Xiao, she didn't want to eat food cooked by anyone else. I guess this has also caused Teacher Wang and the others to become picky eaters. Everyone started to complain that takeout food was not tasty. If you keep eating at this rate, you'll get a lot fatter. She felt like she had gained several pounds these days. Between a good figure and delicious food, after thinking about it, she still chose delicious food. The only thing in the world that you cannot miss is delicious food. It doesn't matter if she is fat, what her husband makes for her is the best. If it tastes good, I'll make more for you next time. Chang Xiao rubbed her head. As he spoke, he remembered something. Wife, my friend is treating us to a meal this weekend, and I want you to come with us, bringing the babies with you. Song Nian was puzzled. Friends? From school? Or my roommate? I've already told him about our situation. He also knows about the babies. Song Nian was a little nervous, because their current relationship was really very sensitive. Once it's exposed, everything will be over. Don't worry, he is still trustworthy. You will know when you meet him. Chang Xiao saw her worry at a glance and held her hand. Song Nian nodded. Since he said it was okay, then it should be okay. So, you agree? Chang Xiao asked with a smile. She nodded again. After all, she was Chang Xiao's friend and it would be bad to refuse him. The next morning, Chang Xiao called Wang Jing immediately. Before I could say anything, this guy started yelling loudly. How about it? Brother, does your sister-in-law agree? She called him sister-in-law before they even met officially, and Chang Xiao was shocked. Oh boy, is it possible? Agreed. Wang Jing smiled and said, "That's great. I'll book a private room right away. The private room is more convenient and will not affect the babies. Do you have enough money to book a private room?" Chang Xiao knew his financial situation. To book an ordinary private room, the price would start from 2,000. Except for food and drink, he spends almost all his money every month on playing games and buying skins. Plus, this time I bought the alien from him. It's almost the end of the month, do you still have extra money? Wang Jing, don't worry, brother, I have a way. It's only a few $1,000s. It's easy to do. Okay then, tell me when it's not enough. You are worthy of being a good brother. Wang Jing was so moved that he burst into tears. Chang Xiao got goosebumps all over his body. Just as I was about to say something, I heard a baby crying in the room. Okay, the babies are awake, I'll go feed them. Okay. Chang Xiao went to the children's room and saw that Debeo was the only one crying there. As for the second baby, he was sucking his fingers. Baji, Baji, it smells so good. As for Sanbao, he and Sibo were babbling something, but no one knew what they were saying. Probably baby talk. Chang Xiao was about to go see Debeo, but when he turned around, Sanbao suddenly cried out wow. I saw that Sibo had reached out his hand to Sanbao's head at some point and tightly grabbed his few strands of hair. Sanbao felt pain and cried tears of pain. There aren't many of them to begin with, and if you grab them like this, I'll become bald. Sibao didn't know what was light and heavy, he just thought it was fun and wanted to catch it. Cheng Xiao quickly got rid of her hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Sibao, this hurts your brother, do you know that? Don't grab it next time, or I'll spank you. I don't know if Sibao understood or not, but he started to pout in grievance. Have to. This kid even knows how to use his trump card. I know that adults will be soft-hearted. This time, Chang Xiao hardened his heart and decided not to hug her. Looking at Sanbao's tear-stained face, Chang Xiao felt so distressed. I had finally grown some hair on my head, but when I pulled it out, a few more fell out. Don't cry, Sanbao. Chang Xiao touched his head and it took a while to comfort him. Chapter 60. Which parent doesn't have a hard time? When Song Nian learned the news in the evening, she was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. These kids are starting to make a fuss now. The younger sister even bullied her older brother. After dinner, she walked into the children's room and saw the baby turning over again. This time it was not the second baby, but the first baby. As expected, he was the one who ate the most. He turned over by himself and even got back to his original state. The child seemed to have figured out the trick to turning over and over again. Erbao, this little fool, couldn't turn back after he turned over, and his little face hit the bed directly. Song Nian couldn't help laughing out loud. I told you not to turn it over, but you kept turning it over. I had no choice but to turn my second baby over manually. The child was very happy and excited. The couple's eyes were focused on the babies. Sure enough, everything is contagious. The third and fourth babies saw their older sister and brother start to roll over, and the two little ones actually started to learn from them. But I can't turn it over. He looked so clumsy that he couldn't turn the page no matter how hard he tried. The couple couldn't help but laugh. That's the fun of having lots of kids. Wife, thank you so much for giving birth to these babies for me. Chang Xiao couldn't help but kiss Song Nian on the forehead. The kiss caught her off guard. After he realized what was happening, his face instantly turned red. The little woman was shy again. Chang Xiao couldn't help but smile and tucked her hair behind her ears. Are you shy? No. The milk is still heating up in the microwave. I'll go check it out. Song Nian wanted to run. I haven't heated up the milk yet today, honey, why are you running off in such a hurry? Chang Xiao held her hand, which was a little cold. I took a coat and put it on her. Being exposed on the spot, Song Nian felt even more embarrassed. She didn't dare to look Chang Xiao in the eye, but chose to tease the baby. Holding Debeo in her arms, she hesitated for a long time before she said, Husband, you are so tired of taking care of the children every day, and you still have to take care of me, don't you regret it? In fact, it's nice to be single and be a carefree college student. Any adult would know how hard it is to take on this responsibility, and it's too late for others to escape. Why do you regret it? Honey, I told you before that the children are mine, and I have to take on this responsibility. No matter how difficult it is, I will raise them to adulthood. Chang Xiao said seriously, what's the hardship or not? Which parent doesn't have hardship? Don't ask questions like this anymore, okay? This was the first time he was so serious with Song Nian. Got it. I won't ask again. Song Nian lowered her head, feeling a warm feeling in her heart. That's right. Okay, go take a shower and go to bed early. Time flies, and it's Saturday in a blink of an eye. Wang Jing had been waiting for this day for a long time and couldn't wait to meet Song Mianmian as Cheng Zhao's friend. The female teacher who was known as the iceberg goddess outside. He is ruthless in school, but I don't know what kind of person he is in private. He is so curious. The lunchtime was scheduled at 12 noon, and the location was a hot pot restaurant near the school. Yes, Wang Jing plans to treat them to hot pot. The one near the school has the best reputation. Song Mianmian was a little panicked. Wasn't it a bit risky to be near the school? What if she was discovered? Chang Xiao fooled her by saying that she was just putting on some fake makeup. A family of 6 got in the car and headed for their destination. The stroller is in the trunk. The children were very well behaved. They didn't make any noise along the way and looked around curiously. Debeo was chewing on his hands and was about to fall asleep, his head nodding. With a baby safety seat, the couple felt relieved, but they would look back from time to time. After all, the children are only 3 months old and we can't be careless. Sibao and Sanbao were the most excited. They looked everywhere with eager eyes and kept giggling. After more than half an hour, we arrived at our destination. As soon as the quadruplets appeared, they attracted a lot of attention. Especially when entering a hot pot restaurant. The staff and customers all looked over here. Oh my god, am I seeing things? Are those quadruplets? It's so cute. So adorable. What a scene. I'm so jealous. What a loving family of 6. Honey, I want to have a baby too. Ah, I want to get married right here. A young girl held her face with the word envy written in capital letters. But she was slapped on the head by her best friend. What are you thinking, you single guy? Look at how loving those couples are, and you don't even have anyone to love. The girl pouted in grievance. Who said that? I will definitely have it. The waitress came up with a smile and said, Sir or madam, do you have a reservation? While asking questions, his eyes would glance at the babies in the stroller from time to time. So cute. Quadruplets, all of them are so good looking. However, this couple is really capable of having children. How are quadruplets born at once? Moreover, not only has she given birth to so many children, she still maintains such a good figure, like an unmarried girl. Envious. Chang Xiao told the waiter Wang Jingfa's room number. Okay, please follow me. In the private room. Wang Jing rubbed his hands. Although he had met Teacher Song before, he was in a different capacity now, so he couldn't help but feel nervous. At this time, the door of the private room opened. Chang Xiao was the first to come in, pushing 2 strollers, followed by Song Mianmian. The latter could never imagine that the friend Chang Xiao was talking about was Wang Jing, who was also her student. No wonder Wang Jing looked at her strangely every time during class. So embarrassing. Chang Xiao turned around and smiled at her. Teacher Song, oh no, hello sister-in-law, I am Zhao's roommate Wang Jing. Wang Jing immediately changed his words. Song Mianmian nodded, hello. It's okay to blush in front of my husband, but now I'm facing my students and I can't show that side of me, otherwise it will be so awkward when we meet in the future. The 3 of them sat down. After both sides greeted each other, Wang Jing hurried to see the babies. Several babies looked around with curious eyes. Babies, do you still remember your uncle? Wang Jing came over with a smile. Say hello to everyone. The little ones didn't seem to have any impression of him, but they didn't cry. They blinked their little eyes and looked at Wang Jing curiously. Wang Jing had already prepared his trump card and had figured out the baby's preferences. He quickly took out a toy, Hello Kitty. Not only can it glow, it can also sing nursery rhymes. This is Sibo's favorite. She was so happy that she kept moving when she saw the calves. Yeah. He shouted and reached out to grab it. Would you like to let your uncle hug you? Wang Jing opened his arms. Sibo hesitated and frowned. Obviously she just wants the toy, not the strange uncle. I looked at my mother and then at my father. In the end, I pulled my hand back and said no. The 3 of them couldn't stop laughing. Sibao, are you sure you don't want this? Wang Jing continued to seduce. Also playing music. Yeah. Not wanting the 4th treasure doesn't mean not wanting the 3rd treasure. He shook his legs and looked at Wang Jing with his grape-like eyes.